you're waiting to pick up somebody, whether you're seeing someone off, or that feeling of arriving at a new destination. Everyone's experiences are different, different emotions, a different rasa, much like the Navarasas mentioned in the Natya Shastra. It's this experience of the Navarasa that the BLR airport wants passengers to discover at Terminal 2 when they travel. So let's see a quick show of hands. How many of you have actually been to or through Terminal 2? All right, very good. So the art that you would have seen at check-in, the boarding gates, the arrival hall, every artwork is a part of the program that's being launched today. And to tell us more about it, ladies and gentlemen, I request Yamini Telkar, head of the art program at BIAL, BIAL, to please come up on stage. Can we give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Good morning, everybody. Happy to see everybody here and happy faces. Just so that you know, in 2019, we had the first event as the launch of the art program. And here we are again at the culmination of the art program at BIC again. So it's wonderful to be back in BIC. Wonderful to see all the familiar faces over here. I have a written down speech, but I cannot look down because I like to look at you all, and it's not going to go as per the script. But the thing is, like Paloma mentioned, and like most of you have seen it already, we have art at every step of the way in the terminal. It starts when you enter, and it also starts at the point throughout your journey. And that was the intent of the art program, to make a difference to your traveling journey in a very interesting and a subtle way. The art program, as you know, has been built with two main concepts. One which was of open calls, making it democratic, making it more accessible to a larger audience, and by invitation when certain works were needed, curatorially or in terms of the space that was required. And that's where we are today with over 43 artists, 60 artworks inside Terminal 2. Yeah, so it has been, I thank you all of you for being part of this journey, part of the program. But before we begin our day today, I would like, to think of a person who has been an integral part, or who had been an integral part of the making of the art program at T2, who's no longer with us, and that's Kavita Singh. Here's a small presentation that acknowledges her excellence in the field and what she has done. So. May we observe a minute of silence, please, in her memory? Thank you. Thank you. I think Kavita would have been very happy to see this, to see the culmination of the entire art program. And Latika, who's our first moderator, Kavita, Latika, and I, we've worked very closely on putting the thematic essay on which the entire art program is built together. So I'm very happy and fortunate to have Latika open the session and take this forward. So over to you, Latika.
So, ladies and gentlemen, before I invite Latika to take the stage, I just want to remind you that we do have an official handle, because if it didn't happen on social media, then it didn't happen at all, right, these days. But I would encourage you to use the handle, which is at BLR Airport. That's across Instagram and Facebook as well. We also have an official hashtag, so I would love for all of you to use this hashtag, which is art@BLR Airport. The handle is BLR Airport. Post pictures and videos from today's event. There are people who couldn't make it, your friends, your family, share with them. Like everybody's been saying, and we will be saying today, art is for everyone. We have 8 panel discussions throughout the day on different aspects of the art program and how the team from BIAL has worked closely with the artists to create this magnificent initiative that will help passengers at T2 make memories like never before. So, our first session of the day is aptly titled Navarasa as a Subject. So I'd like to invite Latika Gupta to please take the stage. I'm also going to invite the rest of the panelists and then hand over to her. Or Latika, would you like to introduce them? I'll go ahead. Okay. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as I invite on stage Shantamani Mudaya, Krishnaraj Chonath, Janardanan Rudramurthy, and Ganesh Selvaraj. And the session will be moderated by Latika Gupta. Latika, over to you.
I'm actually just going to use the podium for the introduction, if that's all right. Sorry. Thank you, Yamini. And it's a pleasure to be here this morning to be in conversation with 4 of the artists of the very extensive BIAL program, the art program at the Bangalore airport that's been conceptualized and curated by Yamini Telkar and her team for the new terminal at the airport. As Yamini mentioned, my involvement with the project goes back to 2020, when I worked with Yamini and Kavita on a text detailing the concept for the art program. And thank you, Yamini, also for centering Kavita and remembering her today, because I think what we're going to hear about, especially as the concept of the Navaras, is something that draws very heavily upon not just Kavita's work, but her very firm belief in the transformative powers of art, what art can mean and what art does in each one of our lives on an everyday basis. It's not something that's leisure or entertainment and to be looked at with a distance. But the fact that art, engaged with all our senses, can actually transform us and our lives on an everyday basis. So my essay, and I'm going to refer to it because the first panel is on the concept of Navarasa or Noras, was titled A Sensorium of Wonders. Now, one of the questions we could ask is, an airport a sensorium of wonders? I mean, of all the things, where does art and an airport come together? But there are few experiences, even in the 21st century, that evoke as much wonder as flying. I think we've all gotten used to the idea of getting onto a flight and getting on at one place and getting off at another. But if we allow ourselves to feel that same wonder that flying can evoke, the act of traversing vast distances, of leaving one place to reach another that is thousands of miles away within a few hours could, if we allow ourselves, be considered akin to a magical entry into a parallel world. Airports then are gateways to these other worlds, and they conjure up a sense of wonder and excitement. They're areas of pause and reflection, even as they're simultaneously places of movement and transit. So in a way, could we then think about airport terminals, such as the one at Bangalore, Terminal 2, as liminal zones, as places that allow for unique interactions and experiences, and also spaces where, despite each traveler's individual history or background or cultural specificity, the experience of being in transit is one that is similar. So these in-between places, to and from journeys, transcend the boundaries of home and away, of work and leisure. Travel and the anticipation of it, we all know, can trigger myriad emotions. Excitement, panic, trepidation, wonder, fear, joy, and in exceptional or rare cases, perhaps even contemplation. So these emotional and mental states that make us human have been theorized over the centuries in texts and commentaries on Indian aesthetics. And these aesthetic theories explore not only cognitive or intellectual states, but also affective states, which were the focus of philosophical studies that actually considered works of art, whether visual, musical, theatrical, or literary, to have the power to transform both the artists, but also all of us, the viewers. And one of the most definitive texts about aesthetics is the Natya Shastra, compiled by Bharata between the 2nd century BCE and the 2nd century CE. And Bharata used the analogy of savoring food, eating food, but savoring it, to analyze the emotional experience of an intense engagement with art. And he appropriates the word rasa, loosely translated as either juice or essence or taste, to describe this aesthetic experience. So an aesthetic experience for Bharata can transform viewers' transitory emotions. And these transitory, sort of fleeting, temporary emotions, which are bhava and mental states, into rasas, or aesthetic genre. And the ultimate objective of an artist, then, is to facilitate this transformation of mundane, everyday emotions that we all feel into rasas through their aesthetic mediation. So he listed 8 modes, Sthai bhav, which correspond to different rasas. An emotion of love, rati, can lead to the rasa of eroticism, shringhar, mirth or hasa, to the comical hasya, sorrow, shok, evokes compassion or karuna. Anger, krodh, leads to fury, raudra. Valor, utsaha, can lead to veera or heroism. Fear, bhaya, invokes a sense of terror, bhayanak. Disgust or jigupsa leads to a sense of hideousness or aversion, bhibatsa. And astonishment, vismay, leads us to feel wonderstruck, a sense of encountering something adbhut. And each rasa, even as the viewer experiences it, is fluid and can be transformed from one into another. So it's not like a permanent fixed meaning or state, as the case may be. And we'll talk a little bit about that in our conversation after. So the aesthetic experience is considered to be multi-layered and nuanced, and works of art do not just simplistically or sort of literally illustrate rasas, that this work is this rasa, even if the visual narrative can refer directly to, let's say, an emotion that's expressed. And in the 11th century, it was expanded by Abhinavgupta, who added a 9th rasa, shanta, or serenity. And he recognized the potential of the aesthetic experience to transform the mood of the viewer from whatever myriad temporary states, finally to one of calmness or tranquility. With the addition of Shanta, the theory came to be known as the Navras, or the 9 rasas. And the concept of Navras continued to evolve over time and imbued different facets of life, from the sacred to the everyday, from rituals to food, clothing, ornamentation, and of course, works of art. In Karnataka, and I think we were very, very clear that we wanted the sort of conceptual framework for all the artwork to be quite clearly located out here. So when you visit the terminal and you see the artwork, you'll see that it brings together, say, local art forms which draw upon historical, traditional forms of making, myths, histories with the contemporary. And I remember, I think yesterday, one or more than one of the artworks also refers to Ibrahim Adil Shah of Bijapur, who in fact made a whole new capital city called Nauraspur, right? Because he was so invested and believed in the transformative power of art and of the rasas, the 9 rasas. And over the centuries, aesthetic theories have grappled with the question of how rasa is created and where these emotions that are transformed into an aesthetic experience are located. So do bhava, or emotion, and the corresponding rasa reside in the actor or literary character, the author or artist who conceives of the characters or the artwork, in their circumstances or responses, or in the viewer who beholds the works of art? Most Indian philosophers place all of us, the viewer, at the center of the aesthetic experience. For whatever the external stimulus, the experience is generated by each of the individual onlooker's internal response. A work of art contains a suggestion, yeah? A poetic resonance, and the essence is experienced only with our active participation, through an open-ended dialogue between the work and the rasik who engages with it based on his or her and on all of our sort of internal landscape. And rasa is then created in this alchemy that defies definition. It's a sort of interiorized experience of the perceiving self in its encounter and engagement with art that then has the power to move the sensitive viewer beyond the immediate present, beyond the boarding pass and the terminal gate and delayed flights or what have you. And indeed, beyond a mirroring of that which is represented in the painting or the sculpture, verse or play. The artists here today each responded to the idea of Navarasa in different ways and in different material and media in unique ways. So Shantamani, Krishnaraj, Ganesh, and Janardhanan. To begin, may I ask each one of you, perhaps we can go left to right, to tell us about your work and the sort of conceptual response to the theme of Navarasa, and then we'll get into a conversation. And I think we have visuals of each of your artwork, which we can bring up so that everybody can have a look at it as we go along. Thanks.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I am Janardhan Rudramurthy. I am very happy to be part of this project, which display one of my metal-based sculpture, titled Astral Body. This work is an extension of my other works, where I use my belief about the human body. In the past, I have created many works based on the belief that the human body is like a nest built out of the experience and memories of the particular body. For executing my concept for this project, I choose to use my other belief that various human activities emanates various emotions, and the activities of traveling is one such, which leads to living behind multiple emotions. His response to the emotional turbulence that the traveler might undergo, he or she prepared to land or depart, to face the familiar or the face or unfamiliar, to be received, to be left, to be loved or to be hated. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Hello, hi, this is Ganesh Shelvaraj. My work, it's about relationship between two things. I mean, maybe an idea or a two element. It cost the it will lead on. Between two things or event where one event caused the another event. So it's about how we see things and how we interpret the things. When we see the visuals, we apply the metaphors on it. and we understand the images through our understanding. We apply our gained knowledge. This is what I try to, what if we don't have any preoccupied knowledge, how we see things. This is what the basic idea on my work. It's like two it's a human transit through the day. They experience various emotion states or emotions, which are also known as Navarasa, based on context. Much in the same way, in the context, when an individual or a group of individual transit through the airport, they experience various emotion states of the emotion. Although these emotion states, emotions are distinct from each other, what connect them is my observation that there is a sense of opposites or contrast within them. Like the opposites or the contrast to Bhayanaka or a terror fear could be the Veera, and vice versa, the opposite or the contrast to Rudra. And it is this aspect which is the basic or core of this particular work, which highlighted that there is a sense of opposites or contrast to maybe everything that we see interact or experiences. This is what it's about. Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shantamani Muddaya. I'm an artist who's living here in Bangalore for the last 30 years. My work is about environment. It's about nature and sustainability. So I work with charcoal and paper. The sculpture that you see in the terminal is also made out of charcoal and paper. It is reinforced with carbon fiber to suspend the work so that it doesn't sag. The work that I did is called Meghdut. So it's in response to the call, Navras. For me, the work has to relate and to address the time that I live in. So the work, the Meghdut, the poet Kalidasa's, the messenger to his beloved comes to the terminal once. At this point of time, trying to address what we are going through and the kind of issues that we are dealing. So the Meghdut that it comes to terminal now is a kind of a transient space where people are experiencing this black cloud, that is a monsoon cloud, before taking off. And we all have this experience of experiencing the cloud in our first flight. My work is also kind of, can be read in layers. It's about those kind of relationship, how I've also tried to bring in the agrarian experience of receiving the first rain and the way the farmers react to this first rain and this kind of wonderment towards how it belted or the thunders that it blinded them. And this year is going to be a good crop. This kind of engagement is very interesting, and I am very tuned to that. And for me, at this point of geoengineering, trying to bring back this cloud that is made out of charcoal is very important, because this fine aerosol, as the temperature rises, is going to be burnt out. And the formation of cloud can be very rare. And so in that sense, what I render here is not necessarily the cloud and the celebration of cloud. It is basically the absence of cloud. Yeah.
I am Krishnaraj Chonat. I am an artist who lives in Bangalore. That is my work. It's titled The Moon. So this is basically based on a coracle that used to be very popular on the lakes of Bangalore, as it is popular even today on the rivers of Kaveri and Tungabhadra, two important lifelines in the state of Karnataka. These coracles are very primitive, and they've remained more or less in the same form as they probably existed thousands of years ago, except for the hide has been now replaced by a plastic or perhaps a tarpaulin that's covered in bitumen. So this work basically came from my memories of spending time around the lakes of Bangalore, swimming in the lakes, coracle rides, sketching as an art student around the lakes. And so that's my daughter who's on the sitting on the coracle. The work was conceived as two different sides based on a visual strategy that I've been employing in a lot of my works. Where you stand determines what you see. So basically, it is her moon. You can see one side of that, and the coracle is on the other side. The strategy refers to how geopolitical factors come to influence and shape our attitudes towards ourselves and the world. So where you stand and what you see is also, in a way, alludes to the idea of our eagerness to look as against our willingness to see. The moon particularly refers not just to how it is her moon. I have very fond memories of the previous airport, which sort of ended and then the lake began. I lived very close to the old HOL airport, where the coracles were part of that, and you could see two different technologies simultaneously, one very high-tech and the other very low-tech, which is a reality anywhere you go within India. So the idea of juxtaposing these two and the idea of using copper, which is again another element which is one of the earliest, perhaps the earliest known metal to man, and also finds a lot of use in the high-tech industry today. A note to Bangalore's space, Bangalore as the hub of space research and aviation. When thinking about the future, these coracles are no more seen on the lakes of Bangalore, as many lakes have already also disappeared. Thinking of the future of that, whenever I look at my daughter, I keep thinking about my childhood as against hers and how all these various transformations happened. So she's perched between these two worlds and what she makes of her moon is something that I want to leave it open. So I hope this work connects to the audience in the context of the international airport and how they receive it. And hopefully it will become part of that social fabric and they carry memories of this when they see the work. Thank you.
Actually, I'll ask a question to all of you, taking off from what Krishna Raj said, which is that where you stand determines what or how you see. And that's interesting at several levels. One is the presence of art or works of art in an airport. So just taking off from there, a couple of questions to all of you. One is that, say, of course, in this case, you all developed the work in response to a certain concept, knowing that the site is the airport. But for all of you, and if you could start, supposing the site for the artwork were to change, do you think that changes how the work is received, or does it not have an impact? So just the changing site for the display, but also the reception of the artwork in many ways. How much time a person may have to stand with or just experience the work. Do you think that changes if the work was to be put into, let's say, a gallery for a different context?
Actually, this is a very amazing part, actually. If the galleries are different, this is the different. This is like a public project. I thought this is like a museum, like everyone see public, easily to access and everyone see the artwork. It's really, really amazing. The other thing, this is a overseas, no? The other person to come enter into our country. This is the great gateway of our art and culture. They're seeing our artwork. What we are. So this is really, really amazing. I also very thankful part of this project. It's a really amazing part. I consider this like a museum. Thank you.
Instead of displaying the artwork in the gallery, the people used to come to the gallery. It's in a different people. But then if it is in a public place, the floating crowd will be in a different perspective. They have a different perspective. So it's quite interesting. I mean, displaying art in a public area, you can get a very different perception from their angle. And it depends who see the things. I mean, that's what I think. I mean, even you would display in a gallery also, it's applicable. That's it.
Sorry, Shantamani, before we move on to you, Ganesh, can I just follow up with a question just for you?
Yeah, please.
So for your work, specifically where we're coming from and where we're going, we had the immense privilege of actually being taken around the airport and seeing all the work yesterday. And I remember you saying that, specifically for your work, you wouldn't like people to bring their preconceptions to your work.
Yeah.
So could you just talk a little bit about that as well in terms of one's own individual life experiences? You would like to sort of ideally have the person who's interacting with your work pause that and then experience your work.
Yeah. Actually, what from my end, how I connected, conceptualize that idea. Normally, we used to apply our thought, what we see. So, what we gain knowledge, we just try to apply that. So, I really don't know what exactly this is. Somebody taught me that this is the phone. In my personal idea, I don't know what it is. So this is how we are applying all my living space. So we practice our life as a knowledge-based practice. What I considering the knowledge-based practice will mislead and sometimes it's exploit my existence. So when you see the flower, I don't apply my preoccupied knowledge. I enjoy the flower and I flourish that. I don't try to understand that flower or I don't try to get any message from the flower, but I enjoyed it. Something like that, the people can see the images. Maybe it can be a bottle or it can be a sculpture. People can enjoy or they can like a flower. They can see like a flower.
Yeah. As an artist, what do an artist who finishes a work is aspiring is to have an audience, and the larger amount of the audience is better in a sense of enriching your own experience of what your work can be, how it is read, and that is where your work in a way completes. Also, it also allows you to understand your own expression in a better way and to look forward how to go further. So for me, the audience is such a very important element in my work, or any artist's work in that sense. Galleries have its own, positive and negative aspects to it. Public space has an amazing diaspora of people kind of engaging with an artwork. This sort of feels like a democratic space for the artwork. It's not ending up in somebody's bedroom or in a living room, or it needs a kind of a permission for people to see it. Despite of whoever puts the money, it is in the public sphere. Therefore, it is getting engaged in a very different way. The way public art is consumed and also the way it performs is very different. It has a very different dynamics than being in a museum or in a gallery. And I really like that part. Not necessarily that it is heavy meaning and quoted and you have to kind of respond to this meaning that is in the work. For instance, for the first time when I put my work in Kochi Museum, I realized the bodily reaction to the public art. Somebody will lean on it, somebody will, experience it through touch, somebody will refer to it and say, let's meet there. Or it kind of creates a different kind of cultural layers and memories and way we perform around the artwork. And I really like that aspect. So I'm sure if it was anywhere else, it wouldn't have the same opportunity, or it wouldn't have read the same way, the way it's going to be read now. Yeah.
Okay, so specifically this work, Cloud Messenger, Meghdut, spatially in terms of the context of an airport as a place, it's not a neutral space at all.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very specific place. Do you think that impacts the, I'm not saying the meaning or the message of the work, but the meaning-making potential of the artwork? Do you think place impacts that in some ways?
The transition nature is very interesting, and it brings a whole lot of extremes to it. It also can bring in a space where somebody would have just looked at as an object, and it didn't make any kind of impact to them. Somebody would look at it as very dark and very heavy thing that they don't need another stress when they are in the transit. These are the part and parcel of the work. You know, if I am not aware when I put my work into public space, it is going to be receiving all kinds of things into it. That is my shortcoming. So I would rather accept all of that and still look at the work and how it's going to perform. Yeah.
I don't think, first of all, you have any control over how something will be seen. You can take decisions based on what you will put in the public sphere, but how it is received, especially in this context of an international airport where I don't know if it will even be looked at as art. So I'm fine with that.
Could you say a little bit more about that? What do you mean?
I mean, the work is there, the image is there, the experience is there. Now, whether you call it art or not is besides the point. So I think it's important for the work to create that resonance that, I don't know what people will say about this also. It might be interesting to hear all these comments later on, you know. So I hope it connects on that level, and I wouldn't expect anything too specific that this could create something like that in their minds. Or, you know, it inserts, it's like you insert a mnemonic device in people's head, and that's it. And then what happens after is that it takes on its own life, and frankly, you have no control over it. So whether this will have worked in an art gallery, perhaps yes. Whether I would have done the same thing knowing it will be an art gallery, perhaps no. Or perhaps yes. So the reasons for that, I think the context is very important. So when I wanted to do this work, I insisted that I see the site, and there existed nothing like a site, and we walked through the construction and there was only pillars. But somehow it felt very important for me that I have to see where this will be, what height and all these things. Now these are all technical decisions, or perhaps somewhere overlaps between technical and conceptual, but these are all very important to the artist and how you present your work. After that is just an open thing.
Just for everybody who hasn't seen the work in the actual space, Shantamani and Krishna Raj's work are actually quite large scale and suspended from the ceiling, from a height. And Ganesh and Janardhanan's are actually sculptures on pedestals. So there are two different sort of formats in which they are displayed as well, which of course impacts the scale and the experience of viewing them, or the particular standpoint of viewing them. But Krishna Raj, could you tell us a little bit more about how you responded to the idea of Navarasa, if at all, or departures from it, as the case may be?
The sense of wonderment, again, was something that I have always liked, and I hope it creates that kind of an amazement in somebody's minds. To speak of Navarasa, there are so many things that kind of overlap, whether it's happiness or excitement, or, you know, you can call it Adbhuta and, you know, Ananda, Paramananda, so many things. Lexicon put aside, what impact it creates is what I would like to focus on. I think, you know, contemporary art, and then to speak about Navarasa is like very challenging. Why today do we have to refer to Bharata's Natya Shastra in talking about contemporary art? I think that is part of something that we have learned in art school. Continue, it's important to know. How much of it we consciously apply is something that is up to each person. But I think these layers, whether you express or whether you stress on it or not, exists anyway. You know, so call it by any other name, but still whether I say wonder or Adbhuta is like, to me, is irrelevant. But then that sense of what, understanding how that can be evoked, I think is more important. So how you work towards that, perhaps is what we need to, or perhaps the whole study of Natya Shastra has taught us. I don't know if I consciously refer to that, you know, so I cannot say I put, you know, somewhere I tried to put some little Navarasa. It's anywhere there, in anything you express, whether you sing or write or paint, sculpt, whatever. So, but then its insistence on traditional aesthetics. Like if we were to discuss dance today or traditional dance, there's a lot more that you can speak about on that level. But I think lexicon, as I said, set aside, whether Bengaluru or Bangalore is all that for me is the same, So India, Bharat, whatever. So, I mean, I don't want to get into that. But it's like, call it by any other name, it'd still be the same thing, it is here. So naturally it comes in.
I mean, it's interesting how you brought it back to lexicons, and perhaps also words and lexicons are also evoke emotions of different sorts in all of us. Even the act of naming can evoke very strong responses, emotional states of being and mental states of disturbance. But Shantamani, could I ask you a different question, which is that, I'd seen this photograph of your artwork, and then we saw it yesterday at the airport, and it looked very different. And a friend who was walking through the space also, in fact, asked a really pertinent question, which was, at different times of day, and the sort of walls are made of glass, so you see the expanse of the absolutely gorgeous sort of skyscape surrounding the airport, and the light changes. In this case, it looks as though there's a very specific sort of format of lighting on the work. Is that how does the work change, or how do you feel that the experience will change through different times of day? And we know that that is actually times of day, seasons, impact our moods in very real ways. It's not just a theoretical conception, but it's very, very real. So how do you feel, for instance, in this context, in the space that is displayed, that would impact the work and the viewer?
For me, the light was, this particular work is almost like a small work, which is there in Chennai. When I conceived it, it was a very different kind of way of looking at the cloud as a natural element. I really wanted to contextualize charcoal and why I'm working with charcoal in that particular work, and the aspect of acid rain or the fragmentation and human kind of designing natural elements, or it's the something that gets completely manipulated by human hand even before it kind of forms into this kind of monsoon cloud or something. This is what I was looking at. The light was very important for me to create this artificiality, the eeriness, and that kind of space at that point. For me, at this point, I was addressing, the times have changed. It's almost 13 years after that I am revisiting this particular form. And this particular form, which is at around 1 meter, it had to become 4 meter for me to make an impact in the terminal. I know there is a lot of daylight playing in it, but I really wanted to bring that element of blue into it, that artificiality that I wanted to bring into the work. And therefore, it is in the international terminal, because in the night, the light plays a greater role. So in a way, I know that it will be read in different context and different light. And the way I've organized the charcoal also is a way where when there is no blue light, because there's no soft light, you will see those charcoal, those fragments very well. We have created a certain kind of pattern, the transit space, which is kind of blank space, where you your eye move in different shapes and movement. So I've thought about all of those. So to accommodate that kind of different lighting and different ways of seeing in the work, yeah.
Thank you so much. I think we have just about time for one question. If anybody has this burning urge to ask Okay, we have 5 minutes, so maybe 2 questions. Or any responses if you have already seen the work at the airport. Mike?
No, public art is very, very important. And one basic difference which I feel is when somebody goes to a gallery or a museum to look at art, there's an intention of looking at art. And those who go to an airport, they don't have an intention of being faced with art. And I think in this way, there are, in a country of 1.4 billion people, not more than about 2 lakhs people connect with contemporary art. That's the sad state of affair in India. And I think that's a great opportunity, and congratulations.
had one. Yeah.
Tariq and then back to Shantanu.
It's in response to the cloud, actually. I'm quite fascinated by it because, one is because I love charcoal. And what I found, and I love the organic quality of it, and I felt that it fit in very well. I feel everything fits in very well. But my question in particular is that since you've approached the subject after 14 years, the quality of light in that particular space is so special. How do you feel about it? Because I looked at it minutely, and I see it's got these little curves to it, and it's a language that expressed with a lot of little words, and I'm sure each one reflects light in a different manner. Have you seen it at night? Have you seen it? What are your feelings about light and charcoal?
It's very interesting part for me because I look at charcoal or coal as a natural resource, and copper that takes away the energy further. So I know the light, the relationship between electricity and coal, and the charcoal is in somewhere in the middle because we're still using it for cooking and heating and everything. So conceptually, I am also very fascinated with the aspect of light. But it's interesting when then a dark object gets lit, it also absorbs a lot. It's not necessarily it reflects the light that well. The fascination when you actually put the light, no matter how much you put into it, it just goes on absorbing. It's like a dark hole. It just constantly kind of absorbs into it. It's very mild. To the bare eye, it is very mild tinge of color that actually comes out of the charcoal. Daylight is very fascinating because you see a lot more detail in the work. So I was aware of that. Therefore, I sort of I didn't want it to do a random, pattern in it. I created a pattern of flow within this thing. I was very aware that this work is also going to be seen during the daytime. So that's my response. But there is also an element of not having control on it. There are going to be different kinds of light thrown onto it during the day and in the night. So there is that element of accidental way of looking at certain things, which I'm okay with. The other kinds of meaning deriving from it, I'm okay with it. Yeah. But I also want to address this that we are constantly talk about how public doesn't understand contemporary art, and we have very little. We have all of that. But I am. To my experience, or I'm not really afraid of that aspect, that people don't understand my work. I always feel people, especially in public spaces, people react to work. They have a different way of reacting. They may not be able to articulate the way you expect them to articulate around the work, but there is a certain amount of emotion that goes around, and they also behave differently. I would rather have more spaces where I challenge that, and I also see how they kind of react to it non-verbally, and I'm actually quite fascinated with that particular language than worrying about people are not seeing contemporary art or not understanding contemporary art. Yeah.
And I think just to wrap up the session, and I think that's the importance of actually artwork in, I'd call it still a controlled public space, because the airport is not an entirely public space, I would argue that as well, but certainly more public than, let's say, a gallery, which can be quite exclusionary, especially galleries of contemporary art. And I think what you're referring to is just to create the possibilities of an encounter without the pressure to behave or perform in a certain way, mentally or otherwise, and I think that to create an open-ended encounter for anybody to be able to come across an artwork in a place that they're not expecting to, and to be able to respond to it in the way that they want to. And that response can also change. Let's say you're going through Terminal 2 several times and you encounter the work again and again. But just the possibilities of creating that space, and I think that's the importance of an art program like this. And hopefully there will be far more sort of encounters created in different ways between artists, and viewing publics. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's have a quick group photograph with our moderator and our panelists. And let's give them a big round of applause. Latika, I loved what you said about the encounter minus the pressure. Beautifully said, and that's something that we're all going to be thinking about. So thank you so much for kickstarting today. It was wonderful to hear from all of the artists as well. And for those of you that have more questions, of course, our artists are going to be here. The team is going to be here. We can chat, during lunch and during the breaks as well. So design as a discipline is grounded in academic principles, while traditional art has rules that are grounded in intuition and are non-academic in nature. When these two genres come together, there is also a fresh perspective. Some of the artworks at T2 have explored this route, and to discuss more about this is the next session titled Traditional and Design. It will be moderated by a round of applause for Tejasvi Jain. And joining her on stage are artists. Let's have a round of applause for each of them. Ravi Kumar Kashi, Madhu Chandrika, S.G. Vasudev, and the team from Foley Design. Tejasvi, over to you.
Good morning to all of you for coming here, for attending this wonderful session. Big thank you to Bail and Yamini and her team for putting today's excellent program together and the entire program. I think the artists have done their job. Yamini and team and Bail have done their job. Now it's us as visitors, as art lovers, to now promote the fabulous work which all of you have done. So a big, big hand of applause to all of you for the fantastic work which you guys have put in. I visited the airport yesterday and I'm still awed by the works. I have no words to explain it. They were mind-blowing, if I just have to put it in one word. Traditional arts and have always inspired artists and designers alike, and some create or get inspired by these art forms and reflect some elements of it in their artworks, while others make it an integral part of their visual vocabulary. Yet others marry the two to create something totally different and unique. And today's panel discussion will look at 4 such artists who have done some amazing work, or which has been inspired and influenced by these traditional art forms. I would like to introduce the wonderful panel, Madhu Chandrika. She is the founder director of Earthen Symphony and an accomplished artist, and is known for her unique artistic style and innovative approach in incorporating art into architectural aspects. Her work blends Indian aesthetics with the modern and contemporary sensibilities. She's particularly known for disrupting the traditional art world model and then accepting notions of branding. Her art form inspires awe due to their scale and form, which you will experience at the airport. Her ability to create immersive and visually stunning environments not only add aesthetic value, but also add various various public and private, adorns ambience, the overall ambience and characters of the space. Her work can be seen in various public spaces, private spaces, including corporates or corporate offices and hotels and cultural institutions. In addition to being an artist, she is a TEDx speaker and has represented female entrepreneurs of India at the UN Commission for Women at New York in 2019. Michael Foley is one of India's leading product designers and an entrepreneur. He has founded Foley Designs, Foley Innovations, and TLV. Under his creative leadership, Foley Designs has become one of India's leading multidisciplinary design studios. Foley Innovations works on design concepts and prototypes, and TLV Solutions is a design execution company. The furniture for the curbside visitors area, information desks, and check-in stations at the airport are done by them. As an urban planner, he has worked on a series of initiatives around traffic management systems and waste disposals that can be redesigned to meet the growing needs of urbanization. Michael has also conceptualized and created the baton for the 2010 Delhi Commonwealth Games. A big round of applause to Michael. Joining Michael, we also have Mr. Gunduraju. He is 9th generation puppeteer of Togla Gumbeta from Hassan district. In his own words, he has presented leather puppets that are as old as 600 years. He has performed in several places in India, Karnataka, and abroad. He has been in the field for the last 5 decades and has seen the evolution and has taken the puppetry tradition which was passed on from his parents and grandparents and given it a new twist. And his son carries the legacy. A warm welcome to Mr. Gunduraju. Ravi Kumar Kashi, a multifaceted artist who was awarded the Karnataka Lalit Kala Academy Award 3 times and the National Award in 2001. He has worked with solo group works and curated shows across the world in museums, galleries, and art fairs. He has written several articles and books on art, both in Kannada and English. In fact, 2 of his books in Kannada also have received awards. His works with mediums like painting, sculpture, photography, and installation have delivered layer meaning, which engages the viewers at different multiple levels. His works explore the idea of self and its interaction with the urban world, thus sparking deep introspection. His work reflects his interest in exploring the mechanics of making meaning. Over the years, he has developed an unconventional artistic vocabulary supported by a personalized logic and an aesthetic structure born from a process-based act of combining ideas. I think S.G. Vasudev is one of the most, I don't know if anybody who does not know him here. All of us know you, sir. But just to kind of give a brief introduction to sir. He has been, S.T. Vasudev has been a long-time artist associated with the Cholamandala Artists Village, and he is one of the most prominent painters in Karnataka, and he has held many shows across the world. His collections, his artworks are in collections in not just international galleries, but museums as well. And he has won several awards in India and abroad. He is one of the most prolific proponents of indigenous modernism, who has worked across mediums simultaneously, which explains why his creations seamlessly flow from one to the other. His large tapestries and copper reliefs blur the lines between high art and traditional art. Over the last 60 decades, his works on some of the themes which he's been continuously working are Tree of Life, Earthscapes, Love, and Death. A documentary film called The Open Frame tracks the artistic and personal journey of the artist. Vriksha, The Art and Times of S.G. Vasudev is a book that features essays on the various professional and personal phases of the artist's life. A warm welcome to all of you. I would like to start the session by asking each one of you to briefly, in 3 words, describe the experience of creating your artworks at the airport.
Thanks. I studied in Chennai, School of Arts and Crafts, and there was a lovely craft section. And we were allowed to walk into any section there and do whatever one wanted. There was batik, there was textile, there was woodwork, enameling, ceramics, anything. So our principal, KCS Panikka, had allowed us to walk into any section and do things as one wanted. And that was the first interest in craft for me. And we felt that there is very different, very thin line of difference between craft and art. Really speaking, one doesn't know what you call the people who created Mahabalipuram. Are the artists or the craftsmen? Very difficult to say that. Anyway, my interest in craft and learning craft and also doing craft took place in 60s. And it was, Cholamandal was the result of the experimentation we all did, at about 25, 30 of us. We thought we should extend our art to craft and see whether there is any possibility to make enough money from the craft. And so we got, nearly 2 years we worked, and then we had a very good exhibition, which was almost a sellout. We did in batik, we learned batik there in the School of Arts, and then did batik, saris, dress materials, wall hangings and everything, and put them up, and it was all sold. Most of them were sold. That gave us the idea that we should have a place of our own, and not only place of our own to work, but to live around. That's how the Artist Village started. And I think yesterday somebody was asking me a question whether it is, how do the artists live today? We lived in 60s, and the same problem rises today also for the artist community. And it has changed very little since then. Then my interest in tapestry, there's a story behind that. I went to Paris to learn stained glass. And then there was a week time, one didn't do anything, and then they took me to various places One was a stained glass worker whose studio they wanted me to visit. And when I visited that studio, I saw works of Marc Chagall. Marc Chagall's paintings were on the floor. And then I asked him, he was speaking French and I had to speak only in English, and there was a translator in between. And then I asked him, how do you relate yourself with Marc Chagall? Chagall, as you all know, has done wonderful work in glass, stained glass, all over the world. His murals are all known murals all over the world. Then he said, "Sir, Chagall comes, he leaves the painting. I work with the painting. I choose the glasses, cut the glasses to shapes, and then temporarily put them up together on the wall. And when he comes, he corrects them and leaves it to me to finish it." And then I asked him, "How do you know Chagall so well to finish it?" He said, 40 years we have worked together. 40 years. That is collaboration. And I really wanted to collaborate with somebody with whom I could work on tapestries. And tapestry is a beautiful art which I had seen abroad in some of the contemporary tapestries and traditional tapestries in museums and corporate houses and banks. And then when I was looking for somebody in India with whom I could work, because I'm not a weaver myself. I'm a painter, I'm not a weaver. So Hussain Saab, M.F. Hussain Saab, painter, he had a studio very close to my house. He had come over once and he put up some half a dozen tapestries in his house, in his studio. Then I asked him, "Sir, did you do this in Jaipur? Got it done in Jaipur?" He said, no, there is a person in Bangalore. And so he introduced me to this person, and I have been working with him for the last 24 years. And my tapestries are from my paintings. The only thing which I can change in tapestry is, while the thread is dyed to a particular color, instead of red, I can make it maroon. Instead of maroon, I can make it black. Things like that. I can dye the threads to suit, to make it different. And it so happened that when Yamini came, I thought I could do a sculpture for the airport. And I had sent a drawing of my sculpture in copper. But somehow or the other it was changed, and then Yamini came and said that, it's very nice to see your tapestries. So they came to my studio and selected 6 tapestries which are there, which you are seeing. And tapestries are very interesting because, you can see both the sides. One side it looks like abstraction. That's why I wanted it to be displayed anywhere if possible, so that it could be seen both the sides. And I sincerely hope that the viewers of T2 at the airport will see it, both the sides, and appreciate it, and whatever time they can spend thereon. And I feel that art can be anywhere. It can be in the airport, it can be at the museum, it can be in the art galleries, or it can be in houses. There is no difference. And only thing is that there is something which I feel, which I was arguing also earlier, was about hotel art, which I agree that hotel art is different from the other arts. And hotel art is easy for eye to see, and other places it's difficult. Other arts are difficult, and this is how I have conceived my tapestries at the airport. You can see them. Thank you.
You wanted a very short answer. It was a series of problem solving. And then I wondered how I was able to do that, because it was a domain which I didn't know. I just entered and then.
I think for us, we've been working with the airport on many things, and it kind of there was a dialogue on trying to figure out how we could collaborate. And I think for us, the whole project was actually collaboration. It was not about any individual experience or expression, but largely a collective of creative people put together with master craftsman Gundaraju is an amazing puppeteer. He's crafted some very beautiful puppets, and we've got the team to creatively put together a story. So the whole idea was 7 windows, which is a collective. It's a storytelling method. I mean, puppets were used to tell stories, and we said, let's use these 7 windows to tell a story. So we've layered 2 stories. One is about the craft, and I think Gundaraj will speak about that. And what we've done is we've kind of deconstructed the craft, so you see each window individually with a sense of awe of how this is actually done completely with hands. And the second part is we layered a story around Karnataka, and we took a 16th century Rani Abakka, her story and how she kind of protected the Karnataka coast. And we kind of broke that story and layered it with this whole idea of puppet making. And that's what came alive as 7 windows. And I think for us it was, we as a studio I think believe in trying to bring back crafts in a way that it's part of our daily lives. And this was one expression that would expand, reach out to people. I mean, passengers see it, and I think it's a big way to kind of start looking at how crafts can be reinvented in today's context. And this is just the beginning of a journey, and I think we want to do a lot more in this whole space.
So for me, 3 words that you said. The first one is gratitude. Gratitude because I'm very thrilled, happy, glad that I was able to be part of the art program at BIAL, because I'm always, from when I was small, I'm born, brought up a Bangalorean, true blue Bangalorean, and I always thought, when will I be able to have an artwork at BIAL where, which can actually speak about Karnataka and my state. The second one would be about connection. The second word is connection, because what I have tried to do with my artwork is to help or to create a sense of connection to the people who are traversing through the airport, to feel that, yes, this is where I belong, this is part of me, this is mine, BIAL, the airport is me. This is for a Kannadiga who is, so my artwork is inspired, influenced by the architecture of Karnataka. I believe that, and we all know that architecture is an ever-present visual which connects us to the past, helps us reimagine the lives and reimagine everything that was during the time when it was alive. And I have taken the influence from the Hoysala architecture, from the tombs in Bijapur, and also the Pushkarni in Hampi. And the artwork is an amalgamation. It's actually showcasing how what we call as a local is actually an outcome of all the influences that have gone into them. And my artwork shows as a peaceful, happy amalgamation of all the influences that are there, and that is what Bangalore and Karnataka is today. Yeah, those are in 3 words for you.
Thank you.
नमस्कार. कन्नड़ा, फिर भी थोड़े से हिंदी से बात करता हूँ. बहुत अलग अलग जगह से भारत से आए कलाकार और पंडित लोगों को मैं पहले प्रणाम करता हूँ. आप ये पपेट्री देख रहे हैं. एक जात का लोग, एक कम्युनिटी का लोग भारत में, वो भी कर्नाटका में 3,500 साल से ये निभाते आ रहे हैं. ये घर में पहले मैं दिखाना चाहता हूँ, एक लेदर से शुरू हो जाता है. हम तो एक कच्चा लेदर लाके ऐसे एक ट्रांसपेरेंट बना लेते हैं. घर में कहीं भी फैक्ट्री में नहीं मिल सकता है, हम खुद घर में बनाना पड़ता है. बनाने के बाद उनको कोई ट्रेडिशन कहानी का कैरेक्टर होना चाहिए, वो हम खुद बना लेते. बना के सारे रात 9 बजे शुरू होगा, रात दिन सुबह 6 बजे तक शो चलते रहता है. लेकिन ये ट्रेडिशन कला पपेट्री में सिर्फ एक कला नहीं, तो आर्टिस्ट बनना पड़ता है. वो होने के बाद चित्रकला आर्टिस्ट बनना पड़ता है. बाद में गाने का सीखना होता है, इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स बजाना सीखना होता है, डायलॉग लिखना सीखना होता है. ऐसा अलग अलग आर्ट इसके अंदर है. ये ट्रेडिशन रामायण, महाभारत, भागवत, शिव पुराण, देवी भागवत, फोक कहानियाँ, ऐसे बहुत, ये कलाकार कम से कम 300 से 350, 400 तक स्टोरी जानना पड़ता है. घर में शिक्षा होता है उसी के लिए. गाना डायलॉग ये कहानी में शुरू हो जाता है. ऐसा आप तो देख रहे हैं, इसी में हमने कैरेक्टर, ब्रिटिश का कैरेक्टर भी बना दिया है. लेकिन वो तो मेरे दादा का डिज़ाइनिंग है, वो ब्रिटिश का. तब तो ब्रिटिश लोग का क्यों बनाते थे? गांव में मंदिर के पास शो होता था. तब तो आप तो पपेट्री में देख सकते हैं, इंद्रजित काड़गा, शिवजलंधर काड़गा, अभिमन्यु काड़गा, सुधन्व काड़गा. काड़गा मतलब होता है युद्ध, वार. ये वार जैसा करके भारत के लोगों को ब्रिटिश के ऊपर भड़का देते थे. लेकिन ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट ने ये बैन कर दिया पपेट्री को, कभी नहीं ये शो करना है. लेकिन बाद में तो कलाकार पूरा जाके ब्रिटिश ऑफिसर के पास बोला, साहब हमारी ज़िंदगी है, तो हम क्या करना है. लेकिन ऐसा हो तो एक ब्रिटिश लोग को वहाँ शो करने के टाइम में वहाँ रहना चाहिए, तब तो आप शो कर सकते हैं. लेकिन ऐसा चला एक 3-4 साल बाद में तो वो सारी रात तो जाग नहीं सकते थे ब्रिटिश लोग बैठ के. तब इन्होंने जाके बता दिया, ऑफिसर साहब ऐसा करो, आप आपके जैसा एक पपेट बना के हम पपेट्री के स्टेज पे खड़ा कर देते, ऐसा शो कर लेते. ठीक है, ऐसा कर लो. देखो ऊपर का एक है, वो कैरेक्टर बना दिया ब्रिटिश का, वो इसमें जाके इसमें जाके बैठा है. ऐसा पपेट शो करते थे. सारे रात गाने में, डायलॉग में ऐसा होते थे. वो तो डिज़ाइन बहुत सुंदर सुंदर पपेट. आज कर्नाटका का जो पपेट आर्ट है, हर देश में उसको बहुत महंगा है. लेकिन ये इधर तरफ से 2 आंख के बनाते हैं. ये डिज़ाइन सिर्फ कर्नाटका का है. इतना सुंदर पपेट मेरे पास एक 2000 पपेट मेरे परदादा दादा उनके सब 2000 पुराने, बहुत 500 साल पुराने पपेट, 600 साल पुराना पपेट मेरे पास. इतना सुंदर डिज़ाइन बनाते थे. लेकिन क्या है, ये कर्नाटका का पपेट्री में कोई पपेट नहीं बेच सकता था. लेकिन घर में 3 महीने से ज़्यादा नहीं रख सकते, शो करना है. ऐसे ये इसीलिए बंद हो गया. नदी में बह देते थे पपेट पुराना होने जाने के बाद. आंध्रा के पपेट्री में तो लाइफ साइज का पपेट्री में वो बेचने का शुरू कर दिया. तब तो आंध्रा लोग कर्नाटका में आ गए, वो पूरा पुराना पपेट ले जाके वो तो बाहर बेच दिए. ऐसा डिज़ाइन में मैं इनको बता दिया, पॉली कंपनी साहब को बता दिया, साहब ये पुराना डिज़ाइन है, तो वो बनाएंगे हम. इसलिए ये पपेट बना के मैं दे दिया हूँ. धन्यवाद.
Coming back to you, sir. You had mentioned that it was a series of challenges, a series of problems which you solved. Could you highlight a little bit of the challenges which you faced? Creating an artwork, there are challenges, that's one, but also the challenges faced because of the site which it was in. So, both.
Yeah. First of all, when we say tradition, I don't want to make the entire tradition like one big, area. I would always ask tradition of whose tradition, tradition from where, and tradition from which time. So it is a very specific contextual kind of traditions that we have in India, and they are not closed traditions. They are living traditions. They are porous. They are open to new kind of influences and change. So keeping that in mind, when we engage with tradition, I would be looking at various aspects: the content, the material, the stylization, and the way it is made. So all that. Unfortunately, because I'm a teacher, I teach in a school of architecture. We had a project a few years ago where for about 7 days, we spent time with Chanpatna artisans, and then the students had made a project. We didn't actually make a practical work, but we thought about it, we discussed about it. So discussing this idea of how does one engage with a tradition for 80 students, it was there in my mind. And when the offer came that I had to work with Chanpatna tradition, I kind of jumped at it. And the initial idea came very quickly. In about half an hour or so, I had the idea. I was thinking of a man who is flying, but then it became a bird. And then in Chanpatna tradition, you can only make a very small piece. The form has to be very simple because of the turning method. The colors are limited. So keeping all this in mind, I imagined a work where I'm inspired by the bird movement called murmurations, and then I created a bird form. And then to bring in variety, I had to bring in different size birds, and then with a small range of 5-6 colors, I made a series of patterns and all that. So the initial idea happened very quickly, but then the problem started because you have to actually make a piece. I went to the Chanpatna craftsman. I made a kind of small prototype. Then we figured out whatever I imagined could not be possible, so I had to bring it down or transform that. Then scaling it up. So at every step there were more and more problems. So I went on solving them. That's why I said it's a series of problem solving. Initially I thought it will be the entire birds will be on the white wall. But when I went to see the site, it was like a brown, the brick wall. So I had to think of a kind of containment for that. Then that would not be rectangle. It has to be, to make it aesthetically interesting, I made a oval. So what I've done is I have documented whatever problems came and the series of solutions that were possible, and then what we ended up with. So that became a interesting act by itself. And then I put it up in the Instagram. A lot of people liked it and all. So my thing is the initial idea that comes out doesn't really happen in the same way. So it has to be you have to keep inventing ways of solving the practical problems of the scale, then joinery, and maintenance of that. So all this that's why I said it's a series of problems. And then these I wanted to connect it with the airport in the way that it's about flying, going away, coming back. So that's why I call it flights of wonder. And also when you look at these birds which are flying, hundreds of them, and they don't clash into each other, they have a beautiful sense of rhythm. So I wanted to bring that. And as I was working, I called my vegetable vendor. I would call my neighbor, and they really started responding to it. And even as we were installing it, the people who were working in other projects, they came, they saw, they were taking pictures. So I was really sure that they are able to connect with that in a certain way. So that's why I said it's a series of problem solving, and I really liked it and learned a lot. Of course, theoretically, I knew that one can enter a traditional space and then come out with a new way of engaging. But this was a 8 months project, which practically I was doing it and solving it.
Would you like to also discuss on the problems which both of you faced while creating the artworks?
I think one of the things that comes to my mind right now is the fact that we had two processes. One which is the whole authentic handcrafted part, which is the hero of the window, and how do you actually kind of bring the story alive through props and accessories that really speak what the puppet is all about. And so we had to combine something that had, say, low tolerances and high tolerances. So digital printing, lighting techniques, accurate machining of metal parts to hold the bamboo for the puppet, etc. So I think it was a nice combination of contemporary processes and the handcrafted parts, which really comes alive when you see the windows up front. And it's actually one full circle, because when you look at handcrafted elements, it's one-off pieces. And today, a lot of the technologies that are available also allow you to do one-off aspects. So we kind of created a combination of two very distinct processes that are all about creating very unique, almost individual expressions.
मैंने ये तो पपेट मुझे ट्रेडिशनल में तो ट्रेडिशन में ही करते थे, लेकिन अभी तो रानी अब्बा काका ऐसा कभी हम शो नहीं करते थे, बंद हो गया था वो तो। लेकिन इन्होंने आके बताया मुझे, वो रानी अब्बा का क्या शो हम तो डिज़ाइन बना के दे दो। लेकिन मैं पुराना पपेट था, वो पपेट है सुप्रभा का एक पपेट था। सुप्रभा मीन्स वो महाभारत में कहानी आता है, नेपाल का राजकुमारी को अर्जुन ने शादी कर लेता है, तो पुरुष द्वेषी थी वो, तो अर्जुन के ऊपर लड़ने का एक कैरेक्टर था। लेकिन मैं तो उसी का डिज़ाइन उठा के वो पपेट बना के, इन्होंने मुझे वो डिज़ाइन दिखाया, इन्होंने क्या बताया, मैंने वो पपेट बना के दिया हूँ। लेकिन मैं ऐसा बनाने के बाद मैं सोच लिया, हम तो इसके साथ गाना भी रख दिया, म्यूज़िक, छोटा सा म्यूज़िक रख दिया, तब तो वो पपेट का क्या है, उसका शो कैसे चलता है वो भी हो सकता है। मैं मेरा म्यूज़ियम में भी वो ये कर दिया मैंने। लेकिन बहुत लोग आके देखते हैं, वो ऐसा पपेट बना के दिया हूँ, इसके पीछे वो गाना उसका, अब तो गाने में एक शुरू कर देते, कैसे लोग आते तब ಕಾಲಂಗಳೆರಡು ಕೈ ತೋಳುಗಳು ಹನ್ನೆರಡು ನೀಲವಾಗಿಹ ಕಣ್ಗಳೊಂಬತ್ತು ಕುಚಗಳು ಆರು ನಾಲಿಗೆಗಳೈದು ಮೂಷಕನ ಎಗಲೇರಿ ಮೆರೆದಿರುವ ಶಕ್ತಿಲೋಲ ಶ್ರೀ ಗಣಪತಿಗೆ वंदने। ऐसा गाना डाल के उसके नीचे रिकॉर्ड करके हम तो रख दिए। अब बहुत लोग मेरे घर पे आके देख रहे हैं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. This question is for Madhu and Mr. Vasudev. Both of you have collaborated extensively with artists on a traditional craftsmen for a long time. How has the process changed and what has evolved with the collaborations?
So for me, okay. So to get a contemporary take on a traditional craft, that is what has been a constant try. And I think to be able to showcase a contemporary craft, a traditional craft in a contemporary way and give it a total new form and function. Because traditional crafts which were used for certain functions probably now are not used for the same reasons. So, but the crafts are still alive. And those crafts need to have a function. So to transform from the traditional requirement or form of that particular craft into a contemporary setting, to give it a contemporary use so that the craft can continue. So that is what I have tried. And it is a little difficult to get a traditional craftsperson to understand that change has to happen, change has to be made. But yes, it is possible. I've been able to do that, and I think that is the way forward for the traditional crafts.
For me, as Ravi said, tradition is a living one. And we are all part of that tradition. And my experience with this weaver is almost my age, 80 plus. When I met him and invited him to my studio, I said, do you think we can collaborate? He had not heard the word collaboration. He said, Madana sir, Madana sir. I said, look, first of all, I don't want to do one piece or two pieces and then be done with it. I want to continuously do it, to understand the tapestry and to weaving, how it is done. And you should understand the way I paint. So, to first work, we selected one small painting, and then he took almost 6 to 8 months to finish it. And I used to go to his studio. He lives in Malaysia, in Rajajanagar. So I knew the problems he was facing. He thought translating from painting to weaving is very easy. It is not that easy. He said, you mix so many colors to get one color in your painting, which is very difficult, as you know, in tapestry. Each thread I have to put it and cut it, again join it, and put another thread there, join it like that. And he said, not to quote me, Hussain Saab ka bahut easy sir. Yellow, white, black, red, flat colors. Easy for me to do it. But in your case, it's very difficult. I said, okay, no problem at all. Let us work for a long time. There is no short time thing in this. Then he said, 3 conditions, sir. One condition is no time frame. I will take my own time. I said, fine, no problem at all. 2, he said, second one is, I charge whatever I want. I said, no problem at all. And third thing is, he said something, yeah. Don't simplify your art to make it easy for me. I want to come to whatever level it's possible. So with these 3 conditions, we have been working for the last 24 years. And once, when Sakshi Gallery was alive in Bangalore, Geeta Mehra of Sakshi, she said, you must have an exhibition of these works. I had done about 17 or 18 by that time. And then I asked Vikram Sardesai, a designer, to design the exhibition. And he beautifully put up, I never realized that till that time, how beautiful it looks, the back of the tapestry. It looks abstract, totally abstract. And then he had put them up like that in the exhibition as you entered. And then I invited this man for the opening of the show, introduced him to many people, and took him to his studio where NDTV covered the process of his doing my work. Film, it was video film was made. Then two ladies, my friends, they said, if we go to him, he will do it for us. Why do you have to go through you? I don't, yeah, you can go to him, no problem at all. And a month later, he came home and he said, sir, some two ladies came. He was very honest in saying that. They said, please do these two tapestries for us. We'll pay you whatever it is. Then I told them, no, I can't do it. Vasudev sir has said only one of its kind, not more than that. And he pays for it. Whatever I ask, he pays for it. And then I can't do it. So that was the thing which I feel, many people think that, the Indian craftsmen, it is easy to buy them. But I think if you give them a chance to do things, I think they can do wonderful things, and you don't have to, really bother about, these crafts councils promoting craft and things like that. I mean, there is no necessity. I mean, you can use them beautifully. And today I think that a lot of contemporary artists are using craftsmen. And Indian craft is very, very important. And for contemporary Indian artists to use it the way one wants to use, the way he wants to use, I think it's important. And for that matter, the Kashmiri artist, what's his name? I forget his name now. He lives in Delhi. He lives in Delhi. He's a very well-known painter. And he in fact, he had a show at Sumuka Gallery also. Veer Munshi was telling me, the craft is so important that Indian artists should realize that that's the thing which will take you along, to take you forward. And I believe in it very strongly, and I do it that way. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much for your insights. Do we have time for one question? No. Okay. Yes. So the artists will be around for any of you who want to ask them questions post this session. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you so much to our panel. Let's get a quick group photograph before we move forward. Thank you so much, Deshvi. Can we give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? I'll remind everyone once again, don't forget to share all of the goodness here, whether it's videos or photographs on social media. The handle is at BLR Airport on Facebook and Instagram. And of course, use our hashtag, because even if you forget to use the handle, if you use the hashtag, it'll appear. So thank you so much. You all can use that exit as well if it's easier. I think this one is a little sort of crowded because of the podium. Once again, a big round of applause to all of our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much. So while creating art for public spaces, what do artists think and what materials do they work with that will engage with viewers for a long time? Throwing more light on these questions are panelists of the next session that's titled Material and Public Space. I invite artists, and let's give them a round of applause. Siddharth Kaneria, Teja Gavankar, Mayadhara Sahu, Yayati Godbole, and Alex David, along with moderator Suresh Jairam, to please take the stage.
Namaskara and very good morning. I think Yamini is smiling at me because I think when she first started this project, she just took the phone and called me. And I think you've come a long way and congratulations for all this and your team. For me, yes, please. For me, the most challenging part is I don't know anybody on stage and I'm meeting them on the first time. So it's as challenging as putting art in the airport. For me, the airport has been a space for transit. It is not a museum, very importantly. Neither it is an art gallery. But this effort to bring art into a place, which is a place of a lot of tension. You want to get to where you want to go. But you do have a lot of time. And some wise people don't rush to the airport. They go in very early and kind of pause. And this is the time I think is most precious, when you pause, when you want to read a book or you want to catch up with somebody. And this time for pause is a time when we need to make people look at these artworks. I'll tell you, it is very, very challenging. I think I spoke to Anupama Hoskere, who was here. And she was telling me that she kept looking at people who are looking at her puppets, and she feels that some of them don't even are not even curious, but some of them want to know what it is made up of or what the context is. But so there is an opportunity here for the Rasika, who is here a traveler, to somehow get into the conceptual idea of this Navarasa, whatever rasa he wants to take from this pausing time at the airport, and try to get into this work of art or try to be curious. Or a small child might ask a curious question, and who knows, that small child would become an artist. So this could be a space for encountering art. And I feel it's a great opportunity. And an incident happened yesterday where I met Mr. Devraj, who's the curator of the Archaeological Museum. And for the first time, I saw a Chola bronze. It is the most stunning bronze which I've put on Instagram. I know all these people from Vasudev to Talur to Shantamani and Ravi and others are my contemporaries and friends. I know all their works are extremely fascinating, but this Chola bronze stunned me. The 11th century Chola bronze. The pedestal is broken, and obviously you know that is done by the lost wax process. And you look at it and you realize that here is a bronze, possibly in the archaeology department by default. It might be stolen, might be caught at the airport, or being shipped away somewhere else to be in another museum. But today it's got a new lease of life. And thanks to BIAL that it is there as part of many other exhibits. And I think this is going to make maybe a small dent in people's mind, that they would appreciate a little bit of beauty. And if you don't look at a Chola bronze, Chandrasekhara, Shiva, or a Nataraja, or the Devi sculpture, etc., you might even look at the contemporary art and ask questions, because most of the people who have this thing saying that we don't understand modern art. I think here is an opportunity, and maybe they could make a little more effort, and possibly BIL could create some kind of a QR code which they could click it and they click something and get an art appreciation course possible. And maybe we could see some change. Just to make people stop, pause and look is the most difficult task. And I think we need to do this in many more places. So I'm going to move into my topic of materials. As you know, one of the most challenging things of public sculpture or public art is material. And I think the brief given to you is obviously that permanent material chahiye, right? But it is a challenge because as the leather puppeteer said, I think we have a large collection of leather puppets in Chitrakala Parishad. They're going to sink it into the water. Everything is not permanent. And these materials need not last also. I know BIL won't do that, they'll try to preserve it as much as possible. But there have been situations where I think there's a lot of material that is extremely challenging that you have used in your work. So I'm going to ask each one of you to introduce yourselves very, very shortly and tell me what kind of material that you've used in your artwork. Please. Siddharth.
Hi.
Hello.
Mic on? Okay, so my pieces are based on Mysore Maharaja's board games, and they are all floor inlay designs. So I had to take the toughest material. I didn't have any choice. But of course, through that also, I've worked with marble and black stone. And previously, I'd tried with granite. Of course, we didn't work. Also with epoxy. But these are all based on the interpretations of the Maharaja's interpretations of the original board games. And the pity is that nobody has documentations, or there are like nearly zero documentation of all his games. So I had to do research and reinterpret what the games would have been and why the Maharaja would have interpreted those games in that way. So that was my concept, was reinterpreting the interpretations.
Is there an opportunity for somebody to play this game or figure out how this could be?
Well, if you know the traditional board games, then I guess, yeah. Like the Knight's Tour is a game where the horse piece, or the main piece, is only able to walk 2.5 spaces in a regular chessboard. But what the Maharaja did was devised the whole play where the horse piece covered actually each and every block on the chessboard. You know, and it's a completely mathematical genius that he was. So most of the games that he did was based on mathematics and also having some moral stories behind them. It's like to carry forward the culture and the traditions of the region.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello everyone. So my work was, generally my practice is about perception, and this work called Khora. Khora is a Greek word which means neither this place nor that place. It's neither this nor that. So it's not particular, it's not universal, but it's singular itself. And it's kind of, it's a transitory kind of a space. So in context of airport and how the memories we carry from, from one point to other point, and it's mix of emotions, and it's very fluid kind of, there is no form to it. And that's how the work is here. And it's with a very basic form. It's sphere, and the sphere is made of a 2 hemisphere, but there are 2 hemisphere, and it's still not, we can call it as a sphere. So it's more of working with this, like the flux, how the form is changing when you move from one point to another point. And yeah, and about material, it's brick. It's a tiny miniature size brick. It's a terracotta, and it's a cladding process. That's because it has to be hollow, it has to be light in weight because it's a construction kind of a material. So to make it lighter, it's a cladding process. So
Thank you. Alex. Incidentally, I've seen Alex's work and I've often admired it. And now I see him live and I bump into him in the airport for the first time and we kind of recognize each other. So,
thanks, Suresh. Yeah, unfortunately I have to, just talk about the image that I have because it's still a work in progress. So the materiality, the materials I've used is like a bronze finished steel, stainless steel, and script. So that's what I'm going to compose the whole thing.
Does the script say something?
It does. It's a Navarasas.
Okay.
It's like a chant that's going on, that's under the canopy of the leaf. More like the money stones that you find, the Buddhist money stones or the prayer flags in the mountains. So that was the idea. When I started work, it was on a much larger scale. I conceived it as a larger scale work. And the idea was for people to sit around or sit be under the canopy of this,
And what is the scale of the work?
It was fairly large initially, but now it's scaled down to the, kind of an interior space kind of a scale.
As you, some of you already know that the airport has very enthusiastically brought in the garden as a theme into the airport, and I think it's makes it one of the most unique features in many other airports that I have seen.
Yeah. Also, this particular one, this is for me, Bengaluru is just represented by one tree, the rain tree. So it's the architecture of the rain tree. And it's from one of the streets that, I could kind of more or less get close to it.
Just as an anecdote, can you tell us why and where did you study in Karnataka?
Oh, yeah. I did my engineering in Chikmagalur.
Okay.
And before I started on my journey elsewhere, all over the place. But my starting point has been Chikmagalur. I very much loved it. Used to, keep escaping to Bangalore. Spend a lot of time by the streets and such. Yeah. Perhaps that came from there, the memory of those grand old rain trees lining up the streets.
Just another story is somebody told me that Bangalore has the largest rain trees because and most of them were planted in the cantonment area to camouflage spaces that cannot be seen from the air. So it was another way of trying to camouflage army spaces which were there. And the rain tree has become part of our lives now. Next.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Siddharth, and the installation is inspired from Indian thali, the way different flavors or tastes or the emotions are combined in a different thalis all over the Asian subcontinent, and that was the base behind this installation. I have taken different spices, fruits, vegetables as different layers of the glasses, and the thali where you see all these flavors or the taste combines with each other. That's how I say even the emotions or rasas are not individual. They merge with each other. They create their own cosmos or the era or the space, and that's what I wanted to create. And as far as the materials are concerned, I've used two different things. One is the analog way of printing photographs, that's the cyanotype as the base process, which then digitally translated into a glass, a series of layers of glass which can be viewed differently from each side and creates a world of its own. So that's being the base for this installation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mayadhar Sahu. So basically मेरा जो मटेरियल रहता है वो सब्जेक्ट का ऊपर ही डिपेंड करता है. So what kind of subject I choose? Because I did also marble, iron, lots of material I can use. And this culture, I think we are making wood, but ये हम MDF में करने वाले थे, because MDF is synthetic material, so it is not the fire approval, all this thing. So that's why this is using teak wood. So basically इसमें जो whole idea comes from Hampi. Just I got this call letter 1 year before, just visit in Hampi areas, all this temple, Vittal temple, uh, uh, Lotus Mahal, Elephant Stable, all these areas. तो उसका जो आर्किटेक्चर मोर इंस्पायर द इंडियननेस. सो यहाँ पे मैंने वो जो एक इंडियननेस का एक जो होता है ना, एक टिपिकल, सो हम्पी इज ए रिच आर्ट एंड कल्चर. सो जस्ट आई ट्राई समथिंग एंड ये जो विंडो है ये एक्चुअली इंस्पायर फ्रॉम विरूपाक्षा टेम्पल. जो top to bottom you can see the every steps, the small windows, you know. So just inspire this thing. Whole thing is focused in Hampi. Yeah.
I want to take a word that was mentioned, typically Indian, and I think when you go to Hampi you realize that the typically Islamic is also part of our Indian ethos, and it is if you look at the Lotus Mahal, it is not what people want to look at it as a Hindu architecture. It is more of this beautiful coming together of the Islamic and the Indian architecture together. And this is what, like how we have this fantastic thali where you can bring in lot of different flavors and rasas into one. I think Indian art is the most cosmopolitan thing that we could think across, where it draws from many cultures. And I think Hampi does it very well. And it is, I think, the most amazing space that we have as inspiration for architecture and landscape. I just want to ask you a very short question. Do you like the audiences or the people coming to the airport to touch your work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some passenger are saying, you can see there is some set, you know, बाहुबली सेट. सो इट इज़ कहीं ना कहीं तो वो इंडिया को कनेक्ट कर रहे हैं, यू नो. तो हमारा जो आर्ट एंड कल्चर है तो उसमें हम कुछ भी कितना भी हम डिफरेंस करें उसमें अपनापन तो एक होता है ना. सो लाइक दिस.
Others, what do you think that art people can touch it, or is there don't touch me, don't see from far?
I feel being at a glass, people are a bit afraid touching that, so it's good for me. So, but glass is looked as a fragile material, but nowadays it's a very strong material. I don't think that's an issue, people touching it. And I'm glad it's an island kind of a thing, so people normally go around and see and try to pursue it.
Same question. I know. I kind of wanted people to feel it more than, you know, even the scale and the positioning and the idea of this whole script was more of a feeling than touching. So.
It's of course same, but I just wanted to add this incident when I started this practice of site-specific work. I'm doing interventions at the public spaces, and those works are like, it's not work. They are, you know, you're extracting something from the public and you're putting back into it, and that is all there. So dogs are, for the work is becoming a shelter for the dogs, or they are, you know, it's taking, you know, in a different way. So it's no more work and kind of look at me kind. It's more of their own thing. You can touch, you can do whatever.
It also has a potential as a maquette. It can become a very big sculpture and people can move around it.
Yes. Yeah.
Next, I think all people are part of your work.
Yeah, I have no option. I have buggy stopping on my work, so I can't say anything.
You know, since this is a thing of material and you raised a question, and being the person who was curating everything, this was a question that came often from the operation teams, because they wanted to put a barricade or the queue manager around every work, and I said no, it's not going to happen. it's in a public space because you don't want to intimidate people. You want people to go right up to it. So when you said that airport said ekdam permanent material mein banao, well, that was a desirable factor, but not a mandatory factor. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had puppets coming in, or Siddharth's work was in glass. Everybody at the airport who had to manage it freaked. Glass as an artwork? I said it will work. And why are you putting it at a level where they can touch? I said it has to be touched. So I think they had a liberty to explore and work in the material that they wanted. And just to add what Teja's work is about bricks, the entire, for those of you who have traveled, the airport's core design language is bricks and glass and bamboo. And when we saw Teja's work, which was she had of course come with a different proposal, it got changed around to a different thing. We said the material, the play of material, where you see brick as an architectural material, but here is an artist who's using it in a very different language and making it do different things. And that's the thing. I think they all have been very kind in saying that they didn't have challenges. Poor Mayadhar had to change his entire technique, because MDF lends itself to laser cutting. And the proposal that he had given was laser cutting. And I was completely clueless about, this was in the initial days where security would come or safety would come and say that this is an unstable material. So that was a learning curve for us. And I said, Mayadhar, ye to nahi hoga, aap dusra socho. And he was like, par teak mein main ye nahi kar sakta, isme ye nahi kar sakta. I said, socho. And that is a very interesting, of course, he resolved the issue and he came up with MDF and, did the whole way of working differently. That changed not only the material and his technique, but also the form. What you see is just one image. But he actually then made it into like a screen, 5 panels. People can go around it. So the change of material brought in a change not only in terms of the technicality of how do you execute it, but how do you think the form altogether. And for the floor inlay, again, I never realized artists would be so kind and gentle and not tell you the hard, ugly truth. But there was such a lot of struggle to translate them into the material. Like we began with granite, because again, the maintenance team said, oh, granite is sturdy, buggies have to go, cranes have to go. But the translation of granite into this kind of intricate design just wouldn't work. We had 3 trials done. And then of course exploring and then figuring out how do you cut it. These are people who are working with extremely, their artwork is not defined by their concept, but how the material behaves and what are the techniques and possibilities of it. And at sometimes we let go of the thing permanence. I said, nothing is permanent. Come on, let's deal with it.
I think thanks for this perspective of the patron, and I think there are no more questions for you all, but I'll open it out to the audience with a little more time.
We have to have conversations. I think that makes it more interesting. None of these guys were like, but why are you making us sit and have panel discussions? I said, no, that's part of the process, so let's go through it.
And I'm sure none of them knew me, so that's also safe.
But that's the fun, right? I mean, let's figure out how we go along.
Yeah. I mean, and I'm sure that next time you want to go to the airport, I think you should go a little early and look at what is happening there or what has happened there, and it would give you a lot of joy in trying to know what are the efforts of all these artists who are here put into making BIAL a more fascinating place rather than just a boring airport which you generally see. And I have no more questions, but if the audience has any questions, most welcome to ask.
No, I think we can move on to the next section.
Okay, thank you very much. That's made my life easy. Thank you, everybody, and all the very best. And hope we see you.
I hope you have
Bangalore.
questions over lunch and otherwise
yes,
also,
definitely,
but not now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists and our moderator as well for keeping us on track. Thank you, Suresh. And Yamini, you're quite the tough cookie. We can see how you made all of this happen. A big round of applause for all of our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Traditional art does not have to mean the repetition of ideas and forms. In fact, the artists of this genre are innovating and adapting with time without losing their original style. The next session looks at traditional continuity in the field of arts and how artworks at BLR Airport's T2 are in fact based on certain traditional practices. To tell us more about it, let me invite our panelists, of course, with a round of applause. We have with us Santosh Kumar Chitragar, Nagraj Bakle, Archana Shenoy, Anupama Hoskere, Sumiran Pandya, with the session moderated by Leena Vincent. Let's give them a big hand.
Hello and good afternoon to everyone. It has been, like Tejasvi said earlier, an absolutely awe-inspiring experience to be at the airport yesterday. We managed to see all the works, and it is really an incredible platform for people to engage with art, whether they commonly do so or not. I feel extremely privileged to be here, and thank you to Yamini and everyone else on the team. It is a very, very interesting discussion that we are having here. So I think in the light of time being very short, and that you can always go and look at their details online or in the details that are supported by BIAL. I will not give long introductions to everyone who is here. But just to say that we have with us Anupama Hoskere, who is a master puppeteer and someone who has shed light on a tradition that perhaps would be fast disappearing. We have Santosh Kumar Chitragar, who was born to a family of traditional practitioners of woodcraft, identified in Kinhal, and he is going to talk about his work processes, which are incredibly detailed and carried on from generation to generation. Supporting the work of Santosh Kumar Chitragar is Archana Shenoy here joining us with Gallery G. We have Nagraj Bakle here, and his work as well connects with the techniques that are used at Kinhal. And also with us, Sumiran Pandya, who is the co-founder of Gatha, which is an independent creative company based in Ahmedabad. And they're doing an immense amount of work with craft and the documentation and revival of many of these processes. So with that team in place, I think that I personally am a very ambitious panelist. I have a large number of questions, but I will also warn you that I'm very good at keeping time. So if you wander into a story that's too long, then I'll have to stop you. But to say that my own work has led me to engagements with a lot of indigenous arts as well as the very contemporary space, and I see them at the same time. They are both contemporary at the same time. And tradition is, like a flowing river. If it stills and stagnates, then it's possible that it can die. But these are traditions that are living, like Ravi Kashi said earlier. We see them around us. These are cultural practices that are embedded in our consciousness. We see them in our homes and anywhere we move around in our country. So, with this as a sort of start, I'd like to, I'll of course join you there, but I'd like to begin by asking you to, maybe each of you, to talk a little bit about the storytelling aspect that has come in with the work that you created. And I take this point of storytelling because I think, having so many oral traditions surrounding us in our culture, we realize how much of it is passed on from generation to generation through the idea of stories. And a lot of our practices are also based on the idea of telling stories in different ways, just like the puppetry that we were hearing about just now from Mr. Gundara. And I'd like to begin with that. So if each of you could share a little bit about the storytelling aspect that has come through in this association with the Navaras.
Check. ನಮಸ್ತೆ, ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಬೇಸಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಕಿನ್ನಾಳ ಆರ್ಟಿಸನ್ ಆಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ವಿ. ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ನ ಪೇಂಟಿಂಗಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಇದೇ ಚಿತ್ರಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಪೇಂಟಿಂಗಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ವಿ. ಬಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಲೆನೂ ನಾವು ಇದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ಬೆಳೆಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕಲ್ತಂಥ ವಿದ್ಯೆನ ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ರಾಫ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಆವಾಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಮಗೆ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಅದೇ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಮೆಥಡ್ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಥರನೇ ಏನಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೇ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತಂದರೆ, ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವಯಸ್ಸಲ್ಲೇ ರಾಮಾಯಣ ಮಹಾಭಾರತ ಕಲಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ಒಂದು ನಿಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು ಐಡಿಯಾಗಳು ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ವರ್ಕ್ನ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮದು ಕ್ರಾಫ್ಟ್ ಇರೋದು ವಿಜಯನಗರ ಸಾಮ್ರಾಜ್ಯದಿಂದ ಈ ಕಲೆ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದೆ. 550 ವರ್ಷಗಳಂಥ ಹಳೆಯ ಕಲೆ. ನಾವು ಇವಾಗಲೂ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು ವಿಜಯನಗರ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ವಿರೂಪಾಕ್ಷ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಗಿರಿಜಾ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ, ದಶಾವತಾರ ಈ ಥರ ಚಿತ್ರಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಇವಾಗ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗೊಂಬೆಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ರೂಢಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದ್ವಿ. ನನಗೆ ಈ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಬಂದಾಗ, ಅಂದರೆ ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ದು ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಸುಮಾರು ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ವಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಫ್ಲೈಯಿಂಗ್ ಇರೋದು, ಅಂದರೆ ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಫ್ಲೈಟ್ಗಳು ಫ್ಲೈಯಿಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಏನು ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ನನಗೆ ಮಹಾಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಗಂಧರ್ವಗಳು ಆಕಾಶದಿಂದ ದೇವಲೋಕದಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅರ್ಜುನ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಯುದ್ಧ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಗೆಲ್ತಾನೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ನಾವು ಓದಿದ್ವಿ. ಗಂಧರ್ವ ಮೇಲಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ರೆಕ್ಕೆ ಇರುತ್ತಾ, ಫ್ಲೈಯಿಂಗ್ ಅಂದರೆ ರೆಕ್ಕೆಗಳಿರುತ್ತಾ, ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಈ ಥರ ನಾವು ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ಓದಿದಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಯಾವ ಥರ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಗಂಧರ್ವಗಳಿಗೆ ರೆಕ್ಕೆಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನವರಸಗಳನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಬಟ್ಟು ಅವರು ಹಾರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿಯಿಂದ. ಅಂದರೆ ಹಕ್ಕಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಹಾರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಖುಷಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ನೋಡೋರ್ಗೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಖುಷಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅವಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಭಯನೂ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಸುಮಾರು ಗ್ಯಾಲ್ರಿ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿಯಾಯಿತು ನಮಗೆ ಗ್ಯಾಲ್ರಿ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರು ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ಪಲ್ಲೂ ತುಂಬ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಹಂಗೂ ಹಿಂಗೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಫೈನಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಲೇಷನ್ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
Thank you, Santosh. Would you like to add to that, Archana? That is, maybe explain a little bit about what he said.
Sure. So, Santosh primarily spoke about the story of the Gandharvas that he tried to translate into this 10-piece installation that you see in the terminal. Now, while we supported the artist, we also had a taskmaster who was sitting on our back asking for certain things. And one of the biggest mandates that Yamini gave us was a variation in size. something that traditional artists like Santosh and Nagraj were not used to working on. So if you look at the traditional stories that they tell through their Kinala figures, they don't go beyond an 18-inch or a 24-inch size. Now here you had to inform them that the airport wanted big, and big meant 30 inches. Now for the materials that they are used to working on, ನೀವು ponki mara istemal ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, so they use a very soft wood called ponki mara. You don't get the wood in that size, so procuring it, informing them how to treat that wood and how to work with that wood was, what we had to do for them. And a lot of information was shared, a lot of technical support was provided to the fact where the installation methodology that was required for a public project like the airport had to be something very unique and very different. So that's the role where we come in as, the support system of a gallery. But the traditionality and the sanctity of the craft has been completely maintained by them. And the stories that they've tried to tell through the craft of the Gandharvas, the only alteration we made is we did not want to keep it religiously specific, so we had them take off the crowns. And that itself had Santosh, crying blue murder for a bit. He was like, "Madam, how can you remove the crown?" He was like, "No, you will." So that's what you see. And believe me, the magnificence of the pieces comes in the fact that Yamini insisted on 3 sizes. And that's what we've, tried to provide to them.
Yes, and really looking at them in the space that they are, I think that people are just going to be sort of grouping around even though there is no time.
So the positioning of these have also been so strategic. You actually end up looking at them this way when you're on the escalator. I just hope no one misses their footing, but they look magnificent when you observe them that way.
Absolutely. So I think then we can go to you, please.
What kind of a new ಈ ಟೈಗರ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಹೇಳಿ?
ಹಿಂದಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ.
ದೇ ಸ್ಪೀಕ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡ.
Yesterday he was
ಹಿಂದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆದರೆ ಹಿಂದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿ.
Whatever.
सबको नमस्कार, मेरा नाम नागराज है. एक्चुअली आई एम नॉट फ्रॉम किन्नार. मैं एक पेंटर हूँ, लेकिन आई एंड संतोष मेट इन अ कॉलेज और हम लगभग 15 साल से फ्रेंड्स हैं. और जैसे कि किन्नार एक स्मॉल डस्टी विलेज का क्राफ्ट है. अब लोगों को मालूम पड़ रहा है कि इट्स अ वेरी ब्यूटीफुल क्राफ्ट, बट कुछ समय पहले इसको डाइंग आर्ट बोला जाता था, क्योंकि किसी को मालूम नहीं अभी तक कि किन्नार कहाँ पे आता है. इट्स अ वेरी ब्यूटीफुल क्राफ्ट. उसका हिस्ट्री भी उतना ही सुंदर है जितना विजयनगर का एम्पायर उस टाइम पे था, और इतना इंस्पायर उससे है. किन्नार एक ब्यूटीफुल क्राफ्ट है, उनमें बहुत सारे आइडल्स बनते हैं, टॉयज़ बनते हैं, और जो वहाँ के विलेज के सीन्स होते हैं वो टॉयज़ में कन्वर्ट करके वो दे एक्सप्रेस देयर सेल्फ थ्रू देयर क्राफ्ट. और मैं किन्नार के लिए लगभग 4 से 5 साल काम कर रहा हूँ. देखते देखते मैं भी किन्नार का एक पार्ट बन गया अभी. एंड एक्चुअली एक बड़ा थैंक बोलना चाहिए गैलरी जी को इसमें दे, क्योंकि उन्होंने आइडेंटिफाई किया कि एक स्मॉल डस्टी विलेज का एक क्राफ्ट है, अभी लोगों तक पहुंच रहा है, और इतना बड़ा एक्सपोजर हमको मिला थ्रू गैलरी जी एयरपोर्ट के लिए. एक्चुअली वी नेवर इमेजिन कि हमको इतना बड़ा एक्सपोजर मिलता था, लेकिन किन्नार अब एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे रीच हो रहा है, क्योंकि लोगों के साथ इंटरेक्शन करने के लिए एट दिस बिग प्लेटफॉर्म, जैसे कि बेंगलुरु एयरपोर्ट हो, लोग वहाँ पे आ सकते हैं, देख सकते हैं. इट्स रियली बिग अचीवमेंट फॉर अस. एंड जैसे कि सब्जेक्ट के बारे में हम बात करें, सो इट्स हम मेरे को बताया गया कि टॉय में आपको काम करना है, टॉय, लेकिन इट्स अ वेरी न्यू सब्जेक्ट फॉर मी. और संतोष जी का मेरे को गाइडेंस ऑलवेज था, और गैलरी जी का एक कॉन्सेप्चुअल उन्होंने बोला कि हमको इसको ब्लेंड करते हैं, ट्रेडिशनल को और कंटेम्प्रेरी को कुछ ब्लेंड करना है. तभी जाके गैलरी जी ने कुछ कॉन्सेप्ट्स डिज़ाइन करे, हमको बताया ऐसे हम करना है. और आपको देखने में दिखता है कि इट्स लुक लाइक अ डॉग, और कुछ आपको टाइगर भी फील होगा और कुछ डॉग भी फील होगा. इट्स लाइक जब लोग देखते हैं इट फील्स अ टॉय, और कुछ बच्चों के लिए भी इट्स अ जॉयफुल थिंग. इट्स अ टोटली प्लेटफॉर्म ऑन टॉय, और उसका जो भी ट्रीटमेंट है प्योरली हैंडमेड है, और जिसका इवन कलर भी यूज़ हुआ है इट्स टोटली हैंडमेड. it's a beauty of Kinnar. It's called Lajjavar color.
Exactly. We'll get back to that later when we talk about technique. But it is, in fact, so beautiful because the concept of the toy as a sculpture in this size creates a really different sort of impact. And I think that a lot of people will associate their own memories and their own histories when they look at objects like these. So I think that the impact is huge. I would like to go to Anupama ji next. In also, yesterday you were explaining so beautifully about the entire, the stories that each of these forms and figures are talking about. So if you'd like to share that now with the audience.
Thank you. Namaskara. The whole process, since Yamini and I met for the first time, happened in total abandonment, excitement of discovery, bliss, and ended with excitement and happiness. This is the underlying story of the stories. Puppetry in India is balanced with form and content. So the beauty, the abandonment I talk about comes out of this equilibrium balance. Without a story, the form becomes boring. Okay, so yeah, it's nice, but for how long can you see this? It's pretty much what it goes to. When we started with this platform and she said airport, then I'm like, location. Oh, DVG is from that area. DV Gundappa, for those of you who don't know, is after Kalidasa, he's called a Rasa Rishi. He talks about sublime rasa, the emotions in abandonment. I will talk about it later. We have one more question if we have time permission. So this, she's given a wonderful question, by the way. Anyway, so when this came in, I examined the Madanikas. I said, oh, this is so beautiful because, the sculptures as a child, as an adult, I've been going to these temples and wondering what are these, how are these, and then I started, crafting so much and I became adept with using the material wood, which is what the puppet is made out of. And then I said, okay, now, you see, there are fine attributes. It's not the main puppet. Main puppet is in Beauty Shringara. Then there are all these attributes which are there in the sculpture. I'll give you just one small example and stop because no time. See, there is Kapi Kupite. There is a lady, the Hasya Rasa is depicted in white color, which we have brought it into the puppets there. It is according to the Natya Shastra. And then the Kapi Kupite is, she's angry. I noticed that her photo is used in the videos also there. That is their choice. But angry woman is like a famous topic in the world. Anyway, so this Kapi Kupite who is very angry picks up a stick to hit the baby monkey, which is pulling her dupatta. Incidentally, I had this same experience in Bali. And I was angry and scared both. So when I was in this state, my own family was laughing at me. Okay, so this is Hasya. Somebody said Rasas overlap. Very true. Here is an example at the airport. So every one of these beautiful maidens, Madanikas, who are like there in the temple in Belur for hundreds of years, they are all speaking the story of life. And hence the spiral of life. In life, you go through everything. It's only when you're free, you're like, absolutely free, no ask, no tell, and thank you, Yamini, for giving me that freedom. Nothing was told. No demand, no comments, nothing. She said, do it? Yeah, okay, great, let's do. See, this I'm very grateful for. Everybody is telling an artist, you're boxed. Even the word, I hate this box, contemporary tradition. Who cares? We are human beings. We do art. Can you rise and come to the level of the rasa where we don't care what it is? Why are we labeling life? Yamini didn't do that. And I don't know what this art will be called in this world. It is a work of joy. It is a work of life. It is a work of the storyteller of India. Auto rickshaw driver is also storyteller. You want to have a happy auto ride? Ask him Yendriya the photo and he will tell you one hour story, journey over. So, we puppeteers are very, very desi people, storytellers, and give us a little bit. We'll go on for 3 hours, but not today. Thank you.
That was, that encapsulated everything that we are feeling. So I'd like to ask you about the storytelling aspect that was developed with collaboration with Mr. Rauf Ali.
Hello. Hello. I think storytelling, I think first of all, storytelling is everywhere. So if you want to sell the product, you tell the story. Like I'm a designer, I'm not an artist. But suppose if you are wearing a very beautiful sari or saying it's a block print sari, people will say wow. But suddenly if you are saying it's 4,000-year-old printing technique and it Mohenjo-daro it was there, then suddenly value of the product will change. And people will start also appreciating your product. And the value of your product will also go high. So that's the power of storytelling. In this, actually, in our office, we always had a discussion and we face a very common problem. Somehow, हम लोग कहीं रुक गए हैं. I'll also speak in Hindi so that other people can also understand. Like जब भी कोई interesting चीज़ बताने की बात आएगी तो monuments, 200 साल पुराने monuments, art, 200 साल पुराना art, theatre, पुराना theatre. So how we are evolving actually. We are always appreciating our ancestors' work, but if you say कि आप आज की कोई building दिखाओ जो अपने आप में wow हो, तो शायद एक भी लोगों के दिमाग में नहीं है. So in this, what we tried, the Bidri is a very traditional art form, but we thought it's happening in Bangalore. So what is Bangalore's characteristic? The first thing come in our mind is the IT capital of the India or the Silicon Valley. So there are many interesting things. People are also very geek. Okay, they lives in Bangalore but follow US time standard or food or whatever. So we thought the PCB is the best, when you connect art form with the characteristics of any other thing. So we took inspiration of PCB. PCB is basically printed circuit board, which we use in computer or any digital gadgets. And what we tried, we took the element from the PCB and we tried to replicate into the map of the Bangalore. So it's actually a Bangalore map, if you look at it closely. And it has all the Bangalore ka prominent roads, it is a race course, there are many things. So from a distance, if you'll see, it looks like a cluster of a houses or a colony, but when you go close, you'll realize it's a PCB's element. So one side of the panel is totally digital, you can say. Another of the side of the panel is very traditional, where we took inspiration from the fort of the Bidar and the Bangalore Palace. And then all the birds belong to Bangalore. So we thought कि अगर बाहर नहीं भी दिखें तो कम से कम पैनल में तो लोगों को कुछ नज़र आए, because so these are the traditionally locally available birds in the panel. So I think that's all, and it has a very in terms of craftsmanship, it's really beautiful, and it's not nothing. I mean, it's 100% handmade. It's not like कि आप CNC पे carving कर रहे हैं फिर silver inlay कर रहे हैं. Or so if you see all the lines and everything is so perfect कि एकदम parallel आपको नजर आएंगे उसके अंदर. I think that's the beauty of the product.
Thank you so much, Sumiran. I think to take it forward from there, I'd like to raise this question to you, Archana, and Sumiran as well. Talking about continuity here, in the space of someone who is collaborating with a crafts system, and sort of making an intervention. I don't really like the word intervention, but it is a sort of, adding a direction or a curatorial standpoint. What do you feel that, in fact, does to the progress of an art form? That's to you as well as to Sumiran after that.
See, more than an intervention, I believe to showcase what we are trying very hard to preserve, there need to be some supporters. And for artists like Santosh and Nagraj, whom we have been working with for more than 4 to 5 years now, support comes in various forms. It also comes in the form of helping them expand their knowledge, digitizing the work that they are doing, trying very hard to preserve these oral traditions that they have been practicing, by digitizing it onto platforms so that more people can read and understand. Now, our association with them began simply when we found out who they were and contacted them because someone showed us a picture of what they wanted. But today we are working with them on the scale where we are trying to educate them to create newer types of figures, because traditionally in Kinnal you had characters from the Ramayana, characters from the Mahabharata. They would make fruits which you would see as part of the Golu display in Karnataka or other parts. But today we've had them make figures from a Ravi Verma painting, which have now been translated into Kinnal style. So we are teaching them something new, we are supporting them, we are trying to promote their craft in every possible way, encourage more people who patronize what I call a very elitist space like a gallery to try and invest into craft, because it's very important. While you may have a lot of money to buy art, why can you not also spend that money to support a craft? So in our gallery, alongside very expensive art, you will also find crafts like this, which are put on display. And somehow I feel if more of us invest ourselves into doing something like that, GI tagging aside, these people need more visibility and they need more support, and they need to be brought into the mainstream market, which is something that projects like BIAL have helped. So now everyone who passes through that terminal will actually hopefully stop, stare, take that 30 seconds to read those 10 lines that have been added and know that there is something like Kinnal, which is, because in Karnataka when you say craft, you first think Chanpatna when you say toy, because that is the more spoken about craft. So here we hope that more people will now know that something like Kinnal exists, and that people like Santosh and Nagraj, who are 7th or 8th generation descendants, are actually working very hard to practice that and keep it alive.
Thank you. Thanks, Arjuna.
I think, I don't think a craft is dying, first of all. We are working with more than 400 crafts. Yes, 5% craft is dying, but 95% craft is actually flourishing. अगर आप बहुत सारे वीविंग के क्लस्टर्स देखें तो जहाँ पहले 25-30 लोग वीव करते थे वहाँ पे आज 400-500 फैमिली वीव कर रही हैं. यस, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हमारे शोल्डर पे है, बट आई थिंक फ्यूचर इज़ इन कोलैबोरेशन rather than seeing artist as a lower category में काम करने वाला कोई. You should do the collaboration. आपके पास idea है, आप उनसे collaborate करें, आप interesting product बनाएं. So I think that's future is. तो अगर if I come from a design background, so I have some interesting idea for the sculpture. I'll collaborate with the Bidri artist Rob ji, and we work together and we come up with this interesting output. So I think because we are talking about lots of Navarasa, I think there is a Daswa Rasa also, which is Garu, a proud, जिसमें आपने कुछ काम किया और आपको गर्व फील हुआ. That's also Rasa. मम्मी ने खाना बनाया बहुत अच्छा, बच्चों को बहुत बढ़िया लगा, मम्मी को गर्व फील हुआ. So this is also a proud. आपने कुछ सोचा और उन्होंने उसको ऐसे एग्जीक्यूट किया कि आपको देखकर फील हुआ कि यार इसमें ना तो श्रृंगार है ना हास्य है, कुछ नहीं है, बट आई एम फीलिंग रियली प्राउड. So that's the 10th rasa which we are talking about in this panel. And I'm really missing Robji is not here, but...
I think what you said is really very interesting, and I'm remembering Vasudev sir's words in the previous discussion also about what this collaboration means and what is the position of those two people who are collaborating, or those 4 people who are collaborating. I'd like to move next into, of course, this idea of how times have changed, of course. Materials have changed immensely. We get more China-made plastic in India than perhaps, locally made wooden toys. So I'd like to ask the next question again to you, Nagraj, about what is the process that you were talking about yesterday, the Lajavari process, and how both of you have been using it. And I'd also like to then extend that conversation to Anupama ji and to understand how materials are used in the telling of these stories.
About materials, मेरे से ज़्यादा संतोष ही बढ़िया बता सकते हैं.
ನಾವಿದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಳಸಿದ್ದು ಫಸ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಪೊಳ್ಕಿ ಅಂತ ಟ್ರೀ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಪೊಳ್ಕಿ ಟ್ರೀನೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೂರ್ವಜರು ಯಾಕೆ ಬಳಸ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು ವಸ್ತು ಅದು ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಂದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಲೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಪೊಳ್ಕಿಟ್ರಿ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ತುಂಬ ಲೈಟ್ ವೇಟ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ತುಂಬ ಅಂತರ ಒಂದು ಥರ್ಮಕೋಲ್ ಥರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಆ ವುಡ್ಡು. ಅದನ್ನು ಒಲೆಗೆ ಹಚ್ಚಿದ್ರೂ ಅದು ಉರಿಯಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಥರ ವುಡ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾರು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬೆಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲದಂಥ ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ವಸ್ತುಗೆ ಒಂದು ಬೆಲೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಲಾಭ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡದೇ ಇರೋಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆನ ಚೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರು ಗೊಂಬೆಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಇವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ಏನಾಯಿತು, ತುಂಬ ದಿನಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಅದು ಇರಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಅದು ಔಟ್ಡೋರ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದೇ ಒಂದು ಡೆನ್ಸಿಟಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದಾಗ ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಟೀಕ್ ವುಡ್ನ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಇವಾಗ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿರೋಂಥ ಗೊಂಬೆಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಟೀಕ್ ವುಡ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಿನ್ನಾಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇನ್ ಬಂದು ಮೆಥಡ್, ನಾವು ಸ್ಕಲ್ಪ್ಚರಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಥರ ಮೆಥಡ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಒಂದು ಮೆತ್ತುವುದು ಮತ್ತು ಕೆತ್ತುವುದು ಅಂತ. ಮೆತ್ತುವುದು ಅಂದಾಗ ನಾವು ಕ್ಲೇ, ವ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್, ಸಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದರೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಕೆತ್ತುವುದು ಅಂದಾಗ ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೋನಲ್ಲಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ವುಡ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಕಿನ್ನಾಳಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ವುಡ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಮತ್ತು ವುಡ್ ಪೌಡ್ರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಹುಣಸೆ ಬೀಜದ ಪೌಡರ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಗಮ್ ಆಗಿ ಸರಿ ಅಂತ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದು 2ರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಕಾರ ವಿಕಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಬೇಕು ವುಡ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಆ ಡಿಸೈನ ನಾವು ರೆಡಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಕಾಟನ್ ಕ್ಲಾತ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ. ಕಾಟನ್ ಕ್ಲಾತ್ ಹಾಕೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಮಗೆ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ವಾಸ್ ಟೈಪ್, ಅಂದರೆ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ವಾಸ್ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ನಮಗೆ ಪೇಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ, ಆ ಥರ ನಮ್ಮ ಗೊಂಬೆಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಪೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಆ ಸರ್ಫೇಸ್ ತುಂಬ ಕ್ಲೀನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪೇಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಗ್ರಿಪ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕಲರ್ಗಳು ಯಾವ ಥರ ಇರುತ್ತಂದರೆ ವುಡ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ಕಲರ್ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದು ತುಂಬ ಹೀರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ವುಡ್ದು ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಕಾಟನ್ ಕ್ಲಾತ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ವುಡ್ಡಿಗೂ ಕಲರ್ಗೂ ತುಂಬ ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಥರ ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ವುಡ್ಡಿಂದ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಲರ್ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹಾಕಿರೋ ಕಲರು ಯಾವ ಕಲರ್ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತೀವಿ ಅದೇ ಕಲರು ನಮಗೆ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬಂದು ಲಜ್ಜಾವರ್ ಪೇಂಟಿಂಗ್. ಲಜ್ಜಾವರ್ ಅಂದರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಲೋಹನ ಕರಗಿಸಿದಾಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಡ್ರೈ ಆದರೆ ನೀವು ಯಾವ ಆಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀರೋ ಆ ಆಕಾರಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಒಂದು ಲೋಹನ ಮ್ಯಾಶ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ಕುಟ್ಟಿದಾಗ ಅದು ಪೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಪೇಸ್ಟ್ನ ನಾವು ವಾಟರ್ಗೆ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಒಂದು ಲೋಹನ ವಾಟರ್ಗೆ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ವುಡ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ವುಡ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದು ಸಿಲ್ವರ್ ಕಲರ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಏನು ಅಗೇಟ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೋನ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನು ಉಜ್ಜಿದಾಗ ಅದು ರಿಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸಿಲ್ವರ್ನ ರಿಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂಥರ ಗ್ಲಾಸ್ ಟೈಪಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಗೋಲ್ಡ್ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಆವಾಗ ಅದು ಒರಿಜಿನಲ್ ಗೋಲ್ಡ್ ಥರ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ತುಂಬ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮಗೆ 100-150 ವರ್ಷ 200 ವರ್ಷ ಆದರೂ ಆ ಕಲರ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಫೇಡ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಇದು ಟಿನ್ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದರ ಮಹತ್ವ ಅದು ಕಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂದರೆ ಲೋಹ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಅದರ ಮಹತ್ವ ಅದು ಕಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ಬಂಗಾರದ ಕಲರ್ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಟಿನ್ ಕಲರ್ ಆಗೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 200 ವರ್ಷದ ಗೊಂಬೆಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದು ಅವಾಗ ಮಾಡಿರೋ ಕಲರ್ ಈಗ ಆದರೂ ಅದೇ ಥರದ್ದು ಶೈನಿ, ಅದೇ ಥರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಲುಕ್ ತೋರಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೂರ್ವಜರು, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪುಣ್ಯ.
Right. That's a beautiful technical description. Archana, if you could, in a few words, give the main.
So basically what he told us is that the Ponki Mara was a useless tree which wasn't even used as firewood, and hence the ancestors decided to use this tree for this kind of carving. Now what they do after sculpting the initial piece out of this wood is they treat it with a mixture of tamarind seed powder and stone powder. They coat it. After that they coat it with cotton cloth so that whatever paint they use on the top does not react in any chemical form with the wood underneath or vice versa. After that they liquefy tin and they apply it onto these sculptures, and they scrub that with a stone to cause a literal reflective effect on the tin. So it becomes like glass. On that, it takes them about 8 months to do this, and on that they then paint. And that gold paint that you see literally has a shelf life of about 150 to 200 years. It doesn't fade. So this technique is what they call Lajawari technique of painting. So the ultimate finish that you see is done on this tinned surface, liquefied tinned surface.
Beautiful. Absolutely. I mean, when we see the number of things in plastic all around, it's shocking that we don't, we're not actually looking at it. It's okay. We're not actually looking at such beautiful things that are around us. Anupama ji, I think now we are reaching the end of the discussion, but I do want to bring up this word.
Shall I answer the continuity of material or no? Okay, the point is continuity of materials used in puppetry from times immemorial. I believe we are running a parallel with the Kinnada people because the history goes back to the establishment of the Vijayanagar Empire and then to the Tanjavur Empire and then to the Wadayars and then into the inlands of Karnataka. So the material which they are referring to with a local name, Ponki Mara, it is Bombax cotton. It is in Sanskrita called Shalmali Vriksha. For those of you who want to see this beautiful expanse of a tree, go to Lalbagh and it is there, this wide, I'm not kidding you. It's the largest and the softest tree in Lalbagh. Okay, so this Shalmali Vriksha is used. Why? It was used to make dolis, it was used to make temple rathas, the chariots of the temple because it is low density, hence lightweight. So the puppets, you say, we don't see the puppets in India. Why? Because it is a material which perishes. Like she said, it is used only for packaging and paper making. Nowadays, not much paper is used in the world. So they will not grow these trees as a commercial product. It is grown for packaging and paper making. Anyways, so this particular tree is found everywhere. It is found in Bengaluru. It is found in our climatic area. So Shalmali is the favorite. Now, I cannot use Shalmali because it's very rough and hence they gave you the finish. See, the cloth is also a structural support. When something is low density, you can just break it with your hand. Puppets are very, very rough. The puppets there, you can go play it and dash against each other, it's not going to break. So, the choice is smart, ergonomic design of ancient India. I discovered this, by the way, by examining puppets which are 200 years old. I said, how is it so light? Then I went back, see a cycle. I have done all the materials using a 3D printer which is there in my office right now. I'm working with it. Epoxy, yeah. You Bombax cotton, if you carve a head, same size, will not bother about size, will be about 80 grams. Then I do it with a low density wood like Alemara or something easily available. That would be about 120 to 140 grams. Then I go to fiber mold, it would be about 180 to 210 grams. If I use epoxy resin, it rises from 210 to 300 grams. So my puppets, if you see what I have done here, if I make it very, very large, how can I play it for 1 hour on stage? I'm going to be a bodybuilder, more, artist, less. Okay, then I go for a different competition. So anyways, so this is the wood material. Unfortunately, what is the problem here is, see the powder which is used on top is teakwood powder mixed with, they told you, the tamarind seed paste. Why tamarind seed paste? Hampi is not Bangalore. If you use tamarind seed paste in Bangalore, fungus will be there saying hello to you, good morning every day. Because we are rainy, cloudy land. They are dry land. For them it works. Advantage, slow setting resin, 1:3, you'll choose when you are very busy. Tamarind is very slow setting. You can make corrections, you can get the smoothness, you can get the glossy finish. Cotton cloth is a great structural material. Even if you dash, otherwise our material breaks very easy. So we use cotton cloth. We are we are on the same path here for all of this. Then foiling, we differ. We don't use tin, we use gold. We use gold foiling because we have audiences which are very large, okay? We have jewelry. You see, some of you saw yesterday, laden jewelry. Jade is there, gold on the jade. And then I have glass pieces here, glass pieces here. Mica was, in the Nati Shastra, mica is still prescribed. But we have Maharaja patronage, don't forget, for puppetry at some time. So we switched from mica to gold. And we remain there because we have the patronage of the democratic India. Anyway, so now what do we do? Why do we have all this? You know, I'm talking material still, continuity of that. I also went away. Went away because I'm a student of science. I have an engineering degree. I'm like, why? Why should we do this? Why not MDF? Okay, perishable material. Yes, I know by experience. Why not halvana? Another tree is there. You know what? I made all this for my senior fellowship, and I was very excited, but they didn't still send me the forms, but I had already finished making my excited work. And then I put it all off in a trunk. I wanted it to be a surprise. Surprise to me. After 9 months, I open it, only the face remained. Where I had put teakwood powder and done all this, the rest of the body, I was very smart. I said, they have to fight Pandavas. I had done all the fighting movements. I have a background in dance also. I can choreograph. I had choreographed everything. It was like a very nice fight. And then I see that everything is powdered. Such big black termites. I don't know the name till today. You see why you have to use what you have to do. Tradition is not stupid. So unless you are a scientific, I have kind of contacted Government of India, Department of Wood to have a seminar on this. We'll have it very soon. They've been very nice. They say nobody asks. You are asking, definitely we'll do a seminar. Understanding material is very important. Understanding why is more important. So now I know why. I know carcinogenic fiber beta. Plastic rubber. Oh, by the way, injection molding I tried because I want to get into the market for children. Nobody will do it for you. Aqueous is there. Big names are there. I've gone, knocked at the door. Please, will you make this for me? I'll pay you. No, we are not interested. We do integrated circuit parts. We do railways parts. This and all we don't do. Anyway, good blessing, no plastic for us. But you see, I've gone a whole cycle. And where am I? Back with Chalmali Vriksha. You can... people, when now they know, word of mouth in India is the best thing. People will say, Madam, Mara Bidideveka, tree has fallen, do you want it? And then I say, yes, please. And I have in my topmost floor, because household will say, why are you having so much wood? So I have hidden space where I've stored large, you can get it large, they don't let it grow. It takes time. Because I need 14 inches diameter, I need one piece to carve. I have it. So this is the material history. And back to square one, because it's very light. I told you my current problems also I'm discussing with people. Is there any material lighter than this? No. If it is there, let's use it. So color scheme I have to tell you. My teacher, Anupama, you have to get this stone, rub it. Rangnath Rao sir, he said, get white. You can get white. I'm like, why sir? We can get white paint in the store. They will use the same thing. Then every day I'm studying these minerals. They're all having arsenic. You touch arsenic. See, maybe ancient Indians knew, like we have Padani Murti with all the poison. Still, when the combination of chemistry, you touch it, you are still safe. You are getting cured. I'm not there, okay? So, arsenic material, I shall not use. I will use colors, even though we have knowledge. We use if it is good. Like this wood and gold paper, very useful for an audience of 3,000. Paint, we will use what is good, healthy, and easy.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Working.
Unfortunately, we have run out of time entirely, but it was so wonderful to hear from all of you. And I think that these are voices that are on the stage and that will be the rest of the day as well. I think a lot of people need to hear about these things and also come in to participate, collaborate, build further bridges into a future so that, future generations also have access to what we have. So thank you for this platform, and thank you to all of you for sharing your stories.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Let's have a nice group photograph. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And that was the end of the first half of today. It's been quite an exciting and enriching morning, but we do have a couple of more interesting topics to discuss. For now, we shall take a lunch break. We're going to make it a quick working lunch, so we'll see everyone back here in 25 minutes. And for all of our panelists and moderators, request you to please proceed to the terrace for lunch. Thank you so much. We'll see you back here in 25 minutes at 1:45. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Request everyone to kindly take your seats, and just a quick reminder to double check that your mobile phones are on silent mode. Thank you. Well, a fascinating thing about the Bangalore airport is that it never looks the same. And with every visit to the airport, you realize there's something new added, they've done something new, and I think now it's the art program at Terminal 2 that will draw everyone's attention. However, if you keep a close watch, right from the time you enter the airport campus, you will see a beautiful artwork on Terminal Boulevard, which is by Kalyan Singh Rathore. And if you visit Taj Bangalore, that's located within the airport campus, you will see more beautiful artworks at the property. We have the artists with us who have worked on these pieces, and they will speak more about the art in Bile campus, which is the next session. So a round of applause as I request Kalyan Singh Rathore to please join me on stage. Keep the applause going for Onkon Mitra, Dara Mehrotra, Gopinath Subbanna, Rani Rekha, and Team Kalakara to come up on stage. The moderator for this session. We also have Madhu Chandrika joining us for this session. And of course, please, a big round of applause for our moderator, Nalini Malviya. Nalini, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're not feeling too sleepy after the wonderful lunch. Thank you to our panelists. Please do sit down. Thanks to Yamini and the team for inviting me here to be part of the discussion today. And I'm delighted to welcome this panel here, which will be talking about art at BIL, which is at the terminal. We have a couple of works which are at the terminal. One is in the parking lot. The other is at the boulevard, which is on a wall. And the rest of them which are inside the Taj Hotel at the airport, but one can access it. I think you can just walk through and look at it. The special thing about our panel is that it's a fairly large one, the largest today, and we've been told that we're very short on time, so we'll have to be really quick. So excuse us if we speak very fast at some point. So most of our artists have worked around the thematic of tree. In a broad sense, it's an essential component of biodiversity, which impacts our environment and communities, and it's rich in its symbolic and metaphorical significance and meanings. To contextualize the conversation and the art from the Karnataka perspective, very briefly, about 60% of the Western Ghats is present in our state, where about 20% of the state's geographic area is covered by forests. In turn, these forests support 25% of the elephant population and 20% of the tiger population of India. And the reason I mention this is also because you'll be seeing some of these motifs in the parking lot. In fact, the mountains of the Western Ghats in the western part of the Karnataka state are considered to be a biodiversity hotspot, and 2 subclusters are on a tentative list of sites that could be designated as World Heritage Site by UNESCO. Now, having this thematic represented through art at BIL forms an important subtext to the art, highlighting biodiversity of the region, and we will now see how these elements and motifs and the various components of the ecological landscape have been integrated and represented in the art. It's also interesting for me to see how many of these installations are informed by science and math, geometry in particular, and at the same time they explore notions of collective consciousness, innate intelligence, evolutionary design, and natural order and architecture. So let's begin with each of the artists from them. About themselves, if you could briefly introduce yourself a little bit, very briefly. The time remains 3 minutes each. And the conceptual premise and perhaps the philosophical anchoring of the work. And if time permits, we will have another round of question. That depends. Yeah. Ankan, perhaps we could start from you.
Hi, thank you for having me. I work as a landscape architect and an artist, and I work specifically with the folding technique. This particular work, I have done work like this before, and they were primarily, the work is informed by 2 Japanese words. One word is komorebi. Komorebi is light that filters through leaves when you look up into the canopy of trees. And there is no, this is one word in Japanese, so there is no equivalent in any other language for this kind of feeling that you get when you see that dappled light come through. And the other word is Shinrin Yoku, which again translated roughly into English means forest bathing. And people who live in very busy Japanese cities, they often in the weekends, they just take a road trip to the nearest forest and they engage in this activity called forest bathing. So in particular, they have a fascination for bamboo forests. Incidentally, there is a beautiful thicket of Dendrocalamus strictus just behind the BIC campus. If you haven't seen, you should see. It's very beautiful bamboo grove is there. So these 2 words kind of create that work where light comes through the paper, and that's a technique that I have been working on for quite a while. To that, I added this another Japanese word called morino oto, which means, again, roughly translated means forest sounds. So this work actually talks about the sounds that you experience when you go into the forest. You know, the rustling of leaves, the crackling of the dry undergrowth under your foot when you walk. Rain if it is raining, the whistling of wind through the leaves, all of that. I took a 2-minute piece, I mapped it as a series of frequencies that kind of informed these shapes. So it's come from a little bit of a kind of a graphic mapping of that language. And of course you can see that, you know, the feeling of sunlight kind of dappling through the leaves. So that essentially is a quick summary of the work. I'm sorry if I went over 3 minutes.
No, you're doing well. Thank you. Dhara, would you just talk a bit about your work?
Sure. Yeah. Hi. Thank you, Nalini, for the panel today. So my work draws life from the ideas of clusters and networks in nature. in the phenomena of how things organize themselves, how a cell knows exactly what it is to become, and how millions of moving parts come together, function as one, as seen in termite mounds, anthills, beehives, and other similar instances. Now, observing these patterns of self-organization can be a very systematic endeavor, and therefore that brings my practice at the intersection of art and science. And I look into the ecology of landscapes. And for this particular installation put together for the Viral Arts project, it's an iteration of a series I did in 2013, and it is it sort of assembles a cluster of dragonflies and damselflies together as a metaphor in sort of a quintessential deliverance they symbolize. So there's a beautiful Oriental philosophy about the dragonfly. They are associated with the wisdom of resilience and adaptability. So they're born in water, they move to the land, and eventually fly into the sky. So earth, water, sky. They cover 3 different paradigms in their own seemingly short span of lifetime. So that is the wisdom of going past self-created limitations, crossing thresholds, rebuilding self, or becoming something of the next level. And scientifically also, the evolution biologists confirm the dragonfly is the only living creature that has retained its anatomy exactly the same as it was in its Jurassic era. So over thousands of years of evolution, there has, unlike any other species which have either gotten extinct or changed their physical form entirely, dragonfly has remained exactly the same. And that's just sort of a scientific confirmation of the wisdom of resilience and philosophy. So those were some ideas I was dabbling with this particular installation at that time when I was working on the series. How this beautiful, extremely delicate, fragile, transparent winged creature is so much more, and so much more preciousness to its existence. So in this installation, the form that it takes, it's a asymmetrical cluster of damselflies put together in sort of celebrating the aesthetics of randomness, or at least what meets the eye to us as randomness, just because we don't understand it yet enough, but evokes a sense of beauty nonetheless, a sense of wonder and awe as the Visamaya Rasa. Thank you.
Kalyan, would you?
Hi everyone. You just used up all the interesting words I was planning to speak about. Okay, so let me take the plan B. It's all about cutting vegetables. There's so much geometry and there's so much you can learn with the mundane things in life. Whether you're playing with an elastic band, you're playing with toothpicks stuck on a beetroot, or everyday geometry, basically. And yes, for me it's a interesting series of accidents as I start learning the fascinating aspects of geometry. You see it from the atomic level to the universe. You see it in every dimension, not just the third dimension. So this particular sculpture is titled Efflorescence, literally meaning the unfolding of a flower. But it also has a connotation about fulfillment. What do we reach eventually to? So there is a random looking element to it, that whimsical plant-like DNA behind this design. Nonetheless, I can assure you there is a very rigorous mathematical parametric principle that's given me this form. And when I say parametric, it's not really heavy on geek or tech. Pardon me, but you might start laughing. I've used a beetroot, cut them into a polyhedron, and stamped them on a piece of paper. So you get these interesting patterns that roll on your two-dimensional canvas. So to me, as an extension from that thought, the sculpture you see here are actually multi-layered, which you will appreciate if there is a Bangalore Bandh, you can stop on that road. And until then, you can't. So it is multi-layered, and it is more three-dimensional than what it looks in this picture. So think of a beetroot as cut as a polyhedron, and rolling on a piece of paper, it leaves these impressions, the artifacts on 2D. Now, scale up to the fourth dimension. If I have a fourth dimensional entity, that is leaving an imprint on our three-dimensional canvas. This is what you would get. So I saw these parallels between the patterns in biomimicry and how plants grow and how flowers grow. Flowers aren't beautiful for our eyes. I think they're beautiful because they follow an order. So this is the basic underlining principle by which I work on my sculptures. Thank you.
So Kalyan, I know you have simplified it by saying that you used a beetroot, which you did use actually. But there's a lot more to your art, and because we worked together in the past, so I know your work around biomimicry and also around fractals and tessellations, and the order of repetition, the order in nature itself. So that is something which I find in your work and Dhara's and also Ankan. So perhaps we can address that in the next round if there's one, and you can quickly mention a little bit more about that, the three of you. We then come to Gopinath. Gopi, yours is the lotus pond. Please tell us about that.
Gopinath, I'm living in Bangalore since almost like 25 years. I've been practicing here. This is a work I've done in porcelain. All the leaves are made in porcelain, and the copper I've used as a stem, and there's a teak wood and other material I've used, and I also used paint on that. The copper I use it so that it can be very flexible, like it's kind of like even there's a slight wind, you can see that old sculpture moving around. So I wanted that kind of very delicate or a kind of movement to be in that work. Otherwise, most of my works are all like, it's a quite solid and it's a quite large sculpture. Probably this is the only sculpture which I've tried to bring, the softness in that work. That is one. And porcelain, like usually in my ceramic works, I don't use any glaze or any color, nothing, any of my ceramic works. I just use clay, and if necessary, I use oxide for the drawing purpose. And since this was a porcelain, like I just used just the clay, no glaze, nothing, and I fabricated that, and I've got that fine translucent effect in that. Thank you.
Yeah, in fact, it feels very light actually when you look at it, and light literally passes through it. So when you say translucent,
it's a kind of translucent,
if it was lit from the underneath of it, the under part of it, it would really come through the leaves, the lotus leaves.
Yes,
so
yes,
there is a lightness of being in that sculpture for sure, and there is a kinetic element to it, which I will come to you in the second round.
Yeah.
So then we move to Madhu. Madhu, you've done the Roots of Time, the banyan tree. It's a fascinating work. If we could have that. Some glitch there. Why don't we come back to you? While in the meantime, we could speak to Kalakara. Your work is different from the others because you've worked in the parking lot. It's a mural, so why don't you tell us about that?
So the concept of the hanging ceiling garden you see on Terminal 2, it is bells. So Yamini got in touch with me asking if you can incorporate that as a mural on the corrugated surface, which you can see the barricades. So that's how we thought of, incorporating the bells, and inside that having different elements of Bengaluru and Karnataka in particular. And we wanted it to be vibrant because the barricading is already very, very vibrant blue. So the entire artwork needs to be very vibrant. That's how we came up with. The challenge here was that the barricade is like a paper fan. It's not a straight surface. It is a corrugated surface. Yeah. So it's much more area than we see here because we consider the intrusions. Right. So that was the main challenge of execution. So we had to digitally design the artwork and then execute it. So it was like a very big, it was like a 300 feet wide barricade with a 12 feet height. So we made digital sketch of the design, and then we draw grids on this barricades. And then there were like instances the grids was not coming properly because it is all corrugated surface. Even if we follow the grids, we had a printout,
we had grids on the barricades. When we follow the grids on the barricade, it was not coming properly, unlike on a plain surface. So that was the main challenge. So we came back and we took photographs. Then we multiplied digitally we multiplied the images on to the barricade photographs to see where we need to correct it. So that was the main challenge, and it took us 30 days. But then, trust me, it was very nice. When the work is challenging for a muralist like us, it's very interesting.
Yeah, you do a lot of work actually around murals, and you've done more than 100 is what you were telling me. More than 100 murals in public spaces?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we are predominantly a mural art team. Mural, we do graffiti. We are a team of 4 unfortunate engineers turned artists. So,
very fortunate.
Yeah, that's about it.
Right. Okay. So, could we have Madhu's art? The banyan tree? Yeah. Rani Rekha, would you... So Rani's work is also a little bit different because it's paintings, and she's going to tell us more about that.
Thank you. Theme is trees of Karnataka, and I'm born and brought up with trees. What I saw in my life, nature, whatever. We don't have any village or anything as a native. So being a urban person, I saw the trees in the city. And the thing was like I was told to do in a miniature style. So that was very challenging. And there were many stories behind Bangalore scenes, the places of Bangalore. I called it as monuments of Karnataka. I chose all the urban landscapes, and I tried to introduce in a miniature style. And one of the work was Mysore Palace. Like I have taken Vidhan Sauda, museums, Belur, Mysore Palace.
Flyovers and
yeah, I've taken
pretty much the urban landscape.
Urban landscapes.
That you saw.
And I've taken Kingfisher Tower also, and even Chitrikala Parishad as a landscape. So it was very difficult, sometimes to manipulate with a miniature style is not so easy. So though it looks very simple, it's a very intricate and delicate thing. So I really enjoyed playing with the modern elements, with the traditional motifs like trees and other things. So Yamini was so sweet, and she never had any kind of boundaries, and I was really happy doing it.
There were 24 paintings in all, which you've done
24
actually.
places of Karnataka.
So, there are a lot of parallels between your work and the mural, the graffiti that Kalakara has done, because they've also chosen icons of Karnataka as places to celebrate. Essentially, it's celebration of Karnataka, and so have you. These are iconic places that you've chosen, but at the same time, you're looking at it through the foliage. I know it's called through the inner journey through the inner eyes.
I have narrations for all the 24 panels. So when you listen to my narrations and then see my work, it will be very different. For example, I have done Mysore Palace. One of my friend, she wanted to see, and she expected something like a very good architectural drawings between trees of miniatures. But I have done night scene of Mysore Palace, where I have only used dots as lights of Mysore Palace, and that was my dream always, seeing Mysore Palace in the night. So I have taken all the landscapes in my perception.
Right. Yeah. So Badhu, we'll anyways go ahead and you can just talk a little bit about your work. It's a 65 feet tall digital work around a very traditional artifact, natural artifact. So I'll let you describe it, and then we can go to some more questions.
Yes. So I'm Madhu Chandrika, and my style of work is it's dictated by the space. First, my work is material agnostic. I use the materials based on the artwork that I come up with. So this particular space, when I was told about it by Yamini, the brief was that this is an atrium. It is, there is 6 floors that look down from that atrium. And there is a full glass facade in front of the atrium. So there's a lot of light which is coming into the space. And then I was told that the theme for Taj is trees. So when I imagine this, the first thing that came to my mind is something which needs to cover the entire wall space that is available. Use the light that is going to filter in through that space and have something which can be a little more kinetic rather than static, but something which is not something which is large but not necessarily gigantic in the way that it is made, something which needs to come together with a lot of small parts coming together to create. So, and from every floor to be able to get a different view and to get a different experience with the artwork. So the big banyan tree in Bangalore is what I took as the inspiration. The big banyan tree is, it covers almost about 3 acres, and it is around 400 plus years old. So the artwork what I have created is on acrylic. The base I have used is acrylic, but I have mirrored the acrylic such that the light which falls on it reflects. So it almost feels like the dappled sunlight flowing through the tree, the leaves of the tree. And the story here is about the roots of time. And it's an ode to the big banyan tree. It's a kinetic ode to the big banyan tree. Why roots of time? Here again, the big banyan tree has been there for so long, and there are so many stories, so many human emotions that have happened, taken place around, and the banyan tree has been a spectator too. So the tiny pieces are the million stories that it holds within itself. And the tiny pieces come together. There are 3 layers that you see in the artwork. So there are more than almost around 45,000 pieces which have been put together.
Right.
So, yes.
Yeah. So we'll, if there's time, we'll come back to you. But before that, so Kalyan, I wanted to know a little bit more about tessellation in your work. And Ankan, in your work also, I find it's origami and kirigami tessellation which occurs. So would you both just, talk a bit about that? Please go ahead.
Yes.
And explain tessellation.
Tessellation. Okay. Basically, tessellation is an extension of tiling. The way you would tile a floor with square tiles, or you could do it with triangles, certain type of triangles. If you extend the same idea to 3-dimensional space, we are talking about tessellation and space filling frames. How would you fill a void with a geometry that repeats itself? So these are the interesting discoveries and ideas that as an artist I do. So, it is the boundary between what we can design as humans and what nature has already done. So the typical example being a beehive, why hexagons? And what after hexagons? Hexagons are okay for 2-dimensional tiling. What happens in the 3rd dimension? There is something called Kelvin's foam. And these are basically, if you delve into it, there's a lot of geometry and mathematics. It seems a little scary to me in the initial stages, but the minute you go tactile, I always like to break down whatever complex abstract ideas I want to think about into a very tactile, childlike, playful interpretation of these things. So this is, yes, tessellation, but also there's a lot of fractals. A fractal is basically something that can repeat itself, but at the same time repeating the order, changing the form. Very much like what happens when a tree grows. You see fractals in rock formation, you see fractals in clouds or the coastline. If I showed you a picture of a cloud with no other reference, you won't know how close up or how far out it's been snapped from. Unless, let us say, you see an aircraft there, and then you say, okay, that's the scale of the cloud. So that's the nature of fractal. And fractal is very much what I would like to say, the texture of the universe. Universe is made up of pixels which are actually fractals.
It's a natural repetition and the
Yes.
order of the pattern which
Yes.
exists and continues to repeat itself. So Ankan, would you like to add to that? Because yours is also around a similar theme, but the way you use the material is different.
So the technique is often quite repetitive, meaning that once you've understood a pattern, then you are going on repeating the pattern. To somebody who's not doing it from outside, it can feel very boring and repetitive. It's can feel very banal that you are, sitting and just doing that same thing again and again. We can parametricize this. Again, the word parameter means to put in some kinds of things where you can change it, dynamic. So the geometry itself can also change. But alluding particularly to this work, I wanted to bring in that idea of the repetition, because to me, when I came to folding and I started doing it, by nature I am a little restless, kind of guy, and I get very agitated if I get bored, with nothing to do, and also very fidgety sort of thing.
And
But
it's all hand folding. Sorry to interrupt.
This
It's
is all
hand
hand
folded.
folding.
I think
This
that's
is-
important as well.
So when I came to this, I over time, as I started doing this more, I gained a lot of calm, and I felt and I saw parallels in people, sitting and turning beads in their hands or repeating a prayer sort of thing. So it became that to me, the folding of the paper with the repetitive creasing pattern became like that. And so the inward journey starts from this very outward action. And that calmness, then I feel that in particular this work and the way where it is located, I felt that, somebody comes into a hotel, this is a lobby where they check in or something. They've reached their destination, now they know they'll get a hotel room and everything. So they get that feeling of having arrived at the, place where they wanted to arrive. So that feeling of calm or feeling of happiness that yes, now, that I felt was the energy that should come. And I felt that my internal energy of experiencing calm when I fold should come through in this work. Right. The other small thing, which I'm sorry, I'm just extending this because it's important to this work, and it again references the bamboo, which I talked about earlier, that in the bamboo grove, bamboo is actually grass, it isn't a tree. It's the ambition of the grass to grow tall, And when I came to paper folding as an architect, I also felt that people were making very small, little things with paper, tabletop sculptures and things like that. And I wanted to say or talk to the paper and say that, you can also become very large things. Why aren't you doing that? And that was sort of the push or the dialogue that started happening with paper, which got me to that point where the first 20-meter long paper installation happened. And now I've made installations in biennales abroad where 120-meter long, very, very immersive kind of paper installation. So where the bamboo gets cut, bamboo grows again. If you cut the tree from the base, it's very difficult for many trees to, again, regain this thing. So that feeling of the regeneration, the feeling of a humble grass becoming so ambitious as to try to reach the sky, those were kind of very important themes for me in this work as well.
Right. So in terms of permanence, here you've used polypropylene, but normally you do work with paper, the kind of sculptures and the installations I've seen earlier.
Incidentally, I started working with bamboo paper.
Bamboo paper also.
Yes.
Okay, that's a great coincidence. I think we look forward to that. Dhara, will come to you. The dragonflies that you have represented here and the sense of chaos which exists and the randomness. Apart from that, there is an iridescence to it and there is a color. And I know you mentioned something about damselflies, which is very interesting. Do you want to expand a little bit about that?
Sure. So yes, color becomes very important. Again, as part of the nature, there's something called structural color. So most of the iridescent, amazingly bright colors that we see, they aren't really pigments. They are structural colors. So basically the light, the way it falls, the structures are at micro levels designed in such a way, naturally positioned in such ways that when light falls on it, it reflects back iridescent. So that's a beautiful scientific phenomena, and it is very evident in dragonfly wings, especially the damselfly. So basically, dragonflies and damselflies are the same species. Damselflies are just more colorful cousins of dragonflies. So yeah, which is why the whole idea of color becomes a very important aspect of this installation. And in light, when there's natural light falling on this installation, there is a certain pigments have been used as part of the installation which reflect in light in such ways that you will see iridescent multiple colors. So yeah, that just kind of luckily got added to the whole idea of this installation.
Right,
yes.
It made it so much more interesting, and we saw the same thing in Madhu's work where again when the light was falling, because of the way the suspension was done for each of these smaller units, that they seem to sparkle. And yeah, that was very special. But yeah.
So there is a layer of sparkle. So there's a layer of mirror at the back. And in the front, where the image comes together, there is a layer of sparkle as well.
Right.
So it catches the light and there's a glint on it.
Yeah. So we'll go to Rani Rekha now because I think at that time we were not able to see the pictures. So if we could see her paintings here. Most of us, we actually know Rani Rekha as a contemporary artist because thematically the work she's been doing has been a little bit different from this. But she is an 11th generation artist, traditional artist. Her family has been traditional painters for a very long time. Would you like to expand on that? I think it would be an interesting story about miniatures, you know.
Yeah, I was like thinking of them when I was doing this because when I was told to do in a miniature style, like there was I kept a boundary so where that it should look like a miniature. So where my ancestors never had any kind of a concept of making a stylish style of a painting or something. Whatever they painted, we name it now. So my grandfather was a court painter, where you see the precision in Mysore Palace. Our generations come from Vijayanagara Kingdom. So in the time of Vijayanagara Kingdom, Hampi and Lepakshi. So Virupaksha temple and Hampi, both are the murals were done by my ancestors. And after the fall of Vijayanagara Kingdom, there were no patronage. So half of them came to Mysore and half of them went to Tamil Nadu. So here Tipu Sultan was there, and in Darya Daulat Palace, we can see my grandfather's father paintings, which is, I have some drawings where he used to do a certain kind of, like this kind of miniature format paintings, and then he would do it on the wall as a mural. And my grandfather used to sketch as a photography when procession was going, and he used to capture them as a landscapes on the spot, and that would be a key sketch for him for the main. So I was remembering them when I was doing it.
And you've used elements of Mysore painting in this?
Yes, I have used it. Here we can't make out. I have used gesso and gold foils as a frames of window where you can see the picture of places in Karnataka. So it's like a illusionistic narration. So though there are 24 where some more are more...
At the same time, it has elements of Rajasthani miniature painting.
Yes,
so this is a true amalgamation which has happened.
I've consciously taken trees of Rajasthani
style. Yeah. Okay. So coming to Gopi, that may be the last question. Let's see. You've used porcelain, which is a very traditionally, we perceive it as a very fragile and a delicate material. So do you want to expand a little bit about that and how it moves, the kinetic part of it? I found that fascinating as well.
I said, like most of my works are in large stone sculptures, metal and fiberglass. These I had a chance to work in Claire Gime Museum in Korea. That's when I started using porcelain there. I went there to work in stoneware, but that was the first time I got a chance to work in porcelain, which I found it very interesting because I could make it as thin as possible, but still it was strong.
Yeah.
If I say if that sculpture, old sculpture, which I moved from my studio to here without much packing. Just one bubble wrap was there with a box and we just came and installed it. Not even one piece was damaged.
And we tried to shake it yesterday and
So
it
the
didn't
whole idea
break.
was whenever there is a wind, you can see that old sculpture keeps moving slightly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
it
was
needs to have some air over it, I think, and it would
I wish,
move,
but it's air conditioned thing.
Yamini is listening probably, so that could happen.
So and also the whole idea was to see if you see there's so much kind of complex you feel, but still there's a kind of calmness.
Right.
When you see from the top view, there's a kind of calmness, but when you come down, you feel that there's a certain complex in that sculpture.
Right.
So that was an interesting element which I tried to bring in that sculpture.
Yeah, and these are 3 feet tall, the copper wires over which the leaves are suspended, and they seem to float around.
Right.
Makes it look very nice. Last question, definitely, Kalakar. Are you Vishnu or Shri? I'm so sorry to ask you that.
I'm Vishnu.
Vishnu, right. So Vishnu, do you want to tell us a little bit about how you chose the imagery, the icons that you've chosen here? What went behind that?
So the idea was to have themes inside the bell. So Yamini ma'am has suggested that you can go with the themes which revolve around Bengaluru and also Karnataka. So we choose elements that can fit inside a bell. Found images from internet. We made it as an illustration. So we choose monuments, we choose heritage sites, certain elements, birds of Bengaluru, animals of Bengaluru, etc. That's how we created the design. And then there were 15 bigger bells and around 38 small bells as a background, along with the pattern that is flowing, which is inspired from the airport logo that is there.
Right. So anybody wants to talk about the scale? I think because for you the scale was a challenge, I'm sure. This is the first time that you worked on that scale. Do we have 2 minutes? Okay, last.
Okay.
Kalyan, you have to be quick.
Yes. I'd like to begin with one analogy. I wish every project had this ecosystem where the project people are like the sun with all the ultraviolet light, and Yamini and team were my and every artist's ozone layer. You gave us enough heat to get the job done, but never killed us. Thank you for that.
That's a lovely, lovely thought, actually.
So since most of my works are project-based and I have to deal with engineers and project managers, I totally appreciate what Yamini ji and Bhargavi stood for. Thank you. Okay, talking about scale, this is about 140 feet long and it's on a wall of 30 feet high. Very interesting. It is pretty much hands-on, although I don't do the welding by myself. You have to lift and align these huge pieces. The biggest flower is about 12 feet tall and the smallest is hardly 6 inches. And that's the basic nature of fractal geometry that I'm shown here. And they're not random. They may seem to be a little random, but that's the whimsical nature of plants that I want to bring about. The fact that they're actually connected in a very rhythmic geometrical pattern. Installing it needed cranes and I needed quite a few of my workforce to do it. I was on the scaffolding myself as well. That's just before the Prime Minister went on that road, so they brought me down in a hurry. So it was very interesting and very challenging.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Do you think we could take a question? No, we can't. So that's it. We're done. Did it in 42 minutes, I think. So I'm very proud of myself. The Garva Rasa here. Thank you, everyone.
I think let's give our moderator a big round of applause for handling this session. It was a big, big challenge and you did extremely well. And as we've been saying, our artists are here, so if you do have any questions offline that you'd like to ask them, we'll have a tea break in a little while. You can chat with them, they're here. And don't forget to take a look at all of their work at the interactive screen that we have outside. But for now, a nice group photograph with all of our panelists, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. As we saw with a show of hands this morning, I think many of you have been to Terminal 2 in recent times, and I'm sure that, you know, as you walk through the corridor towards your baggage belt, you will note that certain walls sort of speak to you. So what I'm talking about is the digital art displayed on the walls of the corridor. It's so engaging that you may find yourself in an imaginary conversation with the art. And our next session is titled Possibilities of the Digital Medium, and we're discussing just that. So I request, again with a round of applause, artists Tanya Mehta, Namrata Arjun, Sarvesh Shah, and Shubodh Kerkar to please join us on stage. Can we give them a round of applause as we welcome them to the stage for our next session? And another round of applause for our moderator, Menaka Rodriguez. Menaka, over to you.
Good afternoon. I know there seems to be a lull here, so we hope the digital experience will engage us and draw us into the art that we've seen at BIL. Like the introducer said, you know, the digital has the scope to immerse you and draw you in, as well as soothe you and connect you. And what struck me yesterday when I was looking at all the works, they span a very variety of digital experiences using digital tools, generative art, video art, photography, animation, so the whole range. So I'm sure a lot of you will also have questions about this because I think it kind of sparks a bit of curiosity about how these works were created as well. All of these works, including Pooja, who's not here today, they are located in the arrival corridor. And what also struck me was the sequence in which they're laid out. At once, there's Namrata's that kind of soothes and connects to you, and then there's Tanya's work that kind of grounds you to perhaps what reality you might find yourself in. And then there's Sarvesh, and actually there's Pooja's work that kind of is a bit playful about, you know, it's a work called Guess Where I Am, and playful and draws you into Karnataka. And then there's, of course, Sarvesh and Subodh's work that grounds you to the people, the culture, the histories of the city and the state. So without further ado, I'll invite each of the artists to share a little bit more about their work. So first we'll start with Tanya, whose work is called That Which Encircles Us. Tanya is a mixed media artist and uses photography and everyday objects in her work. So Tanya, over to you.
Hi, everyone. So as she said, I'm Tanya Mehta, and I call myself a new media artist. And basically, that means I use varied forms of digital media to create my work. In this particular work, you will have photography, you have videography, you have animation, it has technology. And this is a sketch that's up just now, but what the final work does is it actually interacts and changes with the weather outside. So when it is sunny, the artwork is sunny. When it rains, the artwork rains. This gives you a tether and connection to Bangalore. The concept behind this work, it's called That Which Encircles Us. And Praryavan, which translates today into environment, basically in the ancient texts translated to That Which Encircles Us. And I found that so interesting because it tethers us, the people, into the environment. We are not separate from it. And I think that is something that's lacking today with how we're treating our planet. So again, it is broken up into 2 seasons. and nature. And this artwork depicts both of them. It changes with seasons and nature. And seasons and nature have always been muses. They have been inspirations of wonder, love, awe, and I think that's what my artwork deals with. So in the artwork, I have everything has been shot in and around Bangalore. Vijayanagar temple pillars, which by the way I studied how they were painted in ancient times, and I tried to bring some of that color back. And Dharwar Craton boulders, which it's actually a very, very unique geographical phenomenon that we have here in Bangalore. It's 2.5 to 3.6 billion years old, one of the few we have around the world. And maybe while we drive past these boulders, we don't give them a second look, but really they are filled with history. And so basically the bedrock of Bangalore then gives way to this temple of the heavens. And as it changes with nature, it is here to root you.
Thank you, Tanya. And I hope some of you have experienced this. And because it's in arrival, I would encourage you to pause as you exit your little terminal and going through to baggage, because I think all the artworks are worth, there's moments to contemplate, moments to engage with. The next, I'd like to invite Namrata Arjun to share their work. Namrata's practice is concerned with neuroqueer perspectives, engaging in non-linear temporalities, and pushing back against inherited disappearances. And their work is called Still Water, Troubled Water, and you can see it here. So Namrata?
Thanks for that introduction, Menika. I think this shot here is an in-process shot, and the work has actually changed considerably by the time it was installed. And this was in part due to Yamini's suggestion, and she was like, we'll do the monitor in a vertical rather than a horizontal manner, which was a very interesting provocation. I have a painting practice, and I don't really work in video typically, so this was very new for me. And it was the open call, actually, which was about Navarasas. And at that point, I was on a residency at Adi Shakti, which is near Auroville. And I was studying Abhinav Gupta's philosophy, and then the idea of the Navarasa as not a monolithic concept, but the idea that centuries of debate went into going from 8 rasas, which are mentioned in Bharata's Natya Shastra, to the 9th, Shanta. So there's a lot of scholarly debate that went into kind of arriving at this idea of Navarasa, and I wanted to play with the idea that is an emotion only valid or legitimate if it's, text? What is the relationship with text? What is the relationship of emotions and words and articulation? And so I started to play with ink and, just making these shots of, putting ink in water and like disturbing the water and keeping it still. And, there is this range of forms that kind of became apparent. And I just started to continue to work with that to make this video work. And another thing for me with this is that the airport is also a space that's rich with information. There's a lot of information, and that tends to kind of direct your body in particular ways. So I wanted a work that carries some sense of history in the text, which accompanies it and conceptually, but visually I really wanted it to be as open as possible. So that's really the attempt with this work. And I'll kind of leave it at that. And I wish there was the video, but I'll encourage everyone to see the video version as well. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, we wish there were videos of each of their work, but well, then we'll just have to travel through T2. I'd like to invite Sarvesh Shah, who describes himself as a human-computer interaction researcher, new media storyteller, creative technologist, and futurist. And his work is called Trails of Yakshagana. So over to you, Sarvesh.
Yeah, hi guys. My name is Sarvesh, and throughout this morning we have heard of how Navarasa is something which you can experience in a lot of ways, right? In a lot of forms of art. It can be in food, it can be in puppetry. And here the sort of art medium which I thought would reflect my interpretation was dance. And this is the indigenous theatre form of art form of Karnataka, which is Yakshagana. I think it is popularized by this movie Kantara, where you have seen Bhoot Kala, right? And this sort of takes inspiration from that as well. And the idea here is that when you experience a dance form, a dance is sort of like a sculpture in motion. It's a sculpture in flux, right? And it's not just the the artist's position which gives a meaning, but it's something which they leave behind. It's also something which adds meaning to the art. And that is the reason why this artwork is called Trails of Yakshagana, because it sort of plays with delayed motion of the art form, the dance, and it uses colors which were inspired by K.K. Hebbar's painting, because he was himself a Yakshagana artist and a painter, and he closely demonstrated a lot of the life of a Yakshagana artist, and that is what we tried to showcase here. So, yeah, I'll leave that.
We'll come back to ask them more details about their process and the technology involved in their artwork. But we'll go over to Subodh, who, as many of you know, by training is a physician, but his art practice includes installations, sculptures, multimedia work, performance, paintings, and drawing, and he's the founder of the Museum of Goa. So, Subodh, if you could tell us a little bit about your artwork, Navarasa.
Okay, well, to put in Tanya's terminology, I am the oldest new media artist. And also, actually, I am a new media artist and an old media artist because I work in many different media. Well, I was originally a medical doctor. That gives me a very interesting access to science because I was a man of science. I gave up my medical practice. That's because most of my patients suddenly became tourists. And British tourists, and the only disease they were suffering from was loose motions. And the idea of devoting my life to British loose motions was not palatable. I thought India has taken enough bullshit from the British, and I didn't want to take any more. So I decided to become an artist, and now a new media artist. I right now working with something which I can describe as installation performance. I had a broadcast on my Instagram, said I want to work with 100 women in saris, and those who would like to register, please come register, a Google form, and come at this spot on the Goa's beach at this time. And we started getting registrations. There were 100, there were 200, then I had to stop. That's because if I had announced that we wanted men in red shirt, come at this time, not one single person would come, even if I had said beer free afterwards. But then women have this innate need to show themselves off in lovely sari, and today I'm so much impressed, I think I would request Yamini that we should have a sari parade here, because there are so many beautiful saris and so many beautiful women. So we had more than 100 women who registered, and I'm lucky to have a girl working as a graphic designer in my studio, and she is a Bharatanatyam dancer. And she helped me choreograph it. Of course, it was a very simple movement, and the age was no bar. So we had 100 women who performed, and I really wish that I had this power of getting 100 women when I was much younger. Well, so this is the work, but this is because Yamini requested me that, okay, we should do something connected with Navarasas, and I thought a dance form is all rasas. So that's why for the first time I worked with women. Otherwise, my art practice as a performance installation artist is with fishermen. And I'm also working on a full-fledged 1-hour documentary where I'm calling it Fishermen and the Ocean. And in this series of work, I tried to show the inseparability of the life of the fisherman and the ocean. Because the life of the fisherman is completely marinated in the ocean, inseparable from the ocean. And that's the idea which I try to show, and that will be a 1-hour full-fledged documentary, which will be happening soon.
Thank you so much. Actually, that you kind of addressed what I wanted to ask, because I've seen your, this particular piece connects to the ocean. Part of it connects to the ocean, and this vision, this visual of women on the ocean and the soothing, the waves coming in. And I've always seen your work with men, so I was very intrigued on how, in this piece, you invited women. Was there any particular reason and reasoning for that, or how did you engage with that?
Just because I thought I worked so much with men, why not work with women? And that's the only reason. But I work with a lot of other digital mediums too, not just this. I have at least 10 projects in the pipeline now connected with digital media. Actually, in my studio, I have a full-fledged digital department. I have an electronic engineer working with me. I have a mechanical engineer. So we work a lot with new media.
Thank you. And also what is interesting is that also I think you've worked with the Haki-Piki community, and there's also the harking back to the land, the green and the water of the state that comes out in Subodh's work. So thank you for that. Tanya, going over to you, your work, it's extremely intriguing because it changes, it's connected to an app, a weather app, and it kind of, as the weather changes outside in the city, so also it mirrors in your artwork. So if you could tell us, and I know there's a lot of intricacies that goes on behind your artwork, so if you could tell us about the layers and the engagement that's involved in creating this piece.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So, as I mentioned before, this artwork has photography, video, and animation. And it's got hundreds and thousands of layers that have been put together individually. Just one temple pillar plus all the painting would be about 50. So you can imagine what then goes into the intricacies of the clouds, etc. In order to connect it, but I think the biggest challenge here was it's being done for the airport. And so then to have an artwork that goes online with airport security, well, that was a challenge. And I have to say, Yamini and Bhargavi helped me tremendously. A lot of praise for them today, but with a lot of course. And I think there were some challenges also in the making because in the live one, which is a video, there's a sari which is continuously flying. And we needed to shoot it on the right day with wind, with the right light, because that's the best way to do it. And there were so many things that could go against you. It could rain or there could be no wind and you'd assemble this whole team of 10 people to try and get this one small element. And perhaps that wouldn't have worked. So it is challenging. As you said, there are a lot of intricacies. Also to create the smooth loop, without having to load too much onto the airport server. But these are all boring, geeky things, I would say. I think the experience of the artwork is the important bit of it.
No, but I think while it's geeky and the intricate things, and I think Sarvesh said the same thing when I was asking him about the details of creating this trails, but I think it's very intriguing because I think the medium is different and how the layering that goes on behind these pieces and then what we as an audience experience is completely different. We don't even realize the layers that are there behind each of these pieces. And what is interesting about all four of the artworks is you kind of encounter them just opposed to the sunken garden that you see on your right side. So all your artworks draw us into a certain kind of reality and a certain kind of space, but at the same time, we are connected to the outer environments in a little way through the light and the green that's coming in from the sunken garden. So it's a kind of an interesting location again. So Sarvesh, coming to you, I mean, you've already spoken about your engagement with Yakshagana artists and Heber's work to create this piece. But since we don't have we just have the image here, there's a beautiful performative element in your piece because we are drawn into the movement of the Yakshagana artists. We are drawn into the emotions of the Yakshagana artists in your piece. So if you could tell us a little bit about how you went about creating that and your motivation in a sense.
Well, I thought of the Navarasas which are there, and when we are talking about this, Yamini and us, we decided that it's not possible for an artwork to have just one rasa in silo. It usually is sort of like an equalizer of a lot of rasas. Some of them have hasya rasa, which is predominant, and other. In this case, what we tried to do was to evoke a Shanta rasa in beginning, go to Adbhut rasa, and then come back to Shanta rasa and play this thing in loop. So that was the idea, the conceptual idea behind this thing. And that is how we treated it. The motions, the artist's motion in the beginning is slow and steady, and slowly they pick up the tempo, and then they fade again. And that is how we end the video and then restart this thing again. So it's a 2-minute clip which runs.
Which I'm sure took much longer.
Yeah, I mean...
Namrata, coming to you, we spoke about earlier that a lot of your artwork in earlier art pieces have been, and you mentioned it as well, in painting and in multimedia work, and this was one of the first ones you were engaging with video. So how did you come to this idea of creating this sense of restlessness and shanta, as you say, as you shared earlier, and depicting it with this idea of making the ink the protagonist?
Okay, so I think the whole idea started with getting into the text of how in Bharata's conception of the Natya Shastra, there's this focus on the production of the rasa, or like the emphasis on the actor or the dramatist or the dancer. And so when you're looking at it from a producer's or an artist's perspective, there's this idea of, okay, you can use these materials, these colors, and these forms to evoke certain rasas. But how do you produce Shanta? You can't really talk about it from the perspective of the maker or the artist. And so Abhinav Gupta does like a whole perspective shift and starts talking about the receiver and how it's the state of the receiver or the person that's viewing or engaging with the work that actually can open up a space for tranquility or shanta. And so the idea was to use ink and water very simply to talk about still water as being a space where, when the water is still. And this is not with the assumption that your state of mind is always in your control or whatever. This is not spiritual bypassing, but I'm just looking at it from like the technical perspective of how shifting the emphasis to the viewer actually opened up space for creating a whole other rasa or including Shanta rasa. And there's like I said, centuries of debate between Bharata's Natya Shastra and Abhinav Gupta's Navarasa. So that whole conceptual and philosophical trajectory was my raw material, and I was just thinking about ink and water as a way to translate that whole debate. And it really just came to this very simple form of shooting, with distressed or troubled water and very still water to try and give a visual form to that kind of philosophical tradition and trajectory that the text actually, or the idea of Navarasa has traveled. Yeah.
Thanks, Namrata. So both coming to you, you very interestingly said that you too were new to video art and experimentation in this sphere. So, and if you could share a little bit more about how you've been engaging with these experiments.
Well, I will give you examples of some of my other works. On this stage, I'm speaking for the second time. I think 2 years ago, I spoke here on the 2nd October on Mahatma Gandhi. I'm a student of Gandhi. And I showed my work here in Bangalore, actually, to Rajmohan Gandhi, who is Gandhi's grandson. And he liked my work, and he connected me with all the Gandhi institutions in the country. And I went to Delhi, to the National Museum, the Gandhi Museum. The director knew that I was an ex-doctor, so he just pointed to a chair, and I sat down. He opened a cupboard and gave me a file. That was the original medical file of Mahatma Gandhi. And it had a lot of blood reports, urine reports. It had letters written by the doctors to Nehru and Patel about how to look after Gandhi. And it had 3 electric cardiograms. So I photographed all this. And I started thinking, what do I do with these electric cardiograms? An idea came to me. Any graph can be converted into sound. And if Gandhi's cardiogram is converted into sound, you get Gandhi's heart sounds. That's precisely what I did. And people who gathered here that day heard Gandhi's heart sounds, which I drew from Gandhi's cardiogram. So these are the kind of projects I do. Yeah, so this is sort of using, many times in the digital media, I'm not commenting on my fellow artists, but in general, I'm commenting. Many times people use digital media just for the sake of using. For example, the Prime Minister's office created an exhibition on Gandhi and on Patel. What happened there? You go there, you press a button, a garland comes into Patel's neck. Now, this is misuse of digital media. So, digital media has to be harnessed thoughtfully, intelligently to say something, not just for the sake of it. So it's like AI. It's a great boon, and it can also become, it can create bad art. So this can also happen. Thank you.
But that's a great segue to my next question, which is to do with the medium. And I'll start with Sarvesh, because Sarvesh calls himself a futurist. So in terms of AI and also in terms of digital art and where we're going, I would just love for each of you to speak to where you see this kind of art going and the potential or challenges of it.
I'll just say that it's in my arrogance that I call myself these things. It's something which, these titles are something which you get bestowed upon. But okay, I'll answer the question of how we see digital art in the future. I think initially digital art was something which you would view as a photograph or as a movie. Slowly it started becoming a little bit more responsive, where you had some data or some algorithm which it changed based on some data. It became interactive, where you had some sensors which would read a person's input and change accordingly. And I think from interaction, we are going into the idea of even consumption, because I have in this hall a fellow senior of mine who has worked on digital art, and he sort of made different patterns of jalebi using digital art, right? Using data, and those jalebis, the people who were interacting with this could eat that thing. So you could eat your data, right? And that is the next thing which I think can happen. People owning the data, people interacting and consuming the data, is something which we might see in the future. Maybe.
NFTs are in a way.
Yeah, NFTs in a way are something like that. You can own them. I think they have not reached the potential that they can. Something which I'm hopeful about. Let's see.
Tanya, Namrata's. Tanya. Yeah.
So I think this debate about digital art, where it's going, is it good, is it not? It's a debate we've had before a century ago when photography came into being. And it's a debate we've had before that. And I think every medium, no matter what it is, and there will be more as we go forward because we are just racing along just now, aren't we? Every medium will have its place. And every medium, just like photography or painting, will have good artists and bad artists. Artists who want to express something genuine, artists who are just creating for the fun of it and have no intention to express. And I think why digital art this question is tagged to it so much is because of social media, of the amount of content we consume, and because we are just bombarded with so much. But again, perhaps I think we will find a footing like we always have throughout the centuries. It's just a matter of time, and things will evolve as they always do.
Thanks, Tanya.
Yeah, just jumping off of that, I feel like the screen is really seen as something that demands a lot from you. It's lit from within. It doesn't need an external light source. There's a different temporality in operation with it, and I just see, it isn't the technology, but what you can do with it. So in this video, it's almost like a tool for like emotional regulation or creating a certain meditative space. And I kind of feel like that's possible even within the digital medium. It's about kind of subverting the way it is used traditionally and trying to alter the temporality at which it operates, like use it to kind of engage someone's attention span in a different way. All of that is possible. It's just because of certain assumptions that the digital comes with that you kind of bypass those possibilities. And so I just think that there's an opportunity to use the medium in a different way, actually keep in dialogue with other mediums. And this is why I go back to painting, because it really does inform my practice. And there's a sense of being able to borrow from and engage with it in a very different way, or at least that's what I've tried to do with this work, and that's where I see potential.
Thank you. So both, would you like to add? But we started from you, yeah.
Yeah, well, I will like to make a little comment on artificial intelligence and art, which is created with artificial intelligence. Just 2 weeks ago, I was speaking at an education seminar in Jaipur, and my topic, it was a seminar on artificial intelligence and humanities, and art falls into humanities, and my topic I chose was natural stupidity and artificial intelligence. That is because what I feel is, you cannot, when artificial intelligence should be used as one of the tools. It cannot create art, because one of the most important thing which is innate for any creativity is intuition. Because we have intelligence, we have instincts, and when intelligence and instincts go through hard work and concentration and passion, because of intuition, art is created. So it's not just my wisdom. Albert Einstein said whatever his formulas he discovered were essentially because of intuition. And artificial intelligence can never give you that intuition. It can never have that feeling. And so I think using technology, using all kind of technology is very good, but one has to remember that they are just tools and they are not art. For example, if you know grammar very well, you don't become a writer. You need something else.
Thank you. And and it's very true. I mean, all of their works, in the sense, the debate between tool and generative art is interesting in itself. But there's also value in data then creating jalebis, or data, mapping data in a way that can be artistically interpreted as well. So having said that, I think I'll bring this session to a close. The artists are here this whole evening. Many of you have engaged with their work. I'm sure you have questions, so please do feel free to reach out to them and engage with them. And do stop and engage with the work if you are in T2 as well, because that sense of wonder that we're talking about in the rasas, I think it's there in each of their work. While each of them deal with a particular rasa and are attempting to deal with all of them, wonder is something that really draws you into their work. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And another big round of applause to all of our panelists. I just want to remind our audience that the bookmarks given to you at registration have a QR code that you can scan. It takes you to the official website so you can view the art and culture page and read more about the artists and the artworks as well. Of course, it is a work in progress section, so more info about the art at T2 will be uploaded in the coming days. Also, I request our artists from this session to step outside and give our team some sound bites. If I could have you all do that. And our artists from the morning session as well, if you haven't yet given our team your sound bites, we request you to step outside and do that. Help us out with that. Thank you so much. We'll now move on to our next session, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I'll remind you, you can upload photos, videos on Instagram and Facebook. The handle is at Bangalore Airport, that's BLR Airport. And we also have a hashtag, which is art@BLR Airport. Our next session is called Dynamics of Movement. The way artists are inspired to create something that we can only imagine is simply fascinating. For example, when you enter T2, you need to walk through the vestibule. And if you've paid attention to what's around, you will see that it feels like you're walking through a space that resembles a forest or a grove. And did you know that several images have been stitched together to create the entire piece that looks like one for these vestibules? No matter which way you look at it, the vestibule looks the same, and that's the magic of creating an art piece, keeping movement in mind, and that's what this next session is all about. So, taking you through dynamics of movement, may I call upon? So, with a round of applause, Tariq Karimboy, Shalini Dham, Vivek Matthew, Dinesh Manir and Ganesh Shankar. And joining them is Sumana Chandrasekhar as the moderator.
Check, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. It's truly a pleasure for me to be in conversation with these incredible artists here. Tariq Karimboy, Shalini Dham, Vivek Matthew, Dinesh, and Ganesh. Our topic for discussion is dynamics of movement. Before we move into the conversation, I thought I'll just briefly set the tone for this conversation based on 3 keywords: movement, senses, and the Navarasas, which is the overarching leitmotif for the arts program at the BIAL, which Latika Gupta has so beautifully articulated in her essay. Movement, as we all know, is the very essence of life. To move is to live, and to live is to move, to be alive. However, as a larger society, I think I can safely say this, that we have reduced the idea of movement to mean large leaps, to mean linear movements, to mean material success, to mean quicker accomplishment of milestones. and an exclusively outward movement that is triggered by forces of capitalism and consumerism. And this is something that is reflected in the stress and tension, and these are also the words that Latika uses in her essay. This is reflected in the stress and tension of our urban experiences of travel, whether we are traveling through the airport or whether it is through the excruciating traffic of our cities. In other words, movement has become all about reaching the destination. And in this process, what we have been pushing away is an appreciation of movement that is non-linear, movement that is sometimes quiet, sometimes imperceptible, and movement that is journeying inwards, movement that is deeply in the embrace of the senses, and movement that is pregnant in a moment of pause, and movement that is in a constant state of breaking and becoming. The Navarasas themselves are a celebration of the aliveness of all this movement. They resist any form of fixity, as each rasa is in a constant state of flux, being continuously shaped by the ever-changing relationship between the artist, the viewer, and the work of art. As we discuss the dynamics of movement, I am reminded of the lines by the 12th century philosopher Basavanna, who said, "Sthavara kalivuntu jangama kalivilla," which means there is death to the static, but there's no death to the one that is moving. So on that note, I'd like to first invite Tariq Karimboy to talk about his work at the BIL at T2. Tariq has training in the arts, in industrial design, and in architecture, and his works just juxtapose the old and the new, creating sculptures that are modern and minimal in form. Tariq, inviting you to talk about your work.
It gives me great delight to be here in front of an audience talking about my work. Now, in terms of rasa, this is rasa from many facets. It's rasa looking at it through a kaleidoscope. Now, what I do is very, very simple. I look at the distillation process of a piece of wood, for instance, in my installation here. And then I say, I'm in love with the pendulum. I'm in love with how does something move to create a certain tranquility, to create a certain movement. So what I did here is I took a white oak. White oak is very, very hard. It's got these grains to it, very minute grains when you cross-cut it. And when you edge-cut it, you see another side to it, which is a more complex weave that weaves into another pattern that weaves into a third pattern. Now the idea was that how do I distill it into its pure element? So what I did is I took a torch. I took a torch and I burnt it. When I burnt it, I spent more time looking at it than I spent actually burning it. Now when one burns wood, it takes on a completely different character. You fall in love with it because you see another aspect of nature that you've never seen before. So all of a sudden I saw these grains talking to me. And I'm looking at it and I'm saying, now what should I do next? And then I burn it a little more. It's like having a glass of wine. You drink it and you look at it, you drink it again, and then you swish it around and you approach it again. It's a very painterly approach. And then you say, okay, I want it black there. But what the black does in essence is it removes the moisture from a form. Now when it removes the moisture from a form, that means it becomes light. And if I was to draw a straight line in terms of gravity, the gravity is right in the center, and since I've burnt the top, I move it. So it goes tick, tock, tick, tock. Now, this goes on for about 22 minutes. If I come a little closer to the wood, and I see the cross-cut wood, it's a composition of 67 parts. Each 67 parts is again cross-cut in diamond form. Now, diamond forms are like little cups going right and left, like little hands welcoming you to the airport or welcoming you and saying hello. And then I have a little bindi, which could be the third eye, but in essence what I've done is I've removed mass from that piece of wood. By removing the mass, I'm again distilling it and distributing that weight to its center. So it's like a dancer. It's like a rag. And the dancer's dancing, like a ballerina dancing, basically, on her tiptoes. And that was my approach. And then I said, listen, Bangalore has what's old, Bangalore has what's new. What's new is technology. So the base on which it sits on is surgical steel. That surgical steel not only reflects the wood, but it gives you see a whole new vocabulary of pause, of movements that one would never discover if one really looked at it on a front elevation. And you know where that tranquility gives it another movement of joy. And I thank you for getting me to be part of this panel and for this piece being a presence in Bangalore. I've named it after my daughter, so I have to keep coming here to visit her. Thank you.
Thanks, Tariq. I think this was the only piece that we missed watching yesterday while we were on the walk. So I really want to go back to T2 and watch this work of yours. We watched all the other 4 pieces yesterday. We'll next move on to Shalini. Shalini has a background in economics and then she was trained in ceramics. And she uses her piece to explore contradictions and dualities that are hidden under the surface. Shalini, you saw this lovely work yesterday at T2. Please tell us more about it.
Hello. So I'll start with the piece is called Find Me a Love Song. And so actually for the piece to make meaning, the viewer has to walk across it. So you see one image from one side and another from the other. And how I go about it is that I cut the surface of clay in a way that it animates it. So while you have only 50% of the information on one side, you make up the rest. You know, the viewer fills in the rest himself or herself. In this particular piece, I've taken windows from various eras of windows from Karnataka from various eras and windows from buildings that were built for different purposes. So one is from a library, one is from the Vidhan Soda, one could be from a palace, one is from a village home, and one I kept which was from an art form, the Chittara art form. So that's an imaginary window. And as you move across it, it transitions into a butterfly, which again is the state butterfly of Karnataka, and to depict change. And then it's got these scattered letters from, poems and in Kannada, in Urdu, in Malayalam, and other languages, as well as, endangered species, be it bugs or elephants. And I've kept the size the same. Like, we all belong and we all need to take that much amount of space. Like, there's no hierarchy. And I've also put in little tiny messages, so if you look for it, you'll find other things. And then I've done emoticons because that's the language of today. And anything else.
Lovely. Yeah, it reminded me of, yesterday while we were watching this, as children, we all collected these 3D cards, which would have these different kinds of images viewed from different angles. So this was very playful for me in that sense to, You already thought about that, I'm sure.
Yeah, so that, I think that while there are other rasas that are overlapping, this, because the viewer has to walk across it and it changes, there's a certain amount of playfulness and joy that I hope the piece brings.
Great, thank you, Shalini. About Vivek, Dinesh, and Ganesh, I'd like to talk about their works as some sort of a triptych actually, because they are about the green, they are about the forest and the grove. So I'll introduce all three of them together and ask them to respond and talk about their works in sort of a very interconnected way, because the works are actually interconnected. Vivek's tryst with, all of them are photographers, all three of them are photographers. Vivek's tryst with photography began with the simple thought that he wanted to capture the brilliance of that moment. So it's about capturing, about freezing, about becoming one with that moment, which is just going to sort of come in and disappear. So, and he's trained in photography in the Light and Life Academy in OT. And he brings this beautiful work called, which is the Nallur Tamarind Grove, which you will see in one of the vestibules. So all of their artworks is in the 3 vestibules as we enter T2. Dinesh Manir, who's there, is also a photographer. He's based between Bangalore and his Uru, which is on the coastal Kumta, which is Kumta. So he also divides his time between Bangalore and Kumta. He has actually been looking at different kinds of cultural practices in Karnataka. So Karnataka, his work has mostly been rooted in practices, artistic cultural practices of the state. And what he has given to us here in T2 is this lovely image from the Ramnagara forest, and he'll talk about it as well. Ganesh Shankar, again, is a nature photographer, and over 2 years, for over 2 decades now, he's been focusing on photography with an emphasis on creativity and art. And at the T2, we find his bamboo grove. So all three of them, what is interesting is that they were responding to a very celebrated Kannada poet, K.S. Nisar Ahmad's, again another celebrated poem of his called Nityotsava. It's a beautiful poem, many of you here would know it. The poem in Kannada is a celebration of the state, but also mainly a celebration of the forests and the greenery and the lush abundance that the state has always had. The forests, the rivers, the mountains, everything, the natural landscape, the abundance of this state. And Nisar Ahmad has actually been called the Nityotsava Kavi, and Nityotsava meaning an everyday celebration. So it's not, picking a day to celebrate, but there's a joyous celebration of this life, of this abundance every single day. And that's so beautifully represented in all their works. And incidentally, Nisar Ahmad himself was born in Devanhalli, where the airport today is. So there are lots of connections to the poet, to his poetry, and the way in which the 3 works have been curated. So I'd first like to invite Vivek. Would you like to talk about your work?
Yeah, thank you so much. I've taken it at the Tamarind Grove, which is very close to BIL at the moment. So this is about it's about 300 years old, the trees over there, and it lasts for about 200 years. So I really love this place because it's filled with nature, something which we miss in the urban cities in the center. So something, the best getaway to go and really be with it. So I wanted to capture the space and get the essence of the part of nature, yeah.
Lovely. And also, I was reading that the Nallur Tamarind Grove is actually like a heritage site. Can you tell us more about the geography of that place? And
Yeah, there's a Chanik Vaisha temple. I'm not able to get the name right. I've written it over there, which has been many years, so it's a lot of heritage site over there, and the trees are part of the place, so it's one of the it gives a lot of character to a space, which those days would have been wonderful. So it's just very imaginative to think about those days. Yeah.
Thank you. And we'll move on to Dinesh. Dinesh, would you like to talk about this Ramanagara experience that you've brought for us at T2?
Hello? Yeah. So I was contacted by this agency, Tiger, and of course Yamini, and they said they want a photo for the airport. Okay, I thought another poster. So in the beginning, I was not that interested, and then I got the concept that it is going to be in one of the vestibules. 3 vestibules, 3 good best photographers. Ganesh has been my mentor always. So 3 best photographers of Karnataka. So it was all of a sudden, sounded very interesting. And then we had meetings, a lot of discussions, because the first thing, when photo comes, we see that as a 2D, right? It's like on a wall or something, or a poster or something. But here, the passenger has to move, in between the image. So I was thinking, how we are going to do that. So then we thought of, this concept of a 180-degree panorama. So the photo starts with, like left to right, all in one image. Now there are 2 challenges. One is the technique itself. So how do we get 180-degree panorama? Of course, we can stitch together, join it, and post-process it. But it should look like one full photo from left to right. All in one photo. So that was the first challenge. Second challenge was the concept itself. It cannot be some simple location or some simple forest, right? It should be like passenger he's starting at the airport, so he starts he's leaving to some location, so he goes through right in the entrance, and he should stop for a moment and see what is going on here. He should be surprised after seeing that image. It cannot be just some beach or some waterfall or something simple. So it has to be Indian, and the moment he enters, if he's entering in the left side, so he will definitely look at the left side of the wall, and then he slowly starts the ceiling, the wonderful ceiling we have, and then he starts looking at the right side of it. So this was the concept, and we took that as a challenge. It was not so easy. Lot went behind it. Like, I can tell you a small detail, like we stitched 60 to 70 photographs because of the length of the print. We needed almost 60,000 pixel on one long edge. That is a digital term, of course. So this was the challenge. And then in the same time, we have to show, we have to stun the passenger passing by through. So Ramnagara was accidentally chosen by me. I was given a topic of Western Ghats actually, because my native is Kumta, and Western Ghats was my born place. So I took a lot of photos. It was raining, between the leeches, all those things. I'm not going to talk about them, but those were not selected. And I had some connection with this place. I've been to this place in Ramnagara for, I think twice I've been there. These are champa trees. In Kannada we call as Kaadu Sampige, or in English it is Plumeria alba, or I don't know the Hindi term for it. So these champa trees, they change they change according to the season, right? When winter comes, all the leaves will be fallen. You will see some flowers, and then the flowers, even, you see on the, flowers on the ground. So it will be beautiful. But the T2 airport itself is an art piece, and the theme was like green, so I had to make sure that I have leaves enough to cover the ceiling. So I went in, I think July. I started taking the photo at 44 second. I started it. It's like you take like this, this, and this. Each row, we are taking 17 photos and stitching everything together in the post-processing. So I started at 4:14 p.m. and ended at 5:01. This is like 45 minutes I had to make one image. So these are like on a frozen timeline, small captures all along the way, almost up to end of this 47th minute. So if the passenger is passing by through that gate, he's actually walking inside a frozen timeline. He can see every single leaf recorded in that timeline. Then he passes through. So he will immediately go into that probably next art installations or probably his destinations. So that is what came into mind, and I had this location in my mind, and I went there. It was amazing experience. So this particular photograph, it's, I think, post-processed by one of the best photographer of India, Amit Pashrija. So he post-processed it, and it came fantastic. Yesterday, because it's not like your 3D installation, art installations. We never get to see our photos. So we can see on our largest of the largest screens, but it is still just one 2D. But when I saw there yesterday, walked through it, I was really stunned. It came really beautifully.
Yes, and we, all of us who watched it, who witnessed this, all their works, can truly vouch that they're all stunning in their own ways, and they evoke the different kinds of rasas in their own ways. We move on next to Shankar, who's made this lovely bamboo grove. Shankar, please talk about that.
Hello?
Ganesh Shankar.
Yeah. First of all, let me thank Yamini and Bayal team for giving me an opportunity to be part of this project, and I really enjoyed doing this. I think, as Dinesh said, this whole process has had a lot of the challenges, difficulties. Actually, I might have made about, say, 10-15 images going to different places. I think thanks to the strict the process, Yamini and her team rejected many of my images. So first actually I went to Badra. I was in Badra jungles to make an image and made some images. And then I went to 3 different places in Western Ghats. I went to some place near the Kollur, there in the Western Ghats, and I took a lot of the special permissions from Forest Department to go to some remote the jungle in the Western Ghats, and there was a stream and a lot of leeches, and I made a lot of images. So as Dinesh said, each image, making an image takes lots of time because we have to stitch. See, the problem with this large print is so every inch needs about 300 dots. So that means to make an image of this size, of a quality, requires only way you can do that is stitching. Very high resolution images, and stitch it and make these images. But the challenge is since it is 180 degrees, so you in the field you don't know whether it will stitch properly or not. Because there is an extreme curvature that has to be achieved in the final print. And the only solution we have is okay, do the trial and error. When you want to make one image, you make say some 4 or 5 images. Each making an image will take about, say, as he said, some 30-40 minutes. So, and the situation in the jungles are also not the very helpful. See, in Kollur, what happened is many times, okay, I mean, I was halfway through the image and then one raindrop falls on the lens, and that whole thing will get spoiled and it won't stitch at all. So, so there are several such the technical challenges. So you're not sure till you come back home and do this stitching. And I used to do my own stitching, and in the night I will give this image for stitching in the computer using some specialized software. In the next morning, I will know whether it is stitched properly or not, because it is a very compute intensive whole process. It is a bit the challenging. But I really thoroughly enjoyed this. So other thing I just wanted to talk about, I mean, you mentioned that I'm a nature photographer. I think the one thing I need to tell you here is probably there is some amount of naivety in that word, the nature photographer. Okay. So I've been doing this nature photography for about say more than 25 years. The naivety is this. So when you hear that word nature photographer, the first thing that comes to you is, okay, he's a photographer who makes an image of elephant or a river or the landscape or whatever it is. Yeah, that part is correct. But the nature photography has other facets and other possibilities which gets into the realm of the creativity and art. So in this 2 to 3 decades of my photography, the first about 7-8 years I was doing this what fits that the common meaning of the nature photographer. Okay, the person who photographs elephants and rivers and things like that. So then actually I spent about 7-10 years on exploring the nature as a form of art. How can I express nature very differently? Okay, I mean, how do I express emotions in my photographs? Say if a Hindustani classical singer can say sing Megh Malar and portray the mood of a monsoon, and it should be much easier for me to visually represent or I have far more control over the visual medium than an medium which is not the sound or whatever it is. So I mean, it should be easier for me. I mean, I was just thinking that. I mean, so I spent about 8-10 years doing lots of abstract work, trying to use elements of the nature and abstractly portray emotions, feelings. And after that 8-10 years, I mean, I kind of felt that, I mean, there is something again missing in this journey of photography. Now I do pursue nature photography from a different perspective and what I call a philosophical nature photography. This has kind of roots in basically pantheism, and I'm kind of influenced by the philosophers Baruch Spinoza, Immanuel Kant, and our own DVG. So the beauty I realized is that when you photograph nature in its all grandeur, if you think about it deeply, you will realize that you cannot say anything, because I mean you really don't know. I mean, the leaf is not a leaf. Okay, so if you see that in a lot of detail, you just I think saying anything is very childish about nature, because we are so small in this whole the grand scheme of things. From say subatomic particles, we don't know anything. From the cosmos, you don't know anything. So that way, I think it is very, very difficult to make a statement. So that is when I realize what the DVG said, Holi ninna tutigalannu mankutima. So that means you stitch your lips, don't say anything. I think that is really makes sense. So these days, as a nature photographer, what I want to say something through my images is, I tell myself that you cannot say anything.
Thank you. And it's actually true that when you look at these artworks, you're just stunned, your jaw drops, and you don't know what to say about these works. What I really found beautiful about all these works, in the earlier panel, we were actually looking at digital art where things are in motion, there is movement, and we are appreciating what is moving, physically, actually, virtually moving in front of our eyes. And here in all these works, there's a beautiful kind of stillness. And yet, to see the movement within that for me, it was absolutely, it was a very moving spiritual experience, I must say, because we are sort of experiencing movement even when we are looking at these static images or static works of art. So the interplay between what is static and what is in motion, like I earlier said, quoting Basavanna, that the Sthavara and the Jangama are always, playing off each other. The movement has the pause has movement, and it's somewhat like the act of breathing in and out. It's so imperceptible, we don't even know, and yet there's a stillness, there's movement to it. And what is also beautiful in all their works is that they're working with elements of nature. There's wood, there's clay, there's photographing nature, where actually the artists are working with, it's almost like they're working with another protagonist. And there's that playfulness that's coming in, right? There's things that are completely out of our control, things that you don't know how they're going to turn out, what will emerge out of it. So I'd like to ask each of you, what is that process, or what is that emotion that you've been experiencing while you've been working with these elements of nature, who are protagonists in their own way, and they are also playing with you, you are playing with them. What was that process for you, Tariq?
I'd like to break it up into three parts. Yeah. One is this MIT professor called Dr. Edgerton. His name was Doc Edgerton, they used to call him. And the fascinating thing about him was that he made the invisible visible. For instance, you go ahead, you see this, and suddenly it freezes, and then you know what it actually is. So what he did is he took a golfer, the golfer was playing golf, you couldn't see it at the eye, but after he created the strobe, you could see every movement to it, on one hand. Then on the other, you see the city of Hampi. Now, Hampi is an incredible city built out of quartz. Quartz has a certain weight. It has a certain tensile structure. It has a certain compression structure. Now, it's very interesting. Coming from the architecture point of view, and my work is very, very, very simple. I try to distill it to its basics. Now, when you look at the city of Hampi, you see this quartz, you see a beam, you see two columns, and then you see the temples at the background. And you say, wow, that's like lace. It's like stone quartz that has this rust color, and it's so powerful. And then you step back again, and you say, it's so simple, and it's so beautiful. That simplicity, that static quality is what really I search for in my work. So when I burn a piece of wood and it turns to ash, I take shellac and I go over that ash. And then what beautifully happens is that ash, I could say Lord Shiva's ash, becomes black in color. And then once you put linseed oil over it and then you put beeswax over it, it becomes like steel gray. And it takes on another character. Now all this is a metamorphosis, it's a movement. It's not Anish Kapoor saying, I own black. It's black that came from a kajal. It's black that came from the earth. And the beauty of actually Karnataka, Bangalore, is that it's got this historical context. And the beauty of all of us present today is that the airport is a sum of our parts. And what I'd like to say to my piece in particular is déjà vu. You've seen it, you've been there, and you remember it as it used to be. And the reason being is because it's so simple, it's so natural, it's kinetic, it's soothing, and most of all is you see that little hole, and through that little hole, you see the reality of the world around it. I thank you all. Yamini, thank you. And this is a very special airport. I've been to so many airports in the world. What makes it really special is, okay, SOM, Skidmore and Mural designed the structure, but who gave it life? All of us, together. Thank you.
Yeah, from that window to Shalini's many windows, what was the experience of movement for you when you were working with clay? And how did clay play with you?
So, actually, this is an old story. This happened when I went to do my master's. And I was from advertising. And I was so scared that somehow, advertising will not leave me and I won't find whatever is it that I wanted to do because you work on briefs. So I decided to just play with clay. So with no preconceived idea as to what I'd be making, nothing, just playing with it. So folding it, cutting it. So it started by cutting it, and then I would fold it, and the gaps would become bigger. And slowly I started then using a knife to push open the gaps, then started cutting it in different directions. Now cutting it in different directions is what animates it, because when I put a certain information on one side and another on a grid, 50-50%, if I cut it in one angle, I'll only get that part of the image there, and if I cut it from another angle, the opposite angle, so that is what animates it. So that's the language that I found by playing with clay. After that, no play, because now I have to make grids, and it's all very pre-planned, and I have to, once decided, I have to finish the whole damn thing. So, yes.
Lovely, thanks. And actually, I was, windows and little holes that you can look into another world is also something that's common to all their works, from Tariq's work to Shalini's, to all the little windows of light that you can see in the three works of the photographers. I really like that, there's the sense of anticipation, that you want to look beyond what is already visible. That's so beautiful. So in the works of Dinesh, Vivek and Ganesh, of course you've told us about what it means to work with nature, with the uncontrollable, and you're sort of submitting yourself to that world. But as an artist that's working, I don't know if you were aware of movement as a state of being while you were photographing, but now as we are on this panel talking about movement, what is that sense for you as artists to work with nature, with the idea of moving with nature? Of course, in a forest, in a grove, we are looking at movement in different forms, but how is the artist moved? Were you moved in different ways while you were doing this?
To me, photography is about stopping the moment. While we are photographing, everything is moving. We are actually stopping the moment, recording it in a 2D plane, and like airport, we are showing that to a passenger or the viewer, and just transferring the moment from whatever we recorded to in his mind. Because all of a sudden, when he sees all these things, he can see. Yesterday when I shared this photo on my social media, few people asked, "Are those real trees? Are those real branches or what on the top?" So they are, because they are seeing on a social media, right, like 2D planes. They are thinking I captured actual trees on the top, right? So it created the movement. I recorded a movement on a 2D plane and then transferred it to the viewer. So that is what movement is for me.
Lovely. Thank you for bringing in that element of stopping the movement. That makes total sense in the sense of pause. Ganesh?
I think I would say, instead of portraying the movement, I am moved by the nature. So there is I know you probably are aware of a beautiful rendition by M.S. Subbulakshmi called the Jagadodharana. Such a beautiful song which resonates very well with me when I do a nature photography. So we, the nature photographers, are like Yashoda. Okay, so nature is Krishna. So Yashoda thinks this Krishna is a very small boy, and she plays with Krishna. So we, the nature photographers, are like that. I mean, we think we are great, and okay, I'm a nature photographer, I photograph this. I think that is not how I want to approach the nature after 30 years of doing what nature photography is. First, I submit myself with a folded hand, and then I do the nature photography. So in that song, there are some things which are very very unique. It says, "Aganita mahimana nigamake silukada aganita mahimana." So something which you cannot comprehend, something which you cannot prove, and something which is so precious. And Yashoda thinks he is her son. Okay, so what kind of a blissful ignorance that is, and that is the same ignorance that we nature photographers live in.
Right, I'm reminded of Kabir also, who says we can only see as much as the eye can hold, and what lies out of our sight is this whole world. So it's something similar. Vivek, would you like to talk about movement?
Yes, I'll just make it very short. I like how nature surprises me, and I let nature come to me with no judgments, and I just go with the flow. So I think that would be the best and short answer to that. Yes. Good.
Thank you so much. I think we have time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience, if there are any. Any questions for any of the artists? Come on, there has to be some questions.
We got very insightful things to listen. We don't have to question.
Stitch your lips. Great, thank you very much. Thanks to all the artists. I mean, yes, if you are in T2, if you haven't yet watched their works, please do. And I'd like to leave on this note. In the earlier panel, I think Tanya was saying that we've always been a culture where the humans have always been part of nature. And what we've done in the recent years, in the recent decades, and this begins with our education systems and so on, we always like to work in binaries. We think, things are always separate. We keep nature separate from culture. We keep nature separate from technology. What the airport has, what BIL and especially at T2, what they've actually envisioned is a place where everything can come together once again. You know, you see all the shimmer, you see all the modern technology, you see these massive spaces, and there is also a large space that holds nature within it. You know, it's like being in the embrace of nature, and this entire space itself embracing nature, which metaphorically is a beautiful thing to do, and that's something we are losing. The works of all these artists are again a reminder for all of us to integrate everything into who we are as individual people and also into our own spaces. And that may be a great future of envisioning something, for having a vision for Bangalore city. We know the problems that the city is having. There are policy makers that will have to take all these into consideration, and I think the BIAL has shown us the way in some ways. So on that note, thank you very much. Thanks to all the artists.
Thank you so much, Sumana. And a big round of applause for our panel. Sir, a quick photo before we let you exit the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you. And with that, we've come to our last session of the day, and it is a very exciting topic of scale in public space. Well, you know why this is so exciting? It's because if you've been to T2, the first artwork that you see as you cross the vestibules is a structure that looks like a plane, but also looks like a temple that's tilted and sort of ready for takeoff. So I'm talking about Vimana, the artwork by Talur L.N. So this session explores the topic of what it means to create such huge artworks in public spaces. And to begin the session, I request, with a round of applause, please join us on stage, Talur L.N., Madhvi Subramanian, Latika Kat, and Pragati Mathur. And joining them on stage and moderating the session, the one and only Yamini Telkar.
Hi, can you hear me? Good. So now the focus is on me to keep time. So I've told Paloma, please remind me at 40 minutes so that I know I'm not spilling over. You know, being the curator, I've had the pleasure of working with each one of them, and I hope I can bring out some hidden facets of their work. I begin the session by in the format that I've said, saying that I'll ask each one of you to say a few words of what your work according to you is, and then I will ask you certain questions, or it can be a discussion and statement on how we work with, you know, the idea of scale. Because being an airport and, you know, being in T2, which is all about floor to ceiling, which goes at 12 meters, which is about 36 feet, it's all about scale. So how do you deal, or how do you create works in scale, which is not such a frequent or a, you know, easy enough opportunity for many to kind of work with? So I'll begin from the end of there. Talur, please go ahead and...
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, this session is called Scale in Public Spaces. So I can also say Vimana in Public Places. The title can be like that. So the Vimana, you can use several ways. You know, it carries a different meaning in different context. So Vimana is just not an aircraft. So actually, Vimana. Mana is a measurement. Vimana is, you know, something beyond to comprehend in the context of scale, or in the context of something. So it's called Vimana. Especially like in a villages, olden days, one of the biggest structure is only the village temple. And the Gopuram is the biggest structure. All the houses are very small and tiny. So that's the reason they call maybe the Gopuram is a Vimana. So this is a kind of starting point for me to work in this direction. Otherwise, once I have a concept, after that it's a kind of open-ended for me. So I kind of travel here and there. So it's more like people want to hear something explanations of the work. So only for that works. Otherwise, like it's quite open-ended work. And each time, different people, when they interpret, that's how I grow with the work. I listen to their interpretations and then try to kind of understand from their perspective and how they think. And that's how the work always alive for me. It's not like a one poster or one idea or one thing.
So that's interesting. So basically, what you're saying is that your work grows as people interact, and new stories or new layers kind of get added on to it. So that's a very interesting way. Latika ji, I come to you. Just so that you know, Latika ji's work is not yet installed, but it is something that is waiting for installation. It is very much in the airport. She's done a work which is 11-foot marble sculpture. We have an image of it over here. Latika ji, if you could just say, what your inspiration, what your work is all about.
Hi. Yeah. So basically my work before 2 years was horizontal because I'm inspired by the earth. Whatever happens on the underground level, right from the childhood days, since my father was a botanist, we were sort of related to the earth. The roots and the dried leaves and the rotten leaves, so on. And basically, I would catch up all the insects. And I think I was always very violent child. So I would cut them up. And I always had a desire to see what is inside. What is inside a form. So whether it's a human being, and later on I must tell you that I also worked on the dead bodies when I was teaching in Banaras University. I had access to the keys to the medical museum. So I had to really see, as an artist, relation between a muscle and a bone and veins and so on. So I did very intensive study. And since my scale was that, then I was suddenly invited to do a very large work, about 30 feet tall, for the ONGC building, Delhi. It was a great challenge because I was never going vertical. So I was very confused about how to like conceive a vertical shape, because I was always going, very long shapes, 20 feet, 30 feet I had done on the ground. So it was a challenge, structure-wise too. And now this work which you are referring to is the second work after that, actually the third work after that. And I tried, made slight differences in the materials. Some were bronze and marble, some were sandstone and marble. So they look different. That's why the white one I called a snowscape because of the stark white. I had been once very, very influenced by the snow, the white snow that I had experienced in Canada and Norway and so on. Apart from the cold, the total landscape completely going white, not a single streak of color. So white marble would work very, very well in that respect. But here I had to relate also to the ground. So I chose the yellow Jaisalmer stone, which was closest to the earth color. And and the shapes represent the crevices that you have, and in the memory of all the insect life that I relate to still. I'm still very intrigued by the life of termites. I've been, since 1988, I've been working on termites in a very serious manner, in a sense that I've traveled around to places where they had larger scale termite hills, and I was very intrigued as to what happens inside, the inside story of a termite hill. So I formed a team, and we poured POP through all the holes, and the people nearby were saying there's cobra living inside and life is in danger. So I said, okay, so anytime the snake comes out, we all run. So we poured POP, and it was a very fascinating experience as to what we found. We found the large mother queens of that size, about 8 inches. I mean, imagining a tiny ant turning into that large shape. And the whole lifestyle of the inside of the termite hill got discovered, you know, the positive aspect of the negative shape. So then gradually some trees fell down which were affected by the termites, and the beautiful shapes that go on. And the whole process of growth and decay, which I was already working on, because I had already done work on the dead bodies and how at the Manikarnika Ghat in Varanasi they burn the bodies. So I was very interested in the death part of it. What happens immediately after you die, as one of my friends was discussing ash. I mean, the end product is the ash, and how something else comes out of it, the experience of it. So this is the end result of all those experiences. And I'm personally very much in love with this work because of the color and the shape and the undulating whatever has come out.
Yeah. It's called Earth Formations.
Yes.
That's the title of the work. Thank you very much. Pragati, moving on to you. You know, the backstory of the work is Pragati had given a proposal through the open call for a work that measured 3 feet by 5 feet. But it didn't, because of, you know, the proposal and the way it, you know, that what you see, the multicolored chandelier, that was the original proposal. But it was meant for a vertical space, and it just wasn't working. So we've kind of worked through the multiple airport spaces and tried to figure out and hit upon a space that was perfect. But the scale was not right, and that's where the discussion said, I said, okay, Pragati, things have to move, you need to scale up, and you need to do something that's different. And she said, okay, I'm fine with it. And she said, what's the space? I gave her the space in meters, which then roughly translated to 24 by 30 feet, not meters. That when we come to Madhvi, we'll have that scale. So the challenge here is, which is kind of going to be my next question, but you take up the first thing. How did you move from thinking about a sculpture, which is, you know, like what Latika ji said, that she was used to working horizontal. You had something that was ground up, to move to up and up into expansion of space. That's something interesting.
Right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Yamini, for having us. How did I do it? How did I change it in my head? With great difficulty. It took me 2-3 weeks just to wrap my head around it, because was not just the scale and the size, but the fact that it was going to be ceiling suspended. And I'm a weaver, I'm a textile artist, I'm not an engineer. But I have a wonderful team who helped me align. We dug deep into my Pandora's box of samples that I had created over the years and looked at them and turned them into a medium of woven expression. My medium of expression is copper wire. I weave on the loom with wire, so when it comes off the loom, it takes on a sculptural quality. Though I did deal with it with a lot of difficulty.
No, and also I remember one of the samples that Pragati had come with, okay? This is about talking about scale and big work, was something as big as glass, not even the bottle. In a bag. So, where's your sample? She said, I was like, okay, let's start, at a different place. But my next question is going to be, to do with the material. Interestingly, you may say, why am I going to talk about material? Because when we talk about scale, it's just not about, enlarging your existing material into that size, but it's also rethinking your material and rethinking how you adapt or you take on new challenges, which brings me to Madhvi, because that's what we made her do. Again, the open call, Madhvi had sent in a proposal which was really fascinating, but the restrictions of the space. So here's the challenge of working in a public space, and not just any public space, but working in a space like an airport, where the functional aspects of it supersede anything else. It is ultimately meant to move passengers from point A to B. It is also the layer of security, because we live in a world where everything is, has to be checked and cleared. What is permissible, what is not. So it was not just about creative or aesthetics that sometimes defined what pressures I put on the artist, but it was these functional aspects also that defined the work that would come in. So, coming back to Madhvi, so this is the problem, right? Because I know the thing inside out, these stories also come out. But when Madhvi had given in her proposal through the open call, it was something that was so fascinating, and the scale was, on a human interaction. It needed the light in a particular way, which was very controlled. People had to stand at a particular distance to look at it. And it just wasn't working. It wasn't working for the space that we had in mind. So again, think. What do we do? How do we take this forward? Then we come up with another space which is there. So this is in the check-in hall. Okay? So Tallur's work is also in the check-in hall. Madhvi's is in check-in hall. Prakati's in boarding piers. And Latika ji's work is going to be in the open space. That's another story that I'm going to come down to. So in the check-in hall, remember I started off saying that floor to ceiling, it goes up to 36 feet. That's 12 meters approximately that is there. So I got used to, in the art world you don't talk meters, right? You talk about feet at the, or you're talking in inches, centimeters. But suddenly the scale is all about meters. Madhvi got a wall space which was 6 meters high by 12 meters wide, and 2 such spaces. So take it off from there, Madhvi.
Yeah, no, is this working? Yeah. No, first I want to thank Bhargavi and Yamini for giving me this opportunity and pushing me into this challenging position, because I am a ceramic artist, so I'm used to working in relatively smaller scale compared, the maximum, one would do is like 6 feet, 8 feet in ceramic. So when the first proposal didn't come through, I thought, now they're going to tell me, okay, we don't want you anymore. And I was so sad. I was like, oh my gosh. And then when Yamini did talk about the space, I thought, wow, that is impossible to even think about. And in clay particularly, my head couldn't get to that. But because I have been in the practice of working with material that does make form and structure, and also this unique ability to think inversely. So in ceramic practice, we have to think about the end first and then work backwards. You have to think about visualize what you're looking at, and then you work back to making it. So I did the same thing. I basically used my material insight or instinct that I have developed over the years, but I changed the material to metal, and I treated it in my head like it was a slab of clay. So I was going to use it that way. But the creative process is very meandering. It doesn't come in a straight line. So I had to abandon one idea, and then I've also been working simultaneously in my practice on mapping and maps. And I'm very fascinated with maps. I am directionally challenged, so I don't know the difference between my left and my right, but I love maps. And I love them because of just how they look. So I started thinking airport, I started looking at airports, and then suddenly Google, I saw the map of airports, and in my head I deleted all the lines that were there, and just the form looked just fabulous because they started looking like creatures and machines and stuff like that. So the fun part I have with this work is always asking my friends, so what do you think it is? And invariably 9 out of 10 people will say, oh, it's a machine, it's a gun, it's a futuristic thing, it's a bird. So I just love that because that's exactly what I see in them. The people who don't see that are architects, and they're very boring because they see it as layouts. I'm like, how do you see it as a layout? So that's how the thing actually eventually emerged. And there were lots of restrictions. We also had, I was also thinking about things like the material comes in a 6x8 sheet. So looking at that, then figuring out my mapping within that. And conceptually, it basically is talking about the airport layouts, Bangalore being the central one, and repeats itself on both. That stays in stainless steel. Everything else is in cotton steel and mild steel. Cotton steel has that rust formation on it, so it's very alive. And those were some of the things we used, and it's set on a runway line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right. Which Yamini sent me lots of pictures, and I drooled over those images of runways.
Yeah, that was nice. So, Talur, again, I'll start with you. I remember you coming. I want to talk about material. How do you deal? Because I'll tell you, when a lot of friends and family, when they know that I'm fretting about something, or there's a big installation that's to go, they're very interested in the material of it. So how was this made? What goes into the process of it? How do you install things? Do you want to talk about that? Because Talur came again with this lovely 3D printed
the model.
The model, which looked exactly like that. And that process was very interesting. So if you could just take us through the material. I know we had a session on material, but these are different works, different materials, and the context is very different about it. So if you could just...
Generally, the idea demands some kind of a shape or a size or a something. It's not, it's an airport, you have to make a big sculpture. It's not about that. It's about the idea. Once the idea comes, that idea carries a shape, a form, and the material too. So now known material, unknown material. Like, certain material you are familiar with, you worked earlier, so you start working. Ancient sculptures and all, you take, Chola bronze and all. Then you start thinking, in a scale. So I think material has certain quality of making it bigger, not just because of a structural reason, not just because of the demand of the situation. So it demands So I mean, for a long time, whenever I used to travel in a temple, the Tamil Nadu temple trip is amazing. So I used to photogrammetry them. Photogrammetry is a technology. Earlier session, 3 photographers, they talked about stitching a photography. So something similarly, they stitch like this, I stitch like this. the 360 degree. So from there, I kind of, I had, I have a lot of data in my, studio where whenever I feel the form is interesting or the structure is interesting, I try to kind of do this photogrammetry. It's my sketchbook almost, like a sketchbook. From that, when I got this chance, I thought, oh, I mean, the GoPro is also Vimana. Oh, how it goes. And I kind of started composing. So I don't want to go towards a very religious or a, the moment you see the form, people start thinking in that direction, right? So how to kind of avoid that? So, somewhere the form looks like a Heidenberg, the balloon. Yeah. It's a, any architecture, geometrically, they are very stable. They are very, firm. So the form on the top, it's a little tilted. It is not, the proper. It's like somewhere, the inspiration is, I can say, the Heidenberg, the balloons, not the report. So, yeah, so it's a, that's how it kind of, started. Then I translated that, the form into styrofoam by using CNC milling technology. So over there, I found out very interesting, material is a styrofoam. So I specifically visited some styrofoam companies where they make a different size of styrofoam balls, so that I can use as a texture of the surface of the temple, so that I can age the temple.
That's an interesting comment that we always get in the terminal. How does that corrosion happen, or did it happen after it got put? Is somebody's concern and worry, or somebody who's fascinated by the textural quality of it?
It's all about deliberation. So very, very important that, when you're making something, what result you have to get. So when you start thinking about it, then you start looking at the material. And sometimes it's also very interesting that certain signal material gives you that it's going to look like owned out or aged. And suddenly, as you explore more, it start also looking at something else. You go more and more, in a detail. If you see, it's almost like a, sandblasted somewhere extraterritorial, object. It doesn't have a single reading. So texture-wise, material-wise, all it gives, step by step, as you involve, it will start giving you more and more information.
Okay, that's right. So, which actually, I'm loving it. Like one question and one person talks leads me into the second one so beautifully. Latikaji, I'm coming to you.
We're mixing up this question.
Yeah. So, when I visited your studio and you showed me all these lovely marble maquettes that you had. And my question to you was that there's always this thing, you make a maquette, and the maquette that I got from Talur was a 3D printed one. But the maquettes that you had made were like the old school, proper, in fact, we're going to get the maquettes also inside the terminal because they're that beautiful. And because they works in themselves completely. How does that process of translation happen? Or does this work also have a maquette? Or what is that? That's always an interesting question that people have, saying that how does it happen? On paper, people understand that, okay, you've made a sketch and then it goes on to a painting. But in a sculpture, there are different processes. Like what Talur does is casting. So he had styrofoam and then you go to bronze casting. But you work with the material directly. I think when Nagraj was talking about, Santosh was talking about it, saying that there's an additive and the subtractive process. So you work with like removing it. Does it become mechanical? These are questions that are always interesting. So if you could just...
Yeah. Now, what I want people also to know that I do more bronze casting than stone carvings. So from the, I went into this more quantity of marble carving after I did that 30 feet work. That was in 2016. I had done it earlier because we always had much stone at home because my husband Balbir Singh only did large stone sculptures, but I was more into bronze. But here, I did this work after I did the 30 feet work. And there I felt that I was not content with the total whiteness. I had to try out the color part. And of course, I'm not a maths person, but it happens that when I'm doing a work like this, there's a lot of mathematics has to be done, you know, exact calculations and the weight. Now, which piece will take how much weight? So all that has to be worked up. But otherwise, I'm not a maquette person. I see a work and I see a marble and I directly know where I want to start in the stone. And it just goes on because, as I said, I'm a nature lover. That means my work is more organic and less calculations. But in that big work, because it was a commission work, so we had to do a maquette to show to the committee for doing the large work. And here I must make a complaint against you that that you gave a challenge to everybody and not me. I wish you had come to me, and if you had said you wanted to a height of 150 feet or 300 feet, I would have been happy. And I would have done it.
There's always a place and a time, and I think that's where it comes in. And while we may not give you 150 feet, we don't have 150 feet. I think we've given you 5 sculptures within that space. It's your sculpture garden. So when you're traveling, and if you have a bus gate departure domestic, you must step outside and you will see 5 sculptures by Latika ji sitting in the garden all by itself amongst the trees. I think which is a very special thing.
Yeah. Thank you. I really thank you for that.
Yeah.
And as Yamini ji said that she visited my studio. Now, I do all my works outdoor, except for the terracotta or the papier-mâché or the ceramics. So I work, I have very strong pedestals, large ones. And the experience of working under trees, it just gives me new feelings to try out in marble. Like you said, whether you have maquettes or no, but all my trees are my maquettes, and they're there all the time.
That's lovely.
Yeah, and I have on my land snakes and birds and crows and monitor lizards, and they're all living there. So they also, you know, sometimes run around me and I suddenly see kya hua. So the team of mongoose running. So especially ants and so on, so on. So everything, because I live alone and just 2 village workers come and help me out making clay and so on. But stone, on a very large scale, I had to get a team of workers. But here I would specifically want to very proudly say that I'm a sculptor. I'm a trained sculptor. And I had a lot of, this is going out of the agenda maybe, but I'm a trained sculptor. And I had a lot of opposition to my taking to sculpture, right from my second year of college, when my head said that Indian girls can't do sculpture and we will not let you take sculpture. And the Vice Chancellor gives me admission to start sculpture. So from the very beginning, there was, after my pieces are fired, the boys who go at 4 o'clock and take out my works and break them. And so, but as I said, it was all blessing in disguise, because if they break 5 works, I make 20 more. And the next time I went 3 o'clock at night, I literally, with my friend in medical college who was allowed to go outside the gate, we were in a team in the first year college. It was quite brave to go at 3 o'clock at night. We went and I took out everybody's works, kept them nicely, and I told them that I came before you. I could have broken everything of everybody, but I didn't. So we have to have a positive approach to each other if you have to learn. But it never happened. I think till now also there has been a resentment against me. Maybe because I was working much more, I would stay at MS University College whole nights. They had to change the rule for me. I was sleeping on newspaper, working whole night, and always did the largest quantity of works. Whether it was my graduation or my post-graduation, even the Slade School of Art, London, the head of the department, for the first time in the history of London University, they had to open the studio for me whole night.
So
I did
you've been a
extra
pathbreaker
drawing.
all throughout. I think that's wonderful and inspirational for a lot of us over here. So thank you so much for that. So Prakriti, I want to come to your most favorite topic and my favorite topic, which was the installation of the scale work. Can we, no, it's an experience. I think what most of us, I can't say most of us, most of you, sorry, may not realize that for all the installations that you see there, the amount of planning that is required, and again, we can plan as much as you want, but the other forces around you may not support. I also have Krishnaraj sitting there and looking very, like nodding and saying yes, because he went through the same kind of trials about it. But Prakriti, if you could just, and be frank about it. Like
Okay.
Latika ji said, I have a complaint, you can also go ahead.
Oh.
It's a free-for-all forum over here now.
Okay, here goes, guys. I think I have a bald patch somewhere at the back of my head that says installation process Navaraspur. Right here somewhere. Having said that, it was a due process. It's the nature of the work. It's the site. It's lots of trial and error. It's not something we've done before, and you can't do it before because it's site-specific, right? So nobody really is to know what it's actually going to take. And just to keep going, and I think, of course, there were times when that process took everything out of me. I felt every emotion that I have depicted there during that installing process. But, I must say there was a very supportive installing team from BIAL. In particular, there was this young man, his name was Love Kush. I don't know if he's still there. And I know all the names of all the lifts: spider lift, Dinkley lift, scissor lift, bucket lift, you name it. And we tried them all. When I say all, we tried them all for my installation. We even came to a stage one day when I was crying at 2 a.m. Yamini was available very kindly to me on the phone. Bhargavi was available with me through the process. And I was just about giving up because they were saying that we now needed to put up scaffolding to install. And we're talking about an active airport. We're talking about permits. We're talking about hazards. We also broke some rules, which I won't talk about now. But no. But we got it up finally. And on the final day, I was actually there on my own and I engaged with my work. I spent some incredible time with it. And we started at 11 in the night and we were done by 5 a.m. And, it was a foggy Bangalore morning and it was like, Hindi mein bolu? Jaise kainat, it comes in to embrace you. There was a white fog, me and my work. And I thought that was one of the most special moments of that installing process.
So if you would like to know, I think Talur went through the same thing, but it went only in one night. So it started at 10 and ended at 5 in the morning because being an airport, that's the only time you get. But again, it involved, I think all the artists who worked and who had, things which were not pedestal mounted, even those had some issues. Anything else, they became familiar, whether they wanted or not, with machinery names, what the machinery is capable of, and what it means to work within a space of an airport. Which brings me to Madhvi. I think while they have hours, nights, and days, Madhvi has a different story to tell. And it's a very interesting story, please.
I had weeks and months.
4 months, how could you?
Yeah.
I must say that's a very positive thing because it took 4 months to get her work up. And if she thinks it was weeks, I think that's brilliant.
No, it was months. And it was each of the panels is made up of 25 sections. And on that is one has 9 metal parts, the other one has 10 metal parts. And then there are coordinates. So each of those metal parts has a coordinate because it's a coordinate of the airport. So while I did have the metal parts and the coordinates organized on the boards when they came, getting the boards together seamlessly, together from on one frame onto another frame that was on the back, there was just multiple issues that were way beyond any of our controls, and it had to do with the engineering staff at BIAL, and we discovered that they don't think women know what they are talking about.
Let's not go that route.
But anyway, it resulted in multiple times of redoing, and that happened earlier in fabrication as well, while I was working on putting it all together because I could not see it till it came together on site. So I had assembled it on a very, very large factory floor, and then I had to kind of literally climb up somewhere to be able to see the whole thing, but it was on the floor, so there's no way to see what it was going to look like vertically. So lots of issues that had come up at that point as well, and as I think Krishnaraj said, that it was all about problem solving. And it was a daily problem solving that I had prior to it coming here, and then we had daily problem solving here before it actually got up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Also,
I have a question. To break the pattern so that you can ask in between and then same issues or something. So it's regarding the architecture and it's a question for Yamini.
Last question only. We've gone 50 minutes, so please come on.
Okay, it's a architecture and the artworks. So we never met architect. We don't know what is the concept, what is the idea behind, So it's already he designs a lot of things. It's a noisy. If you want to, it's just for a kind of a discussion, thinking of future, if you want to do how it has to work or something. So artists always, I feel, if we have an interaction with the architect, then there is a lot of other problems easily get solved. Otherwise, how really, when you have an idea, the concept, architectural concept, we don't know. Architectural, most of the time in case of buildings, it's always, the architects from cold country. So they are here. Or, if we are saying it's only the Indian architects or something, you see Corbusier or you see Louis Kahn or, the echoes of so many things. So somewhere, in the first step itself, concept is lost its way. So in a second stage, when you ask artists to kind of solve that problem, it becomes more complicated. So my I'm curious. How do you think? I may be wrong. Also.
No, so I think it's a very pertinent question. I know we've run out of time very badly. I'm just going to sum it up like a very much bird's eye perspective. We're not second. I take art as us together. Art does not come at the second stage. Art comes when everything is done. And that's how most of us would have experienced it. And that is true whether it is a private space or whether it's a public space. Because art by self is seen as something that is decorative and part of an extension of design. And the challenge for me was to break that thing, say that it's not just an extension of design, but it is something else and it needs a space of its own. For that sensibility to come in, I think it starts by having School of Architecture who understand art, and it then goes into urban planning, then it goes into sensitization of engineers and a whole lot of things. So it's a much larger question that needs to be addressed. But having said that, it's also about how you wiggle and you push your way in and make that space. And I think that's what I've had fantastic support, who allowed for this kind of wiggle space to happen. The original architect's plan had 2 locations for art in the check-in hall. From that, we've come to 60 artworks. I think we managed to do something right. So, thank you for your patience and sitting so patiently while I went on and on. And here I was thinking that I would have somebody telling me that I'm done at 40 minutes, but that didn't happen. But I'm sure you all enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause once again for our panelists and our moderator. And thank you to our audience as well. Of course, this is not the end of the program because we have a big surprise that awaits. The winner of the Monumental Sculpture Open Call will be announced soon, and you'll also get to see a screening of the BLR Airport art film that's premiering today. And you'll be the first audience to watch the snippets. So we will take a quick tea break and we'll see everybody back here as we begin at 5:30. Thank you so much.
Nishant, after the 3 finalists, you'll have the home run, yeah. Have the home run. She'll invite him, and then you have the name, which is next after this. Yeah. Okay, then during the speech, when they say the winner is, then the next slide. Okay? Yeah, yeah. Once he opens the envelope, that is when you take the slide. Okay? Then he'll invite him on stage. Yeah. And then just play the video once. No, the monumental structure video, the last slide.
The remaining
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Request everyone to take your seats and make sure your mobile phones are on silent mode. Thank you so much. Like we promised earlier, Bail will be announcing the winner of the monumental sculpture open call. But before that, I invite Yamini Telkar to come on stage and tell us more about everything that went on behind the scenes to put this art program together. Yamini, over to you.
Welcome back again. I hope the tea and coffee refreshed you after the intense cerebral activity that we've had through the day. So now it's just visual treat all over again. And I welcome you all back to the session, the concluding session of today, of the launch of the art program. Just to give you a brief, I'm sure you've heard it enough number of times, but I can't stop talking about it because I'm so happy of what we've done. The art program started in 2019, and when we started, we had a very clear vision saying that this has to be a program that's democratic, that's inclusive, and that looks at multiple ways of bringing art into a public space. And the very first thing that we constituted was we had a symposium. We had a panel discussion in this very location. In 2 months, we would have completed 4 years of that, but nevertheless, we came in early. So where we had discussions on what does it mean to have art in a public space? Why do you need art in a public space? And which was a phenomenal response that we got. While that was happening, we'd also constituted an advisory panel who was evaluating and looking at all the kind of works that were coming in, what does it mean, what was the relevance, what was the context. That was the second thing that we kind of did in our journey of establishing an art program. I think the key word here is a program. It's not just art in an airport or art in a public space, but it's an art program within the domain of a public space, especially a public space like an airport. And then from there on, I think we got, we did the first open call. And we did the open call, which was right in the middle of the pandemic. But we had a phenomenal response where we had the first one, we had 300 entries that came in. And from 300 entries, we selected 27 artists for artworks that were done, not only for the locations that we had identified, but for other projects inside the terminal. Once that journey was underway, we had a second open call that was announced, which was in 2022, which was for the monumental sculpture. But the journey for that was also very exciting. But before I go into this, we do want to share with you a snippet. And again, you will be the first audience to see it. And also our MD and CEO, Hari, will see it for the first time. So it's a big surprise for you too. Is the film on the making of the art program. It's a snippet. The full-length version will be released shortly. But here's the film for you to have a look at of what the art program means or where we were in this entire journey. So if you can have the film. The reasons that anybody takes a journey is one, you're beginning a new life, be it as a student, or when you get a new job, or you're married and you're moving to a different city, holiday. Sometimes it's not that nice, you want to go and see your parent or somebody that's not well. Anxiety. It's a whole host of emotions that you go through, and that's when it hit upon me saying that Navarasa. I think a big round of applause for all the participating artists, and I have some of the BIAL team also over here. Now comes the second surprise, or what everybody's been waiting for very patiently, not only today evening, but all the artists who participated in it, which brings me to the second open call. An open call or inviting proposals from artists is something that we've kind of set as a precedent. And when we were thinking about the large monumental sculpture that had to come in, I was having a discussion with Hari, and I said, should we do an open call? He said, absolutely. It is, it's a no-brainer. You should do it. And we went ahead and did an open call. Of course, there was some kind of thought like, will people really come forward, or what is it that's going to be? And sure enough, we had 80 entries that came in. And that's no mean task, because when we say monumental, it's truly monumental. It's 20 meters, which roughly in artistic language we would say 60 feet in height. And to do a sculpture which is, not your political figures or, something that goes along that line, and to do an artwork as that is an opportunity of a lifetime. So thank you all to the participants who had submitted their entries. And I would like to show you, the finalists that were from the 80, and it was a very rigorous selection process that we had to come up to the number of the finalists. There are 3 finalists that we had, from which one was selected. So here's a look at the finalists from the open call. It's Alex Davis. A round of applause for Alex Davis. He's sitting here. Alex, raise your hand. There. Thank you very much. That's Ganesh Selvaraj, who was the second finalist. Ganesh. That's him. Thank you. And the third finalist is Sandeep Pisalkar, who is also over here. Okay, fine. Now, I would like to invite upon stage our MD and CEO of BIAL, Mr. Hari Marar. All day long, we've been talking about the art program and how it's done fantastically. I must say that if it were not for the unflinching support of Hari for the art program and the belief that the space of an airport had to have the element of art, it was an important pillar, and to make it meaningful, we wouldn't have been here today. So thank you for all your support, Hari. It means a lot for all the artists over here and giving your support wholeheartedly. Please come on stage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I must say it is a real privilege and a proud moment for me to be here with all of you. It's incredible to see such a fantastic turnout and to have this moment today with you where I get to share this evening with all the artists who've contributed to putting together this art program as we unveil it to the city and to the world is a matter of great pride. I would love to congratulate all the artists who participated in this. Thank you for the wonderful work that you've done. This has been a phenomenal journey over the last few years. This year in particular has been quite fascinating and quite fantastic for us when I say year from the last 12 months. Starting with the inauguration of the Terminal 2 on the 11th of November. It was a big, highly publicized unveiling by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, followed by, I think, several milestones that came along the way when we started domestic operations in January and then went on to, sort of open it in phases by moving various airlines, ending, I think, with the biggest milestone of them all, when on the 12th of September, we'll transition all our international operations to Terminal 2 as well. So this has been a big year for us. But the year, of course, is the culmination of 4 years of relentless effort. Starting way back in October 2018, when we started the construction of this airport. What is phenomenal and a matter of great pride as I reflect back on it has been the fact that we were able to complete this massive 2.5 million square feet Terminal 2 in a record time of 4 years, despite the fact that 2 of these years were actually affected by the COVID. And I think that is simply phenomenal, and I'd love to thank my team for having put this effort in. When I reflect back and think back about the times when we were thinking about how to design this terminal, we wanted to make sure that this terminal is something that reflects this beautiful city of ours, Bengaluru. We wanted it to be truly the calling card of the city. We wanted it to be the face of the city. We wanted it to represent our city in the best possible manner when it welcomed visitors. And in doing so, we wanted to pick up the essence of the city and reflect that in the design of this terminal. It's a no-brainer when you think about Bangalore city. One of the first things that comes to one's mind is the fact that it's the garden city, right? And therefore, the airport had to be a garden airport. A terminal in a garden is what we decided this airport to be. So today, as you drive into the airport, all that lovely verdurous greenery that literally escorts you as you drive down the main highway till you reach the terminal and then walk in to see landscaped gardens in the ceiling to over 10,000 square meters of green wall, the whole terminal ensconced in the middle of a garden pavilion, in the middle of a forest belt, etc., is all part of that experience that we wanted to create for passengers, where the walk through the terminal must seem like it's a walk in the park. And that's what we wanted to create. Then, of course, the second pillar or second principle of our design was to ensure that sustainability is woven into everything that we do. And we believe that sustainable development is the only form of development. There is no other form of development. Development in its truest sense has to be sustainable in that sense. And therefore, across the campus, I'm not sure how many of you are aware, but I take this opportunity to also convey some of this to people who have not been familiarized with this, is that the airport campus, 4,000-acre campus with massive construction that's going on, massive operations that is going on, is a guzzler of huge amount of energy and power. We are powered 100% by renewable energy. We're also proud of the fact that we are probably the only airport campus in the world which is water positive, which means for every liter of water that we consume in the campus, we produce, conserve, harvest, and reuse 2.36 liters of water against every liter we consume. We're also carbon neutral. Across the campus, carbon neutral. We're also the first terminal outside the United States and the second terminal in the world, the largest of its kind, to be LEED Platinum pre-certified as far as Terminals 2 is concerned. This is the culmination of all our efforts in the area of sustainability. Of course, the third pillar that comes to my mind is another thing that Bangalore stands for. Bangalore is the tech capital of the country, is the Silicon Valley of India, and so on and so forth. So from a technology standpoint, Bangalore Airport had to stand for the best of technology. And therefore, we had to make sure that technology and, let's say, latest cutting-edge emerging technologies were woven into every aspect of what we did. So whether it's in terms of how design was developed on BIM, or whether it's in terms of how technologies was woven into passenger processing, or whether it's woven into how we manage all the built-up infrastructure going forward, or even in terms of managing all that beautiful landscape that we have built. There's technology that's built into every little thing. And therefore, it celebrates today, I believe, to be the upper end of the emergence of technology in aviation. Last but not the least, of course, which all of us are here to celebrate, the art program. And we wanted to make sure the art program is something that reflects the region. The unique thing about airports is the fact that airports are portals, are gateways for the region to interact with the world and for the world to interact with the region. And we wanted to make sure that our art program also sort of reflected that. And we've sort of woven that into landscaping as well, that between the art program and landscaping, it must be a window through which the world experiences the art and landscape of the region. And at the same time, it is also a portal through which the region sort of experiences what the best of what the world has to offer. And that was the idea of creating our art program. Our art program, in choosing its theme, Navarasa, also celebrates what typically an airport stand for. Airports are known to be melting pots of emotions. I have spent 17 years at Bangalore Airport, and never has a day passed by where it has ceased to amaze me to watch the myriad human emotions on their multi-hued display on every single day. One of the most fascinating things to do at an airport is to just sit, never go and visit a lounge, by the way. Go and sit at the gates and see the incredible emotions on display at an airport, from anger to surprise to all sorts of emotions that come together to play. This is, I think, therefore, in choosing Navarasa as our theme, we wanted to make sure all these emotions are sort of celebrated in the best possible manner. And of course, another thing that's not lost on any of us, airports are also probably the most daunting of the experiences that we have. They are not necessarily a pleasant experience. Of course, we are trying to change that by creating airports that are welcoming, but the art program is also meant to provide an opportunity for our passengers to pause, to reflect, and to relax on their journey, to de-stress them, to make them relax and enjoy their journey. And today I see that happening. If you're standing in Terminal 2 and watching people passing through, it's unlikely that a single passenger will pass through without whipping out their phone and either taking photographs of the landscape or the art program, because it has in some form or the other impacted their travel, which is exactly the kind of impact we wanted to create with the terminal. And therefore, thanks to all of you for doing that amazing, amazing work. It was on the 13th of November in 2019, I had the pleasure on the same stage to start to announce the commencement of our art program and start with the consultation process, as we called it. We called it the consultation event that we did in this very same room. It's been an incredible journey over the last 4 years. Like Yamini said, 380 responses to the public call for art, and then of course 80 more responses to the iconic public call for art. I could not have done this. I'm the least qualified to stand and look through all these incredible entries and judge, and I needed help. To start with, Yamini and Bhargavi and team, they have been simply incredible. See, please give them a big round of applause. If she spoke about the unflinching support that I gave, it needed somebody on the other side to receive that unflinching support and make sure there's something fantastic done about it. And with Yamini there, I had complete confidence that everything that she would do would be absolutely the right thing for the program. And thank you so much for the wonderful work that you guys have done. It's amazing. Similarly, like she said, it was very important for us, the governance of how we went about selecting those art pieces. We didn't want that to be the choice of one individual at any given point of time. We wanted to make sure it was as democratic a process as possible. And in that, in putting together the democratic process, one of the key elements of the democratic process was to have an advisory panel that would sort of help us make this selection. An advisory panel consisting of 4 really eminent people. Abhishek Poddar is here, so thank you, Abhishek, for the immense contribution that you made to us and to the program. But apart from Abhishek, we also had Mr. Sudhakar Rao, Savita Apte, and of course Kavita Singh, late Kavita Singh. I would like to recall her contribution as well. Apart from, and during this period that we interacted several times, I was not only hugely impressed by just what a wonderful human being she was, but also by her immense knowledge of art and the wonderful contribution she made towards the selection of these art pieces today that have come to become part of the BIAL art program. So thank you very much to the advisory board. You made my life easy. You made it so almost convenient for me that we could pull this off in such a short timeline. So all, the 43 artists, 60 works of art, all of them are already on display at Terminal 2 and our passengers are enjoying it. But that leaves us with one piece of art that is yet to be experienced and that is yet to be seen. That's the iconic piece that Yamini just introduced us to. So first of all, thank you to all the artists who participated in it, 80 of you. Thank you so much for putting together such high quality submissions. I was just amazed at seeing the quality of submissions that came in. Congratulations to all the finalists for having made it to the shortlist. But of course, there has to be a winner. And it's my delight at this point of time to announce the winner. If I can have the envelope, please. All right, the winner of the public call for art for the iconic sculpture is Sandeep Pisalkar's Maya. Sandeep, please join me on stage. Sandeep's Maya is, while it's rooted in the culture and the context, is also universal in its appeal. We are delighted that the 60-foot sculpture, when completed, is expected to convey an emotion of peace and calm to people who will watch this. Thank you for this amazing work that you've done for us, Sandeep. Congratulations.
So that was the surprise, and I hope everybody's excited about it. Now it's time for me to give vote of thanks. This time I've made notes because I don't want to forget anybody. I have a large list of people to thank. Don't worry, I'm not going to keep you for long. I will make it very short. Of course, I've thanked Hari. I would also like to thank the Chief Project Officer, that's Tom Shimmons. He's not here today because there's a lot of work that's happening on site. I would like to thank all the construction team, the people who were helping us in installing and making sure that the site conditions are right and the integration happens of the work. I would like to thank my friend and colleague Praveen from design, who was more of a sounding board and my person that I would go to and complain and gripe about. So thank you for patiently listening to me. Of course, like Hari mentioned, the landscape and the art program went hand in hand. So there were a lot of time when I would go up to Prasanna Murthy and say, Prasanna, this space I need, let's split it. And he very graciously would say, take what you want. And we would split the spaces between the art and the design. I said, we are integrated. And of all his team who kind of helped us in making sure that we shared the spaces and make it really like, the 4 pillars which are there and that comes in through. We had fantastic support that came in from, of course, you may not be familiar, but things like procurement, how do you get contracts done, because these are hardcore construction contracts which need to be made suitable for artists and aligned to that. So amazing kind of understanding of that, and especially I would like to call out on Priya Satyajit. Again, she's not here, but she was a rock bed for all of us when it came to kind of attuning a legal contract into the art world, sensitive kind of a framework. Of course, then the support that I had from ICT, that's internet in simple terms, or people who were looking at the electrical, people in the site team who helped, and the list goes on and on and on and on over here. But if I've forgotten anybody despite my notes, I will personally go and thank them later in the office. But just know that Bhargavi and I are truly grateful for the support of everybody in the BIAL team, because it was working in a non-art world. It's easy to work within the gallery or a museum space, but for somebody who's not from the art world, to understand why an artist needs a particular kind of material for the base doesn't make sense. One is the second. As long as it's structurally stable, it was quite a long learning curve, and believe me, everybody's participated in the process wholeheartedly. So thank you everybody in BIAL. And of course, I cannot stop without acknowledging Bhargavi. She has been a rock star, and most of you know that. Whether it was processing bills, whether it was talking to the truck drivers to make sure that the artwork comes in at the right time, at the right location, getting permissions, getting permits, working with contracts, she had it, and she had my back on everything that was required. So thank you, Bhargavi. A round of applause for you. And all of you have been appreciating the 2 days that we've had and how welcoming and how wonderful it was. So here's my moment to thank Shalini Rao, our CXO, Marketing and Communications, and her brilliant team whom you have interacted with. Anu, who was fantastic in taking attendance and making sure everybody was headed in the right direction. Aisha, for managing all the communication and all the programming of it, the text that went on, Lopa for her interactions and intervention for the social media, what has come of the 2 days, the way it was imagined, and making it truly, truly special for us. So thank you, everybody. So over to you, Paloma.
There's not much left to say, Yamini. I think you pretty much said it all. So ladies and gentlemen, that's it from us. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience. I will say, though, the next time you head to T2 at the Bengaluru airport, If you like something, take a picture of it, tag BLR Airport. If you can, mention the artist as well, and tell everybody about the beautiful works of art at T2 in Bengaluru, the Garden City. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening.